Okay. Hopefully that's all good. Not sure why OBS crashed there, but it seems to have done. But we're back up and running, I think. There we are. Okay. These little weird things. When you're running about 4 or 5 different bits of software all at once, and they all have to speak to each other nicely, and they don't always. So let's just make sure that the stream is running. It does seem to be okay. And we're just going to go live on TikTok as well. Religion debate. Okay, we are now live on the TikTok as well, and let's see what happens. Okay, welcome. Welcome in, Flick and AM 2025 and Donald. This is an unscheduled impromptu daytime stream on TikTok and YouTube. Currently no one in the YouTube yet, but that's to be expected right now, given that's a slightly smaller audience at this point. But it is growing, which is very encouraging. I'm sure Sean will be on presently to join. And as you can see, we have a menu of discussion topics above my head. I'm happy to talk about any of them or anything else if you want to, if it's related. Deadlock is back. Nice to see Deadlock again. Joining us on the day stream. Hey Cosmic, what's up? Nice to see you. And Alan Dublin says, what Bible was there before Moses? There was no Bible before Moses. It's questionable whether Moses actually existed. Not sure about that. I suspect possibly not. I think it's probably just a story. Okay, we're just getting a few more people in. Good morning, Cosmic. Where are you checking in from, Cosmic? Where are you? Are you in the UK as well? Or somewhere else, I wonder. And welcome in Gas Pressure from the US. Cool, well, that's an early morning for you, my friend. Depending on where you are, it's either early or very early. Are you a morning kind of person? I'm not really. I'm more of a nighttime person. But I do like to do these streams sometimes during the day, just so that people who can't join the night ones can have a go as well. Mel is in now. Hello, Mel. Yes, Mel, I'm early. I'm doing a day stream. I do them sometimes. Just jump on and do some during the day. Because we have some people in Australia and stuff like that who struggle a bit with the nighttime streams. And Glimmers. Always nice to see Glimmers. How are you, lovely? Nice to see you. Daniel says, a negative doxastic voluntarism. I don't know if that means leads to doxastic involuntarism. Yeah, I mean, as you know, I'm a big fan of doxastic involuntarism, which just means you can't choose your beliefs. You can't decide voluntarily what you find convincing. And to me, this seems really, really obvious. INFJ writer says, can you explain concisely why no one chooses their beliefs? Yes, I can explain it concisely. Thank you for asking. So we tend to frame belief as if it's an action, as if it's something that you just choose to do, like having tea or coffee or which political party to support or stuff like that. But that actually isn't what a belief is. What belief means is the condition of your mind having been persuaded that something's true. That's what causes a belief to happen. And you can't decide to find something persuasive. What happens is when you hear something or you consider something, your mind evaluates it, and then you sort of discover whether you find it persuasive. You become aware of a feeling, a subjective feeling of agreement, or a subjective feeling of now I'm not convinced. And everyone can relate to this. Everyone knows this experience of hearing a claim or thinking about a story you hear and thinking, do I believe this? Do I find it convincing? And normally it happens so automatically. It's like when you drive a car, if you drive a car with stick and you're not thinking, now I'm going to put it into second and now I'm going to put it into third. It just happens automatically. Or walking, you put one foot in front of the other. You're not thinking about it, but these are the processes that happen. And so it is with belief. So when you're contemplating whether to believe something or not, you're not asking yourself, do I want to think this is true? You're examining yourself and saying, do I find it persuasive? Does it persuade me? And if it does, then belief follows automatically. You can't stop it. There's nothing you can do to stop it if you find that thing persuasive. And if you don't find that thing persuasive or convincing, then belief is completely impossible. And that's why I say it's not a choice. And of course, there are lots of things you can do around that, around the formation of a belief, which are choices. So you can decide how open-minded you want to be. You can decide what books to read or who to listen to or what lives to join online or how you want to spend your time and attention. Those are all within your control. But the bit that's not within your control is whether you personally find something persuasive when you consider it. And so that's why I say it's not a choice. And I do understand why a lot of people don't like this, because this is a very threatening idea for religious frameworks, because the religious frameworks need belief to be a choice because they need to hold people accountable for their beliefs. But holding someone accountable for their beliefs is as silly as holding someone accountable for being colorblind. Hello to some friends in the YouTube part. Toby Dove is on. Nice to see you, Toby Dove. At this time of day, and CJ is on as well. So and a couple of others, but that's in the chat. Very nice to see you. So yeah, I hope that answers the question, IFNJ. Would it be true if we were purely logical? Well, the thing is, we know that we're not purely logical because human minds are emotionally driven as much as we are logical, and INFJ is actually knocking on the door to come and have a chat about it, which is great. So we will welcome them in. And thank you, Chicken, for the compliment. You are very well spoken to. INFJ, hello.
Hello, hi.
Hey, how are you? We've kind of exchanged comments and stuff before, haven't we?
Yeah, I've watched your lives a bit, and I agree with you. I think you're right. It's a very interesting point you make about this thing about belief, and because I'm writing a book about MBTI and psychology related stuff, it's very interesting. I was thinking there, like I said about the logical. If our minds were purely logical, like a computer, do you think then that it wouldn't be a matter of you could choose your belief because something would either make sense or it wouldn't? It would go through a system like.
Yeah. So when we're evaluating a belief, without wanting to oversimplify the really complex neuroscience, which frankly is beyond me. I'm not pretending to be a neuroscientist, although I did have the benefit of two of the world's best when I was writing my book about this, which is called Unconvinced. It comes out in November. And the whole premise of my book is making a case for the involuntary nature of belief and then examining what the moral implications are of that when we look at religious systems that will condemn you or give you salvation based on what you find convincing, which to me is frankly idiotic. But my understanding is that when the brain contemplates an idea or a proposition, it basically evaluates it essentially in two different ways, simultaneously and outside of your conscious awareness. One is the sort of logical thing, to speak to your question. So does it fit? And we all have a kind of mental map of how reality is. And so what our brains try to do is see if they can integrate that idea into our existing map of what reality looks like. So if the as an example, if the idea is I saw a flying carpet, well, if your mental map of reality includes the idea that carpets can't fly, then you're going to struggle logically to integrate that belief because both of those things can't hold, right?
Clash.
Yeah, it would clash, and that cognitive dissonance is very unpleasant and painful, and our minds try to avoid it. So in order to incorporate that belief, you would have to reject your prior assumptions about the flightability of carpets, and that's very hard to do. So that's the sort of logical level. But then the other level on which we evaluate beliefs is the emotional, and there's a lot of stuff in the psychology literature which you probably know about motivated reasoning and how we are essentially emotional creatures rather than rational creatures, which kind of makes sense from an
Yeah.
evolutionary point of view because the emotional centers of the brain are much older than the more sort of
Yeah.
analytical higher order cognitive stuff which evolved much later in the brains.
Yeah. 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 I was thinking just then. Do you think is it because because I'm understanding the psychology of different personality types, so we're thinking about how we take information in, we perceive it, and then we make judgments on it. So what we do though, when have a personality type, you're not just processing in the moment because everything goes through your understanding as well. You build up a worldview
Yeah,
of life. So something comes in, and then you usually check it against what you believe
yeah,
before you make a decision, don't you?
yeah,
And that's essentially probably why it's not a choice in a sense, because that's built up has taken time to build up, hasn't it? And
exactly.
it would take time for that to be rewired, which it could be, I suppose, through study and reading and
And it can be immediately. Like, let's say you've spent a
mm,
whole lifetime believing a certain thing, and then you have an
mm,
experience in one moment that gives you disproof of that thing, such that it convinces
yeah,
you that the
yeah,
thing you've spent a whole lifetime believing is wrong. Well, in that moment,
yeah,
you're because you've become convinced, that conviction in that moment overwrites all of that lifetime of conditioning. And there are people who have that. I mean, there are
yeah,
people who
yeah,
spend a whole lifetime being
mm,
non-religious, and then they have an
yeah, yeah,
experience, they walk away from a situation they shouldn't have survived or something like that, or they have some
mm,
very profound experience, and that causes them to immediately become convinced that everything they were conditioned to before was false. It can go both ways, right? They can fall
yeah,
into
sure,
religion or out of it. And in my book, I've got this concept called belief vectors, where in physics, a
mm,
vector is like it's the sort of resultant direction of travel of an object, say. And an
mm,
object might have lots of different forces acting on it all at once, like gravity, wind
mm,
resistance, thrust from an engine, lift from wings. And all of those forces combine to then determine what the eventual direction of travel will be. And
mm,
in terms of belief, some of those forces are historical. So some of those forces are your genetic inheritance, your baseline
yeah, yeah,
intelligence, the education you had, your socialization, the experiences you've
mm,
had. All of those things
mm.
contribute towards whether you're going to find a claim convincing at a particular moment in your life.
Yeah, definitely. And I was also thinking that one thing I've noticed on lives on here is that, and in life, but a lot on here because people debate on here more than in life, don't they? Is that when people tackle a problem, I can off sometimes, not always, tell their personality type or limit it down because of the way they tackle the problem. Now, what I think happens then is that the personality type is the way they're wired, kind of thing, in the mind. So they're biased to look at something in a certain way. So say something comes in, a new piece of information or opinion, their natural filter will bias them towards a certain
Yeah.
belief.
Yep.
Yeah. And
Absolutely.
whereas because I understand MBTI pretty well, is I can see the errors they're making off sometimes, I won't say always, but, and I can, like, sometimes there's people I can't discuss or debate with because I know I'll have a polar opinion on them, usually political thing, right? Because I know they're seeing it from a different perspective, but I could only change their perspective by getting them to understand the way they're thinking, but it'd be very hard to do that.
It is hard.
Almost
Yeah.
impossible to some degree. Yeah.
It is
So
hard.
that's another factor into what you're talking about. Yeah.
It is, and that ability to self-reflect and to think, oh, I might be biased about this, or I might be looking at
Mm.
this passionately held belief through a particular lens of my
Lens, like a
own.
lens, yeah. It's a good word.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to
Mm,
do that, and we should always
mm,
be aware of that about ourselves. I try to do it myself, and I catch myself failing. Like I catch myself
mm, mm.
evaluating a situation and thinking, am I really giving this argument a fair shake? Am I just coming to it with my own biases and not thinking about it fairly? And I catch myself failing, and I try to be better, and I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
succeed all the time, but I try. It's something we should all be willing to do, I think.
yeah, yeah. Have you ever experienced somebody not understanding you, but you know that you're right, or you feel that you're right? I suppose knowing is, debatable, but you're pretty sure
Yeah.
you're right about something. Say something that's about yourself because you're the most likely to know about yourself, but that's not 100%, is it? Because what I was saying about you couldn't understand somebody else more than themselves. if you know more about the mind and stuff. But say somebody has an opinion about you, but you
Yeah.
know they're completely wrong,
Oh, yeah.
but you can't explain to them why they're
Oh,
wrong.
I try to explain. So it happens a lot. So the most common one I get
Mm.
is people telling me why I don't believe in God. Right? Telling me that the reason I don't believe in God is because I just want to sin, or the reason I don't want to believe in God is because I want to be my own God, or the reason is because I have a hardened heart, or these people are presuming to tell me my own mind. I think it's enormously disrespectful and arrogant,
Yeah,
really, and rude, because I wouldn't do that to
yeah,
them. I wouldn't speculate and say, well, the reason you believe is because you've got a daddy issues, or the reason you believe is because you just want to be in a gang, or I just wouldn't presume to do that, because I'm giving them the
yeah,
respect of knowing their own mental states better than I do. But yeah, I hear it all the time. People confidently informing me about what's actually going on in my own mind. I think it's very hubristic.
yeah. Bizarre. Well,
Yeah,
I've read a few books like you made on, the Christopher Hitchens, Richard
yeah,
Dawkins,
yeah,
or Daniel Dennett,
yeah,
and a few others. I've got quite a few of them, and I've read a few, well, most of them, and you get similar themes in them, different ones, and they're very easy to critique religions, aren't they, when you go into them in the text, particularly.
yeah.
But
They are. I mean, they fall
the
apart
thing,
once you start looking at them.
yeah, they're full of contradictions and whatever. But the thing is, one of the books, I can't remember the name, it's some couple of authors, but it seemed to hit the nail on the head more than the others. It resonated. What it was saying was that religions are like, if you think of like something like an optical illusion, right? How that tricks your mind.
Yeah,
That they've sort of evolved over time. Religions, I know that they're unchanging. One of the problems is they're set in stone, aren't they? They're fixed philosophies essentially, but they they work not because they're full of truths and that. It's because they somehow trick the mind. It's not. I'm not talking as simple as just like that. They're telling you you're going to live after death. Stuff like that. But
yeah,
it's like they're how do almost like they have special powers because they are cognitively attractive.
yeah.
Do you, do you know what I mean?
I do completely
But
know
I'm
what you mean.
not. I'm struggling to explain it because it's.
Well, our biggest fear, I would say that we have two major fears. One is
Mm,
death, and the other one is
mm,
not understanding things. And
yeah,
what these religious traditions largely do is they claim to solve both those problems. We're going to solve the
yeah,
problem
yeah,
of death by removing it, and we're going to solve the problem of not understanding things by giving you explanations that you're going to find psychologically pleasing, and then you get to tell
yeah,
yourself
yeah,
that these big questions have been answered. Why does
mm,
anything
mm,
exist? Oh, because God has a plan. This is all part of a scheme. This is all part of
yeah, yeah,
a fabric of meaning and purpose knitted together by the great creator, and that explains everything. It's like, oh, okay, that question then
mm,
gets
mm,
an answered tick, and that's very emotionally
yeah, yeah,
satisfying, regardless of whether it's actually a good answer or not, regardless of whether there's any
mm,
evidence
mm,
for it, regardless
mm,
of whether anyone would be justified in actually believing it, and regardless of the fact that you have to close your eyes to everybody else's explanations for the same thing,
mm,
which aren't compatible with yours, all of which they
yeah,
hold with complete confidence too. And
yeah,
telling people that they're going to continue to live after they die and that they're going to be reunited with the people they love who they lost is a really, really compelling offer, isn't it? And people
yeah,
sometimes say to me, well, in your worldview, what do you have to offer? What do you have to offer?
mm,
Like I believe I'm going to be reunited with my parents who I lost, or with my sibling who I lost. What are you offering? And I have to
yeah,
answer that honestly and say, well, I can't. My worldview doesn't offer that. But I'm not really interested in nice stories. I'm interested in knowing what's true. And as
mm,
nice as it would be to think that we're all going to be back together again later and everything's going to be fine, that's a lovely idea. And if it brings comfort to
mm,
people, I
mm,
wouldn't try to take it away from them, which is why I don't go
yeah,
into religious
mm,
spaces shouting, you're all wrong, you're all wrong. But
yeah, yeah,
it's still not a reason to believe it.
yeah. Do you think this right is something is that I'm not religious. I'm like you, an atheist, but I think Jesus's message was very good, and I think religions have corrupted his message. Do you know what I mean when I say that? Do you agree?
No, I think his message was awful. I think he
Okay.
happened to say some nice things in the Sermon of the Mount. He had some platitudes about forgiveness and kindness and stuff, but his
Mm,
message was basically conformity and the demand for people to put him first and to hate their families. And he said, I haven't come to bring peace, but to bring a sword. I've come to, turn fathers against sons and mothers against daughters.
Did he
And
say that?
yeah, he did.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've never read the Bible.
yeah. I mean, I can show you some stuff. Where's it gone? Hang on. That's not quite working right now. Hang on. For some reason, my screen isn't updating I'm just bringing this verse up for you now. Give me a second and I'll get it right up now. It's gonna be where's it gone? No, my system for showing my Bible prompts is not working right now. I will get it back up and working in a minute. But to not keep you waiting for it, he said in Matthew 10:34, "Do not think I've come to bring peace to the earth. I've not come to bring peace, but a sword. I've come to set man against his father, daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and one's foes will be members of one's own household." And then he also said in Luke, he said, "Do you think I've come to bring peace to the earth? No, I tell you, but rather division. From now on, 5 in one household will be divided, 3 against 2, 2 against 3, father against son." He was all in favor of dividing households and dividing people up. And he said, most importantly, in Luke 14:26, he said, "Whoever comes to me and does not hate father, mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple." Now, I can tell you what the standard apologetic response to this is. They'll say, he didn't mean hate. What he actually meant was love less. Like, what he's basically just saying is that you have to love me so much that compared to me, it's almost like you hate the rest of your people. But actually, that apologetic doesn't survive contact with reality, because the word used in the text was miseo, and miseo means hate. It doesn't mean love less. It's the same Greek word is used in multiple other New Testament passages, and it clearly in those contexts means hate. So if you're going to do an honest exegesis of those passages, that's what it means. And he basically said, in Matthew 5:17, he said, "I haven't come to abolish the old laws, but to fulfill them. And anyone who doesn't do them and teach them is going to be considered least in the kingdom of heaven." So, and what he meant by that was all the old Mosaic laws from the Old Testament, the slavery laws, the stoning laws, the laws of Moses. So no, I don't think that Jesus's teachings were good. I think they were awful. And then within them, there were some occasionally he would say something that made sense, about charity or forgiveness.
Okay, well that's all news to me. To be honest, wasn't aware of what you just said. So
yeah, it's
I think you need somebody to defend Jesus to come up and.
Well, they will, and the apologetics are all the same. The apologetics always take the form that the things he said he didn't really say or mean, or the words,
misinterpretations.
Words mean other things. The words that he said don't actually mean that. That's what the apologetics always are. But it's clear what he said.
But don't you think in the modern, in the modern era, when Jesus has been in films about him and stuff, and most people's understanding of him was just a kind, loving soul teaching everyone to love each other. Now, okay, forget what happened. It's said in the Bible and happened back then. Isn't that a good message? If it was just that essentially.
I mean, the thing is, you can't pick and choose. Like it's pretty much either all or nothing. You either think that the Bible is the word of God, or inspired, or the story of the Creator, or you don't. And if you think that it is, then you have to grapple with all the moral horror of the Old Testament. You can't just say, well, I'm a New Testament kind of person, I don't really do that Old Testament, because it's the same deity, it's the same God. And Jesus is only validated through the narrative of the Old Testament. So if we're going to discard the Old Testament, then why do we care about Jesus? Jesus is only important because he supposedly fulfilled the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament. And newsflash, he didn't actually fulfill them at all, not even one of them. But that the Old Testament is what creates the sort of validation or relevance for Jesus as a character in the first place. So If you're going to be into Jesus, you kind of have to accept all that Old Testament stuff. And I don't know how much you've looked into the Old Testament, but it's absolutely appalling.
No.
Yeah, appalling.
Yeah, those books I mentioned before that I've read, they cite bits in that I think a few years ago I read them, but yeah, no, there's awful things in there. But I suppose you could argue that the archetype of just being good doesn't need any religious context or
That's
backing,
exactly what I do argue. And the idea that religion invented kindness or charity or morality or even the golden rule, do unto others. Jesus wasn't the first person to say that. It had been said centuries before by other thinkers and other writers. And it just makes sense. It's basically the idea of being, reciprocal altruism or kindness, or, if you're going to, once you realize that human beings do better together than on their own, then you realize quickly soon after that certain ways of being together work better than other ways of being together. And one of the ways of being together that doesn't work well is if we're all kind of eating each other's kids, and stealing each other's stuff. Well, our little group that we all get our joint security from and safety is going to collapse and disintegrate if we all do that. So the idea of a sort of social contract and of just like saying, okay, well, I can see how I'm going to benefit if this group works out. And the way this group works out is if we don't all kill each other. That's kind of fairly obvious. And so it makes sense to me that ideas like treat other people how you would want to be treated would be stumbled upon independently by lots of different people in lots of different traditions at lots of different times, because it's a pretty good menu for keeping a social group together and keeping you safe and your family safe and the things you care about safe.
Yeah, I agree. I think morality is inherent in us, and it's not something that's come from any religion.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just part of being human, isn't it?
For sure, for sure. I mean, again, I keep on echoing my religious friends, but they'll tell you that morality has to have some objective basis. But I don't think anyone can actually demonstrate that. I think they just claim it. When you ask them to provide an argument for that objective basis for morality, what they do is they try to provide an argument against a subjective basis, which is not making a claim for an objective basis. It's just saying they don't like the way I get my morality. But that's not an argument. That's just a complaint.
Do you think the danger in this secular age? And I'll just caveat this by saying that clearly religious people, or being religious, doesn't make you a good person necessarily, and harmless to people. But do you think in this largely secular age in the West that there's kind of a bit of a moral vacuum because of that? I mean, we do have innate morality, but people are just, some people who aren't really that nice people are just acting like they want to act without any kind of guidance or framework, and I think there's a danger in that.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I think, I don't want to misunderstand your question. Just ask it again so I can just be clear exactly what you're asking.
Yeah. Do you think that without, say, a moral framework, now traditionally that's come from religion, but it doesn't have to come from religion, does it? I mean, I built up my own without being religious, kind of thing. Yeah. But a lot of people, I don't think, do that. They either need a religion to follow, or they just decide themselves what they want, so kind of subjective morality. And I think there's a danger in that, because a lot of people just act with impunity because they're not fearful of God. I'm not saying that's a good thing in itself, but they just choose to behave like they do. I mean, does that make sense, what I'm asking?
It does, but there's the idea that God gives you an objective basis for morality is a fantasy. And we can immediately see that it is, because if every person who believed in God all had the same moral code, at least that would be some kind of evidence for God providing an objective basis for reality. But they don't. You can find Bible-believing Christians on every side of every moral issue. They can't figure out what this objective morality is. That's the first problem. It's not objective. It's completely subjective. Every believer comes to every religious text, whether they're Christian, whether they're Islamic, whether they're Jews, whether they're in any tradition, they will all read the religious text and then filter it through their own personal subjective moral intuitions anyway, and say, I like this commandment, I like the one about don't stealing, don't love the one about stone your disobedient sons to death, which is in the Old Testament. I like the one about hate gay people. I don't like the one about don't wear clothing of mixed fabrics, which is in the same set of rules. And they just pick and choose subjectively based
Yeah.
on what they personally like. So I don't think that these religious frameworks for how to live give believers the win that they claim, and this objective framework that they can look to. I think it's really poor. I think what works much better is to first of all agree the honest truth, which is that moral intuitions are subjective. But agreeing that they are doesn't make them meaningless. It doesn't say we have to throw our hands up then and say, well, then we can't talk about right and wrong with any kind of meaning, just because we say rightness and wrongness aren't things that exist in the world. They're not moral facts. We can still say what's important to us. What are the values that we want? What do we want to be true about our lives? What's important to us? And what's important to us is being okay, not suffering and trying to be okay are good ends. And then we can say, okay, well, then we can judge things based on whether they're more likely to bring that about or not.
I think I've got closer to the point I'm trying to make, because I know I've not been that clear, because it's not easy. What I'm trying to say is that I think the problem is when more people had faith, right? Although that wasn't a good answer, like we know it's highly flawed, yeah. At least it kind of kept them to some degree restrained, in the sense that now, if you're thinking of people who are secular, so they're not constrained by any religion. I know that can be a bad thing as well as a good thing, but so they can choose to just act cruelly and not worry about it because they just lack empathy. So they'll say, I don't care, there's no afterlife, there's no God. I'm just going to do what I want.
There's
So
no
I'm
evidence.
not saying that they can't gain that through an objectively, sound like ethic framework like you're talking about, but a lot of them just aren't choosing it. I think that's the problem. There's a vacuum.
There's no evidence. Humanism. There's no evidence that links religiosity to increased levels of kindness, empathy, compassion. In fact, the religious are in many cases, the most judgmental, puffed up, arrogantly pious, uncaring people I know. Have you heard about this thing that's been going on in America where people have been calling churches and saying that they've got starving babies and asking for donations for baby formula, and the churches have just been saying, no, get lost. No, it's like they've kind of been trolling them a bit, but it doesn't bear out. And then you look at the least religious countries in the world tend to score the highest on
empathy.
And just on kind of metrics of human well-being, on things like poverty levels and violent crime levels. An interesting experiment is just to look at the US, right? The very red states in the US where they've implemented all of these crazy, religiously inspired things like chastity programs and abstinence programs, and they don't do well. They've got higher rates of STDs, higher rates of teen pregnancies. This idea that being religious gets you to being moral is silly. There are going to be good people on both sides always.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to say is that isn't there a problem now? Like, religion wasn't the answer. I don't think it ever could be, right? But in this, say, a secular state or secular beliefs that people have, then they need a framework. And I think the problem is they're lacking one, largely. Do you see my point? They're not going to get it from religion. They might try, but that's not going to be better than... I think there's just a general lack of guidance in life that people have now. I'm not saying that's because the decline of religion is necessarily.
I see.
It's more just because we're in a vacuum.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, it's a perennial question, right? How do we condition people to be kind? How do we teach people the value of empathy and compassion and being charitable? And it's a tricky question. I don't claim to have an answer for it, but I think that the answer is unlikely to be found in a 2,000-year-old book of blood sacrifice magic.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, dude, it's great to talk to you
Yeah,
at
nice
last.
talking. Yeah,
I
yeah,
always enjoy your comments in the videos, so I appreciate your engagement, and
yeah.
yeah, always
Same. Yeah.
happy to see your name pop up. So great to
Cool.
speak, and
Okay.
come back and chat to us
I'll
again.
see you around.
I normally
All right.
stream at
Cheers.
night. These day streams are
Okay.
I kind of sometimes I'll just jump on like today, unannounced,
Yeah.
impromptu, just
Yeah.
get on and do a little bit in the day because it means I can get to interact with some people who struggle to get on the night stream. So,
Yeah. Sure.
but normally I stream from about 10 p.m. UK time and tend to go kind of through the nightish. But yeah,
Okay.
come say
I'll
hi
keep
again.
an eye out for you. Yeah.
All right, man.
Okay. Cheers,
Nice one.
John.
Take
All
it
right.
easy, man.
Bye for now.
Thanks. All the best.
Bye.
Okay, yeah, good questions he had. Good questions. Valid questions. Okay, we've got Alex we're going to bring in right now. Then we've got Democracy Mama and Frodo Baggins, the real one. I think Sean will be joining us at some point. He did say he would, but that'll be when it happens. We're just bringing in Alex right now. I don't know why TikTok always thinks about it for a while. You can't just push a button and have someone join. It's like it's trying to decide whether it really wants to let him in, and it's still thinking about it. Alex, I'm trying to get you in, but the platform is playing hard to get. It's being a bit coy. It's not sure whether it really wants you to participate, even though I'm sure I do want you to. I'll have to disconnect this, but try and request up again, and I'll bring you back in again. If you do it right now, I'll bring you in right now. And if you don't do it right now, I'll bring the next person in, and then you can jump in after that if you still want to. Nope. Seems like maybe not. Okay, well, in that case, we're going to bring in Frodo.
Hey, John.
Frodo. Hey.
How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
I agree with all of your prompts.
Yeah.
Especially the three bottom ones. Nobody chooses what they believe. Can
Yeah.
you expand a little bit on that?
Absolutely. It's my favourite one. I'm just going to say sorry, Alex. I just see Alex did try to get back in. I don't know what happened. It's really janky and weird on here. If you hold where you are, Alex, I promise I'll get you in ASAP. If you've got patience to wait, you will be straight in after this, and I appreciate your patience very much. So yeah, what I mean by this is that basically, when you become convinced of something, belief happens automatically. There's nothing you can do to stop it, right? The moment you become persuaded that something is true or likely true, that process of having been persuaded causes a belief to form. That's what belief really means. It means being persuaded by something. But if you're not convinced of something, if you don't find it persuasive, there's nothing you can choose or do to make yourself convinced of it. Think about something now that you don't believe, and now decide to start believing it. And you will immediately feel that you've hit a cognitive wall because you can't do it.
Yeah, my gears are grinding at the concept of God existing. Right, I just don't believe that claim in any way.
You just don't believe it. Now, that's not to say that you couldn't be convinced of it later. It might be that you have an experience or hear an argument which persuades you, and if that happens, then there'll be a shift in the configuration of your cognition such that you can then no longer help but believe it because you've become convinced. And once you become convinced, you can't stop the belief. So not being able to believe isn't a choice. Believing isn't a choice, because both of those processes are just things that happen to your brain rather than things you do. And therefore, belief overall isn't a choice. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I experienced this recently when I was talking to a friend of mine who told me that utilitarianism is the tool of white supremacists.
Oh,
and ouch. I was just like, like my brain did like a 30-second like work through, and then I realized, holy shit, she might be right. And it was a really profound moment in understanding how that philosophy has been co-opted, because essentially if you don't have value, then you shouldn't really be around. Like you're not adding value, then you shouldn't be around. And capitalism as well operates on the same principle. So it was just like that one moment of, it was like that 5-second, hang on, is that right? Because I used to be a massive utilitarianist, right? I used to, if you've got utility, you're adding value, you're making society better, then you have value. And if you don't, then what are we doing? And then I realized how pervasive that thinking can be.
Yeah.
And it's almost anti-humanist in the way that, hey, if you don't have, and then someone said to me, well, how do you define value? Irrelevant. It's irrelevant, right? It doesn't matter how you define value. If you're saying that someone doesn't have value, we shouldn't bother, then that's a really pervasive way of looking at the world,
I mean,
right?
without wanting to get too, well,
Yeah,
at
yeah,
all
yeah,
political, I would say
yeah.
that one can look at utilitarianism in a slightly broader way and just say, think about it as teleology, meaning that we just judge things based on their outcomes, and just say, well, if we want our outcome to, because utilitarianism doesn't have to entail just judging people by their value. Your
No,
aim that you're looking for could be just maximizing well-being and minimizing suffering, and then that reconfigures your utilitarianism into something uh, more compassionate and more altruistic and kinder. So
I agree, but in that context, that can still be perverted, I think, right?
it could,
Not from a
it could.
political perspective. You could argue that maximizing pleasure and minimizing um,
Pain.
pain or discomfort, or whatever word you want to use, that's perfectly fine. And that has always been my perspective. What about someone who can't do either, right? Because they sit in the like they might not be able to maximize or
Yeah,
minimize. Like they're just, what do we do then? And I'm not saying it's a knockdown argument. I'm not here to make the
sure.
argument for. It was just I had that moment
Yeah,
of wow, okay,
right.
and then I started to look at it a little bit more. I'm not saying I'm 100%. I'm not
Of course,
100% gone, because
I
you
hear
can't be
you.
100% about anything. But at that point, that was a very kind of light bulb knockdown moment, and I had that experience.
Well, what's
I
really
had that.
nice about that is what you're describing is a process of your mind trying to grapple with this concept and evaluate whether you find it on balance convincing or on balance not convincing. And
Yeah,
sometimes we can waver in the middle, right? We can be not completely sure. And we can,
yeah,
like, you can almost find it convincing in the morning and not in the afternoon. And that's okay. There are always going to be edge cases. There are always going to be situations where we're not completely sure entirely what we believe. And that condition of not being sure isn't a choice either. So all of
no,
these different states of belief, of either being firmly convicted of something, about something, or lacking the conviction, or really being genuinely unsure how you feel about it, they're all really just a process of your mind trying to figure out where you are on it, and then feeding that back to your awareness and going, okay, well, I feel indecisive, I'm not sure. And that indecision is something you learn about yourself rather than that you choose. You don't decide to be indecisive about it. You don't decide to say, I'm not really sure what I think. You just realize that you're not really sure what you think. And the reason why all of this is important, before I move on to Alex's call and
yeah,
let him in, the reason why this is all important is that we have these religious traditions like Islam and Christianity that preach the idea that if you don't believe the correct things, you deserve to be punished for that. And once we have a more nuanced, slightly more sophisticated understanding of what it actually means to believe something, and the degree to which we can modulate that by our own will, we realize that punishing it or rewarding it is morally idiotic. Because
oh yeah,
what are you supposed to
100%.
do? What are you
Yeah,
supposed to do?
I'm not. I think this is the thing. This is the. I'll leave you with this point because I think it's an interesting point. This is something that I don't think religious people understand, right? And during my angry atheist days, I would just label someone as like stupid or ignorant or moronic, right? When they were like, but like it makes sense, like it's just how it is. And for me, it always felt like there was a knowledge gap there. And I used to
Hmm.
say to them, "Hey, evolution's true. Like the world is 4.6 billion years old. There is no theistic evolution. You can't demonstrate your God. Like, what's the difference between them?" I don't think it is a knowledge thing. Like, I genuinely don't think it is a knowledge gap. I just think it's just what you've said, that when you're faced with something that challenges your belief, your intuition, your brain just automatically blocks your ability to take on board that information and understand the downstream implications.
Yeah, that
And I think,
can definitely be true. That can definitely be
yeah.
true.
So,
Yeah.
for example, when you present someone who believes in the biblical creation, and you explain to them that evolution is true, and they go, "Well, okay, maybe it could be true, but like it doesn't feel right." What they're actually expressing is, I don't understand. if I accept this, I don't necessarily understand the downstream implications of what I'm accepting, and therefore I can't really let go of this system that I have because it gives me purpose and value and drive, and I don't know how I would function without it. And that's
Yeah.
what happened in my head. Because like the reason I'm utilitarianist for ages is because that system worked for me, right? I understand the world in I have outputs, my outputs add value, I will be employed, I will continue to be, accepted in society.
Yeah.
And that is a hard thing to let go of, but ultimately if it's causing people around me harm, then I probably have to let go of it and try and push for a different system. I just don't
For
know what
sure.
that system is at this point. But I do appreciate the discussion, and
Sure.
hopefully you found it fruitful as well.
I did. Thank you for coming in. Come say hi
All
again.
right, John.
All right,
Take
buddy.
care. Carry on
All the
doing the
best.
great work. I do like listening to your lives. It's just I can't always come up and say hello. But thank you for
I'm
having me.
I'm grateful for having you. Thanks, my friend. All the best.
See you later. Bye.
Thanks. Okay, as promised, let's get Alex back in now. Hopefully, the platform will work and do what it says on the box. Because we wouldn't want to miss out on Alex's input. Alex, I'm trying to get you in. It's thinking about it again. It's weird. We have this sometimes. I have some guests who have to try 2 or 3 times to get in, and it doesn't have any rhyme or reason. It's still not bringing you in, Alex, but we're going to keep on trying. We will get you in. I have no idea why it's not. Yeah, you say you're trying. It's weird. Let's try once again. I'm gonna disconnect this one. Request up once more, Alex. We'll get this working. I've had this before. Very strange behaviour. While Alex is trying to get back in again, just a hello again to friends on YouTube. Nice to see you. Thank you very, very much for joining. I know that I promised participation on the YouTube side. I have not yet implemented this, but I am working on it, and my aim is to get that up this week. So I'm very much looking forward to taking guests from YouTube as well. Okay, Alex, try once again, my friend, because I still can't see you in the queue. I really, really want to get you in so you can have your say. But so far, I can't see you in the queue at all. Is it true that you need 1,000 followers to go live? I'm not sure if you need 1,000 followers to join a live. You need 1,000 followers to host one, but you don't need 1,000 followers to be a guest on a live. I take many guests who don't have 1,000, but I can't see you, Alex. I'm afraid. Yeah, that's strange. Really, really strange. Okay, well, again, I'm going to move on to the next guest, but if I see you back in the queue again, Alex, I'll try and get you in again. What can I say? We're going to go with Acoustic. Hey, Acoustic.
Mate.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, not so bad.
Good, welcome.
I just wanted to talk about the first topic you've got up there, saying no one chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
I grew up with my dad for the most part.
Yeah.
And for the whole time, I heard nothing from him but like pure disrespect on Christianity. Not even just disagreeing with it, but pure disrespect on it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, did he say why? Like, was he being disrespectful just to be contrarian, or was he being what you perceived as disrespectful and backing that up with a reason? Because a lot of people would say I'm disrespectful to Christianity, and I think I am, because I think some ideas deserve respect and some don't.
He's never really given me reasons for it. He's just said he thinks it's stupid. I know he's read the Bible and he's done his own research into it, but he hasn't really given me reason for not believing. And then when I started to look into it myself, I got a Bible off this guy from TikTok, and he was saying, "Get that out of my house," and all this sort of stuff. And yeah, and then I've done loads of research into Christianity and stuff. You'll have to forgive me. I've got really bad memory, so I'm going to be pretty bad at debating. But
it's okay.
I've come to my own conclusion that I do believe in God. I don't know what denomination I'd fall under, but I had something quite interesting last night. So I was getting really bad palpitations, yeah. And I said, Yahweh, can you please make it stop? If you don't know, Yahweh is God's true name, yeah?
I do.
So I said, Yahweh, can you make my palpitations stop? And
Right.
no word of a lie, and I swear this down on my whole family's life, instant stop.
Did he give them to you in the first place?
Give what? The palpitations?
Yeah.
No, I did that. Drinking monsters and various bad decisions through my life. God gave us free will, didn't he?
So
And what we do to our bodies is what happens to our bodies.
the reason why I don't take these kind of claims of personal testimony seriously is that if you're going to be fair in talking about this stuff, you have to apply the same standard to everyone. Agreed? Like
Yes.
it wouldn't make sense for me to treat Christian claims differently to how I treat the claims of other religions. You have to sort of decide how you're going to address a claim or an issue, and then apply that standard fairly to everyone. So if I do that, let's say I take your story as powerful evidence of God intervening in the world, that you had heart palpitations, and most heart palpitations stop by themselves, by the way. But you had heart palpitations, and you asked God to make your heart palpitations stop, and then they stopped. If that counts as evidence, then I'm also obligated to count as evidence the Hindu who prayed to Ganesh to stop their heart palpitations, and then they stopped, and the Muslim who prayed to Allah to stop his heart palpitations, and the Scientologist who had their heart palpitations completely stopped by practicing Scientology, and I could list another 20 religions, right? They all have to count as evidence too. And so they all kind of cancel each other out. And the sensible thing is to say, is there something else going on here? Is there something going on where in human psychology, when we feel that we're speaking to God, that calms us in some way, and that helps us to stop heart palpitations? Don't you think that's a more elegant way of explaining your experience than to say there's a magic person somewhere in the sky who oversaw the commencement of my heart palpitations, didn't stop them happening until I informed him I didn't want them anymore, and then decided to stop them, even though he would have known anyway?
I'm not sure. I think there's no such thing as proof for God. There's a lot of things that would heavily suggest it to me, but I think it's down to the person really. There's different things that would prove it to different people in their own minds, if you know what I mean. Like,
what do you think? What do you think the best proof is? Give me the one that makes you go, yeah, this is the dog's proof. This is the one. What's the best?
If you met Jesus.
No, but I'm asking you what you think the best proof. Not what it would be. The one that you have already. You say there's lots of things that you think are proof of God. What is the biggest proof for you?
I don't think for me that there's any one big proof. I think it's a collection of things.
Right.
If you know with this Jeffrey Epstein stuff going on at the minute.
We're not going to talk about that here because I don't want to get my live banned. So we stay away from anything political or kind of like that. It's just not worth it.
Right.
But what would you say is the most compelling evidence that this God of the Bible exists? Because I can't see any.
I mean, I don't know. It just makes sense to me. It seems obvious to me, and it never did before. I wouldn't have like any big piece of evidence, you know.
Right. Okay. And do you think that the God of the Bible is good?
I wouldn't say he's good in our eyes, but I think a lot of things happen for a reason, and I think not everything that happens would be caused by God, because there's God and the devil. God allows the devil to do bad things to people.
Why?
To test their faith.
Why?
To see if they remain good people.
But
so he
hang on a
knows
minute.
if
Do you
they
think
deserve
God?
to
Do you
go
think
into
God
heaven.
is all knowing?
Yeah.
Do all knowing beings need to do tests and find out stuff that they don't know? Tests are things that are done by people who aren't all knowing in order to increase the amount of knowledge they have, right?
Well, all knowing in the sense that I mean it doesn't mean what you're thinking.
All knowing means that you know all things, and there's no knowledge you don't have. So is there knowledge that God doesn't have?
Right. I can't answer that question straight away, right? God gave us free will, so we've got our own choices. Yeah. So
That's a different
whatever
subject.
we do
That's a
will
different
always
subject.
change.
No, that's a different. Don't pivot. I ask a question about God's knowledge.
This is how I'm answering the question.
No, but you're talking about free will. Our free will has got nothing to do with God's knowledge. This is a yes. This really is a yes no. Are there facts about reality that God doesn't know?
Most likely, yeah.
So he's not all knowing.
Well, see, that's a sticky one, isn't it?
It's not sticky. It's just logic. He either knows everything or he doesn't.
Well, I think he knows all that can be known, but you can't really know the future, can you?
Well, if you're all knowing, you can.
I don't think so.
A lot of your fellow Christians would disagree with you and would say that God knew everything that would happen, that he lived outside of space and time, and that everything that's ever going to happen is contained within the set of facts that God knows, would be a very commonly held view within your faith. You're entitled to not hold that view, of course. So you think that God just doesn't know what's coming up and he just lives life more like a human, sort of seeing what happens day to day and then reacting to it in the moment because he just couldn't see it coming.
He must do because we have free will.
Right. Okay. Well, that's a very limited God. That's interesting. So you have quite an unusual and idiosyncratic view of God, which is much more limited in power than many of your fellow Christians.
Well, because he must not know absolutely everything because we have free will. How would he be all knowing but we have free will?
Well,
if
I was
can change at any moment.
Well, I agree with you. If I was a Christian, I would say we have free will because God gave it to us, but he knew what we were going to do with the free will because it's all part of his plan.
I don't know if that's possible though. If he could know absolutely everything.
I personally think it's bullshit, but that's what people would say or might say. Yeah. Okay. So God doesn't know everything. And he gave us free will, not knowing what we were going to do with it. He had no idea. He sort of just said, there you go, humans, have free will. And then he sort of lives life day by day, keeping an eye on things to see what we do with it. Is that your view of things?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. I think that might be called open theism, where he is limited in his own knowledge. And is he infinitely powerful? Can he do anything he wants to?
Well, he must not. Because obviously the man I mentioned earlier, he's allowed that to happen, but I don't think he should have. So there's a possibility that he's not all powerful. I think the Bible has been the Bible isn't just the word of God, is it? A lot of people have written the books and stuff, and there's books that have been taken out and there's books that have been put in, and a lot of things have been changed. I don't think the Bible's right. I think we need to find out for ourselves, really.
Right. So it sounds to me like you have a very individualistic view of your faith, which to a certain extent I really admire. I mean, I think I'm not entirely sure how you decide what bits to keep in and what bits to not keep in, because a lot of your views are not really biblical and don't really hold together with sort of certainly mainstream Christian doctrine. So it sounds to me like you've kind of carved out your own personal interpretation, which I think is fine. And the God you're defending is actually harder to kind of knock down in a way than people who claim that God is all knowing and all powerful, because that position has entailments which are ludicrous. Whereas if you're saying God is quite powerful, but not all powerful. He can do most things, but not all things. He knows a lot of things, but there's lots of things he doesn't know as well. Then that's a sort of much smaller God than the one that some people believe in, but in a way, not so easily disprovable. But I would still say that something not being disprovable isn't a reason to believe it. What's the reason for actually believing it?
I don't know, to be honest with you, but it's just the conclusion I've came to after watching loads of stuff, reading loads of stuff, just looking into it myself, really. And last night really strengthened it for me, to be honest. I had my missus like rubbing my chest and that, trying to comfort me and stuff, and it weren't stopping. And as soon as I said that, it was instant, and I can't explain that.
Nothing to do with the love of your wife calming you down and helping you to feel better?
No, because that wasn't helping.
Maybe it just took a bit of time. I don't know. It's like
No, but the thing is,
it's a
if the
logical fallacy
palpitations
to say that event A happened and then event B happened and therefore event B was caused by event A, right? That is a logical fallacy. All we can say is that those two things happened in sequence. It doesn't necessarily mean that one caused the other. So it could be the case that, you know, to me, the most parsimonious explanation is that
I'm going to have to go because my girlfriend's calling.
got you. Okay, well, we'll leave it there. But thanks for jumping on. And
I have enjoyed the talk, though.
me too. Feel free to come back and
Yeah,
say
man.
hi again another time. Thanks, buddy. All the
All
best.
right, see you later, pal.
Thanks. Bye bye. Yeah, interesting. So that's a pretty small God he believes in. I can imagine some of my Christian friends shaking their heads and going, "No, he hasn't got the measure of God at all. My God is much more powerful than that." Okay, third time lucky to get Alex in. Trying to bring Alex in now. I'm crossing everything for you. Trying and trying. If there's any theists here, invoke Matthew 21:22 immediately and pray to God to get Alex into my life, because I want to speak to Alex and my own endeavors are not making this happen. So we might need some holy help here. It doesn't seem like it's worth working. Alex, you're going to have to write me a letter in the mail. This is clearly the only thing that's going to work, is rely on the postal service, because the internet's not doing it for us today with you. I don't know why, my friend. It's sad that it's not meant to be, Alex, because I wanted to speak to you, and this is the third time trying. But one thing you could try is, I don't know if you have already, is quit the app and restart the app and then try again. That would be another thing to try doing. But okay, we are going to move on. Sadly, without Alex for the moment, but the door is open for you, my friend. Let's try and get you in if we can. Okay, I'm going to bring in La Gabby. La Gabby is next in the queue.
Hey there, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. I'm sorry, can you hear me okay? My earbud, I'm
We
at
got
work,
you.
so I just have an earbud in.
You sound great.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I just kind of want to understand because your perspective is very like I very much align with it. Like God is not morally good, and I really agree because especially with I won't get into specifics like that guy was trying to say earlier, but if God was morally good, I think he would do something for the pain and suffering of his children, right? So I feel like what would it for you like, do you just not believe in God? Like, are you agnostic or atheist? I just sort of want to see the
Both of
framework.
the above. I'm agnostic and atheist. Have you heard about how that can work?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like basically if you're presented with evidence, you're willing to change your mind.
I mean, we should all adopt that, right? Anyone who says if I'm presented with evidence, I'm not willing to change my mind is definitionally taking an unreasonable position. So we should all be willing to change our minds about everything. But to just clarify this thing, so some people think that there's a spectrum of belief with theism at one end, atheism at the other end, and agnosticism in the middle. A lot of people think this, and it's completely wrong. That's not how it works at all. So you either think there's a God or you don't think there's a God. If you believe there's a God, you're a theist. If you don't believe there's a God, you're not a theist. And another word we have for not being a theist is atheist. What agnostic means is got actually nothing to do with what you believe. Agnostic just means that wherever you are on that spectrum, you're not making a claim of knowledge. In other words, you can be an agnostic theist, which means you believe in a God, but you're not claiming to know it. Or you could be a Gnostic theist, which means you believe in a God and you're saying that you count your belief as knowledge. You're saying, I don't just believe in a God, I know there's a God. I consider it to be knowledge. Or you could be, as I am, an agnostic atheist, which means I'm one of the people who doesn't have a belief in a God. Therefore, definitionally, I'm an atheist. But do I say I know there's no God? Do I count it as knowledge? No. I don't claim to know there's no God, and therefore I'm agnostic about it. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
especially I just wanted to know like your input on, because I know this is my first time on your channel. I just followed you.
Thanks.
But of course, but when it comes to it seems like you focus a lot on like the rigid Christianity. I grew up as a evangelical like Christian in a cult.
Yeah.
So I broken out of that, fortunately. But I've explored a lot about the occult and a lot about, for example, like there's the Bible, of course, but when it comes to the Apocrypha, I just basically wanted to know your thoughts on the hidden books of the Bible, the occult, etc. Like, is that sort of like you have the same view on that?
Yeah, I'm not well studied on the Apocrypha. I do know what the Apocrypha are. Um,
Hmm.
I just think that we should come to all claims with you could say, a skeptical mindset. Now, skepticism doesn't mean cynicism. It doesn't mean believing beforehand that you're going to reject everything. It just means
Hmm.
have a standard of evidence, have a standard of reason and logic and rationality that you apply to everything across the board. So the way I think about Christian claims is the same way I think about Muslim claims, is the same way I think about Jewish claims, is the same way I think about alien abduction claims and Bigfoot claims and claims of
Hmm.
homeopathy and claims of fairies at the bottom of the garden. They might all be true or false. I don't know for sure, but I just like try to use critical thinking as best I can to consider the evidence and think about it carefully and try to allow for my own biases and be aware of my own biases and try to be fair in the way I evaluate evidence. And then I just try to go where the evidence leads. So, to address your question about the occult, I've never seen any evidence that any of that stuff is anything more than sort of fantasy, right? So people will talk about
Hmm.
spirits or demons or Ouija boards or, you know, things like that. I've not seen any convincing evidence for anything like that. To me, it's all kind of role play and make believe and fantasy, and there's a role for that, right? There's a role for storytelling. There's a role for kind of it's like adult Dungeons and Dragons. I think about it a bit like that.
Oh, okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I totally understand what you mean. I guess that was like my main questions because I was basically just gonna ask like, oh shoot, it's like on the tip of my, the tip of my tongue. My question. I was just sort of thinking about what you were saying, and it makes a lot of sense. Um, but basically, when it comes to the claims of the occult, like when it comes to, for example, something like, let's say, astral projection, like something that millions and millions of people claim to experience.
Mm.
When it, because I know you asked like the previous guy, like that's like, you basically said like that's your objective experience, but you asked him questions that were part of critical thinking. But when it comes to like millions and millions of people throughout a span of centuries saying like I can exit my body and I can
Mm.
explore like the astral realm.
Mm.
What do you think about claims like that? That's like a widespread phenomena.
Yeah, I think that the number of people who say something or believe something isn't necessarily evidence for it, because if you'd asked people at a certain point in history what shape the world is, everyone would have told you, well, it's obviously flat, right? Obviously, it's flat, and
Right.
it probably has a a metal dome, sorry, over the top of it, and that's obvious. And if you'd asked people not that long ago what caused weather, they would have said, well, it's obviously gods, and failed crops are obviously angry gods, and illnesses are obviously punishments for transgressions and stuff. So the number of people who believe a claim isn't evidence for the claim. The evidence for the claim is whether it stands up to critical thinking. And when you apply basic standards of skepticism to claims like astral projection, it crumbles into dust. There's a zero evidence for it. There's evidence for lots of people talking about it. Where's the evidence that an astral plane exists? What does that even mean? If we can say it, then we should be able to demonstrate it. And if we can't demonstrate it, I think it might have been Christopher Hitchens who said that which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. In other words, if somebody tells me there's this plane, there's this other realm of reality, we have no evidence for it and no way of detecting it, but trust me, bro, it's there, then I'm entitled to
Hmm.
say, well, until you can come back with a bit more than that, I'm entitled to reserve judgment and say, well, you haven't demonstrated that at all, so I'm going to proceed on the assumption that that's probably at a minimum unproven and more likely not true. And then in terms of the experiences of all the people who have done this and said this, there have been studies that have been done and proper research under controlled conditions into claims that people have that they can move around, right? That they can exit their bodies and, astrally project. And what's amazing is the moment you control the conditions to account for self-deception or, I won't say cheating, but just the moment you control the conditions to account for these things, the effects always evaporate and vanish. Do you know who James Randi was? Have you heard the name James Randi?
No, I don't.
He was a fantastic man. I was lucky enough to meet him and in fact work with him on something a few years ago. He was a very famous magician and escape artist in America. I think during the 50s. He lived a while ago. He died a few years ago in his, I think, late 80s, and he became very famous for basically sort of debunking things because he had a background in magic and deception. He was able to sort of detect deception even when other researchers couldn't. So one of his most famous things was there's an Israeli guy called Uri Geller who used to claim that he could bend objects with his mind, and he managed to fool 2 Stanford PhDs into writing a research paper validating his claims and saying that he could do this. James Randi came in and said, "Look, you guys you're not doing this right. You're treating this like it's a physics experiment. You have to also control for the possibility of cheating here." And the moment they put controls in place where Geller couldn't do he basically just did it with simple tricks. The moment he couldn't do the simple tricks, suddenly he couldn't bend the objects anymore. And so these effects like astral projection and ESP and stuff, they evaporate the moment you remove the possibility for self-deception or cheating. One of the things James Randi did was he set up a foundation. He was gifted some money by a philanthropist, and he had $1 million on offer for anyone who could demonstrate any kind of paranormal ability or claim at all. All they had to do was demonstrate it and they could get the $1 million. And this offer was, I think it might even still be in place now. If you look up JREF, which is the James Randi Educational Foundation, put in JREF offer or challenge or something like that, or $1 million, you can read about it. No one has ever come close to winning the money. And the way this thing is set up is super fair. So people who would apply for the $1 million challenge, they would have a discussion about what a fair way to test their claim is. The first thing would be like, what is it you claim to do? I can douse for water, or I can move objects with my mind, or whatever the thing is. So they would say, okay, well, here's a fair way of testing this, and everyone would agree on what passing looks like and failing looks like. And then they would appoint an independent third party to actually do the testing. So no one could say that there was any shenanigans there. And no one ever came close. No one even got through they would have a sort of preliminary thing to see right at the beginning, can you actually do the thing you say you can do? No one ever even got through that. In decades, no one came close.
Wow.
So I think if there were things like astral projection and being able to leave the body and stuff like that, we would know about it by now, but it's just make-believe.
So may I ask, when it comes specifically to like basically psychic abilities and astral projection, things that theoretically, in these by the claims made by people that you can't really see them with your physical eye, can you explain like what would be like the controls of that? Like, would it be something where you would have to record it, or you would like how would you be able to prove that?
Well, so for example, there are people who can do the thing where you draw a picture and then they draw the same picture, and most professional stage mentalists, which is a branch of performance magic, can do this thing, and they use various techniques of cheating. And basically, all you do is you just say, okay, well, let's just set up a situation where the techniques they use for cheating are not possible, and suddenly they can't do it anymore. The people who claim to do it. Another example would be sometimes if you go to say, a psychic, and the psychic will tell you things about yourself that you think they couldn't
Right.
possibly know. Well, the psychic is using a technique called cold reading, where it's basically a linguistic technique, which people who don't know about it fall prey to it because it's very persuasive. I'll give you an example. They might say, I'm speaking to, I've got the spirit of your grandmother here," and they'll say something like, "Did she get on well? Did she get on well with her sister?" And
Oh.
then you'll say, "No," right? And then they'll immediately say, "Yeah, because she's saying that she's very distressed about her sister." And then the person will come away from that going, "The psychic knew that my grandmother didn't get on well with her sister." But if you look at what actually
Oh.
happened there, she said, "Did she get on well with her sister?" If the person had said yes, the psychic would have said, "Yeah, because she's telling me how much she loved her sister." And the person would come away saying,
Right.
"She knew how much she loved her sister." Right? So that's so simple and
Yeah.
stupid, but but it's actually really effective.
Yeah,
And
that
there are
is.
lots of techniques like that. So when you then control for that by saying, "Okay, give me a reading, and I'm not going to feed back to you with little tidbits of confirmation or disconfirmation so you can steer the conversation in a way that makes it look like you know." If you don't do that, I've done this before with psychics where I've been to like spiritualists and stuff, and they'll do the thing where they'll say something like, I'm feeling that your family member was very into creative things," and they look at me for whether I'm going to say yes or not sure or something like that, and I just look at them and don't say anything. They're waiting for me to give them the bit they need to move on, and I just don't. And you can see them start to get nervous, and then they'll try something else, another little bit of information fishing, and I won't say anything. I haven't done this for years, but I did it a few years ago. And when you do
Okay.
that, suddenly they don't have any abilities at all anymore. They evaporate because what was actually going on wasn't magic, it wasn't mind reading, it wasn't spirits, it was just language tricks. And this is the same for all of these things. The effects evaporate once you understand how they're being done and control the conditions so those things can't be done anymore. Suddenly the effect evaporates. And what they sometimes say is they say things like, "Well, my powers disappear in the presence of skepticism. If you're coming in with negative vibes and
Oh, of
skepticism,
course.
then my powers disappear." But the funny thing is, that's a testable claim too, because you could turn up and not let them know that you're there. They should be able to detect then if there's a skeptic in the audience or someone noting down the hits and misses and being very dispassionate about it. They should suddenly realize that their powers have disappeared, and they should be able to tell on any given performance night when there are skeptics in the audience and when there aren't. And of course they can't. So it's all a bit
Yes, of
silly.
course.
And the point is just that there's always going to be better explanations. I can recommend a really good book if you'd like something to read. I don't know if you're a reader. Um,
Yeah.
there's a wonderful, wonderful book which I always recommend on this channel called The Demon Haunted World: Science as a Candle
Okay.
in the Dark, and it's by Carl Sagan,
Oh, I
Sagan.
love Carl Sagan. I haven't
Who?
read that book, but
Ah,
yeah, I love Carl Sagan. I've watched a
well,
lot of videos about him.
he's a wonderful writer. He was a fantastic TV presenter and documentary presenter. He
Yeah.
presented Cosmos in the 80s, but he is an even more gifted writer than presenter. And that book really changed my life. It really was one of the first books I read on how to think about thinking and how to get better in our thinking and how to protect ourselves from being duped by ideas and how to protect ourselves from falling prey to our own faulty thinking. I really recommend it. It's a beautiful book. It's written with so much heart and humor and warmth. It's not a sort of not polemical. It's not complaining or banging the table. Yeah, I really recommend that.
Right.
So, Demon Haunted World, Carl
Wonderful.
Sagan. I think that
Yeah.
will really help with some of your thinking
I
about this
think
stuff.
I would really like that book. Yeah. I'm
Good.
sorry. I know I've taken up a lot of time. I just have like one last question.
Sure.
Um, so what is your perspective when it comes to a spirituality that's not necessarily theistic, like Buddhism? Because I'm very familiar with Buddhism and Eastern Asian religions or practices. I should say they're not really religions. Um, at least not like, like Christianity. Like it's like, oh, you have to worship this God or else he's gonna, strike you with lightning.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the self the concept of the self. Like, what is your perspective on that, and do you think it's beneficial to people?
Yeah, great question. So I do think that there can be wisdom, there can be real nuggets of wisdom in traditions, even if we don't take them like lock, stock, and barrel. So like we, if you look at like the Eastern traditions, which we'll talk about, uh, meditation, for example, being a really core part of the practice, and we know that there are lots of benefits to derive from meditative practice and from learning how to control your attention and learning how to be mindful and learning how to be sort of in the moment without wanting to sound kind of new agey. Just be present in the
No,
moment.
right.
There's lots of truth in that stuff, even if you don't necessarily accept, you know, ideas about some of the more sort of religious aspects of those traditions. You can
Right.
still find wisdom in them. Um, yeah, so I don't think of myself as spiritual in any way that most people would understand spiritual to
Mhm.
mean. Um, but I definitely think that there's a lot of wisdom in those Eastern traditions, uh, in terms of teaching, acceptance and being in the moment and being mindful. And there's a lot we can all learn from those things.
I definitely agree. Yeah, I took a class on Eastern religion in college right last semester, and it was just really really interesting because a lot of the other students, like, of course, like, I live in a Christian majority country,
Yeah.
unfortunately, but
Sorry about that.
it's just very no, it's okay. No, I mean, we live in a Christian majority world. I mean, like,
Yeah.
it's like unavoidable,
Depending on where
but
you
it's
are. Yeah.
like and they're not bad. I'm not saying like, oh, they're bad people because they're Christian.
Yeah.
Obviously
Of
not.
course.
It's
Of course.
just a lot of their sentiments are like, oh, I don't understand this, therefore it's demonic. And it's like, I don't know, it's very frustrating, and that's why, like, I veer a lot towards like mindfulness and like meditation, because it's something that is so, like, not really spoken about, and you don't really see like Buddhists preaching and going to knock on people's doors.
Mm.
So yeah, but no, thank you so much for your
Sure.
perspective. I really
Of
appreciate it.
course. Oh, lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming up.
Same
Take it
to
easy.
you. Have a good night.
And you. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye.
It's going to be a while before I have a good night. It's just gone midday where I am right now. Okay, we are going to bring in Spirit Harmony. We got Democracy Mama in the chat, waiting to come in the queue, and no degrees required, and PhD free. So a few in the queue. We'll get you all in. So thank you very much for waiting. Hey
Hello.
Spirit. Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Very good. How are
Can
you?
you hear me? Can you hear me good?
We got you just fine.
I just wanted to ask a question. It's kind of dealing with psychology and
Sure.
the brain.
Yeah.
Being that your eyes really don't see what you think you see, is the brain telling you that you see this. Um, I wonder, how does belief come into play with that?
Yeah. Are you talking about like the connection between belief and perception?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So all our senses are constantly feeding information to our brain, via our nervous system, right? So our eyes, our ears, our smell, all the time, our bodies are taking in information, and then the brain's job is to kind of filter that information. It can't deal with it all, right? Have you ever had that thing where you're in a crowded room, say a party, and there's like 10 conversations going on in the room, and you're listening to the person in front of you, and then someone at the other side of the room says your name, and suddenly you hear them, and suddenly your attention switches in that moment from where you are and the person in front of you to someone who's just said your name on the other side of the room, even though you weren't listening to that conversation. What's happening there is your brain is taking in all the sounds around you, but your brain is sort of set up to be efficient in the way it processes information, and it wants to basically give you, I say it wants to, it's evolved to give you the information which is going to be most salient for you in that moment. Because if you imagine our ancestors sort of hunting for prey, on the savannah, they didn't need to be distracted by the sounds of the water running in the stream over there, and the smell of the bushes over there, and that they wanted to be focused on the task at hand, which is hunt for the prey, find the prey, or escape the animal that's trying to chase them. So our brains have evolved to be quite good at filtering out the information we don't need in favor of the information we do need. So we got this constant stream of information coming from our eyes, from our ears, from all our senses, and then our brain has to try and figure out what's useful. But as you say, we don't actually experience anything directly. All we experience are the signals that our sense organs send us. I think the term for that might have been the veil of the senses, meaning that there's almost like, imagine a sort of veil in front of you, which separates you from the actual world. Because the only way you can engage with the actual world is, well, if you're engaging with the world by looking, then all you're really engaging with are the signals that these organs in the front of your head are sending your brain via the optic nerves. If you're engaging with the world through smell, you're not actually engaging with the world. You're actually just, your brain is experiencing the signals that your olfactory system is sending the brain through those nerves, and etc. etc. So that's how I understand the connection. I hope I've answered your question. I'm not sure if I have. Is that useful at all?
Yes, that was very useful. And I also have the question. People say that, okay, the thing, I don't know if it's the same, but people say that, like your thing says, that nobody has the choice in what they believe. So So are we separating the belief and the behavior? Because I do know behavior is separate from belief. So,
Yeah.
and I think, and to my point, I feel like belief is dangerous because, like, for instance, with the Christians or whatever, or religion, they believe in child sacrifices, correct? So, like, what I'm saying is, like, is belief dangerous? Should it exist in a way, being that it could be? I know it could be good in a way because it leads to, belief leads to new possibilities and things of sort when you do the extra work to figure out if your belief is truth or not. But I find that it's pretty dangerous when you say that. I don't know. I'm trying to make it where you can understand what I'm trying to say, but I find it dangerous to say that belief isn't a choice unless we're separating the belief from the behavior.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I think that you might be reacting to the idea that me saying nobody chooses what they believe creates a permission structure for bad behavior. It's like I'm letting people off the hook for doing bad things, and I'm not. So
Yes,
I,
yes.
I
I'm
hear
sorry,
you.
but
No,
yes,
no,
that's what I was getting.
I
Yes.
totally understand where you're coming from. I totally understand why you would say that, and you're right to say it. But I think I can clarify it for you in a way that makes sense. So the way we judge each other and the way we hold each other accountable is for our actions, for what we do, for how we treat each other, for what we put out into the world, and that has to be the sort of the focus of our sort of morality in a way, right? So there's a moral calculation that we do based on how people act. But it doesn't make sense to do a moral calculation based on what somebody finds convincing, because what somebody finds convincing they can't help. If somebody has a horrible view, let's say someone has got racist views, I hate the fact that they have, and I think that those views are dangerous and damaging, and everybody deserves to be protected from that person's racist views, right? And that person should potentially pay a reputational price if their racist views start impacting other people, even in a minor way, even just through what they say. You start saying racist things and hurting people and discriminating against people, well then those people deserve to be protected from your horrible views. And we can judge those views and we can condemn them and we can even punish the actions they lead to. But what we can't do is pretend that the person had those views because they chose to have them. We need to recognize the fact that they have those views because they were convinced by them. And just being honest about that is where this starts. So it starts with an understanding
Okay.
that in a way, it allows me to be a bit more compassionate about people whose views I hate. Even if I think they're terrible people with horrible views, at least I can sort of engage more authentically with understanding. Well, they believe that because they were taught it by their parents, or they believe that because they were indoctrinated into a cult and they were brainwashed. And I can absolutely condemn the views, and at the same time understand that person, in a way, kind of, they didn't choose to be convinced by it, they just were convinced by it. I don't know if you follow me on YouTube, but I actually did a video about specifically this topic yesterday on YouTube. If you look me up on YouTube, it's John Cohen Official on YouTube. I literally did a video about this last night, about saying, like, how do we, basically saying, if belief isn't chosen, how can we judge harmful beliefs, and how can we judge the harmful actions that come from them? And I spelled it out pretty clearly on there. So if that's of interest to you, you might want to look that up.
Okay, pretty interesting. Now I got one more question.
Okay.
I hope this not too far off, but if you are convinced to believe something, wouldn't that be you making a choice to believe that?
Yeah, it sounds like it, doesn't it? But it's really about what we mean by the term making a choice. So
So I guess I think I get your point. So if there's not any evidence to believe anything else, you're forced to kind of go with what your brain can register at that moment.
yeah, so imagine if you looked at two objects and one of them was clearly larger than the other one, and somebody said to you, which object is larger? You wouldn't choose to believe that the larger one was larger. You would just be forced to believe it because your senses, to bring it back to your first question, would be feeding you the information, your brain would be evaluating it, and if you tried to believe that the larger object was smaller, your brain would go, I'm not having that, and your brain would know that's BS, right? You just wouldn't be able to. And that's the same with all beliefs. So it's about really understanding that a belief is something that happens to your brain. It's not something that you do. It just happens to your brain, and that's why there's no choosing involved. And the reason why it sometimes sounds like what I'm saying is the talk of a crazy person is because people mistake the word choosing for the idea of evaluating. So it's still your brain which is evaluating the belief. It's still your brain which is making the judgment. It's just that you are not in control of what the outcome of that judgment is. You either feel persuaded or you don't. So if I said to you right now, if I said to you right now, I've got a rabbit in my pocket, you probably wouldn't believe me. You may not be willing to bet your life that I don't, but I'm going to say on balance, you would say he doesn't have a rabbit in his pocket. You'd probably be willing to bet a fair amount that I didn't. But if I then literally pulled one out and showed you one, then in that moment, your ability to believe that I didn't have a rabbit would evaporate. You would no longer be able to believe that because you would be convinced that I did have one, and therefore your ability to believe I didn't would disappear. Does that make sense? It's not really a choice. It's more like a perception.
Yes. Thank you for having me. You
Sure.
pretty much answered my questions and all the other topics. I totally agree on that. I just was a little skeptical with the not being able to choose your beliefs.
Sure.
But everything else I agree with. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. You've been lovely. Come back and say hi again sometime. All the best. Thanks. And welcome in to Sean. How you doing, buddy?
Thank you. How you doing?
Very well indeed. Thanks for
How
coming up. It's all good.
how has the live been so far?
It's been lovely. Yeah. The
Good.
daytime lives are a different vibe. I did see Bible Baby popped into the queue for a moment, and then disappeared, which could
Okay.
either be a blessing or not. I don't know. I just wanted to address a comment. This is actually from a way back. It was in the YouTube chat. Nid E said, if God isn't all knowing, he can't make valid prophecies. And I understand why you would say that, but it is conceivable that a God could not be all knowing and still make a valid prophecy. So it could be the
Yeah, of
case
course.
that because I was having one of my guests earlier proposed a God who wasn't all knowing.
Mm,
So it could be the case that God doesn't know everything; he just knows quite a lot. And one of the things he
right.
knows is what's going to happen, even if he doesn't know everything. So being all knowing isn't a a requirement for being able to make prophecies. But if a God is all-knowing, then definitionally he would also know what's coming in the future. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
I totally agree with that.
Okay, so we can bring in Democracy Mama, and then we've got PhD after that, and we've got Hassan again. It's lovely, always nice to see Hassan. Hello, how are you, Democracy?
Yes, hello. Thank you for
Hi,
having me up.
nice to speak to you.
Yeah, I just had, I happened upon your TikTok profile, and you made a comment that if Jesus rocked up, he would probably be hated by many Christians for being so woke.
Certainly in America, they would take his commandments just to sort of share what you have and give to the poor and give stuff away as being very
Welcome
lefty.
the foreigner. Yeah.
Welcome the foreigner, all of that stuff. They wouldn't be feeling that.
Yeah. So I was deep in the evangelical movement to the point that I was a missionary. So I know the Bible inside out, and I know the dogma inside out. And sometimes I just it's a real stretch for my brain. I go back over things. Why did I believe that? What has happened? Because there is such a divide at the moment where what is bleedingly obvious and right and true and trustworthy to some of us, on the other side, there's people who are believing stuff that seems so ridiculous and outrageous, but they believe it with religious fervor. And it's like, I'm trying to understand how the faith that I grew up with has become so disrupted and so warped and so weaponized, and has become something that is just a tool of cruelty.
Yeah.
That people that I went to church with and did good things with, and like my sort of impulse at the time was, I grew up like reading stories about these people who would go and they would provide education and healthcare and sink wells, and improve water systems and irrigation systems, and it was a sense of like, we have nice things, we want everyone to have nice things, we want to share. And which is not saying that Christianity didn't do some shitty imperialism and some really bad things, and there was always this underbelly of white saviorism and supremacy, which I acknowledge was extremely harmful. But there were also good people who were simply trying to ease human suffering and get things shared around a little bit more fairly. So there was some altruism in the actions of Christians. I think about particularly the social reformers, the people that wanted prison reform, the abolitionists, the ones that were trying to end child labour. Around the time, during the 1800s, particularly in Britain, there were a number of quite active Christians who were trying to improve the social condition, and so they were driven by a sense of social justice, and that came out of their understanding of the Bible. They would, the front and centre in their minds was things like the Micah challenge, do justly, love mercy, walk humbly with your God. This is what God requires of you. Love your neighbour as yourself. So somehow that has become politically hijacked and warped into a thing of cruelty. So like I mentioned before, I'm fairly familiar with the Bible, and there's one part that says, by their fruit you'll know them. And so when I look at the fruit of evangelical Christianity, I am horrified. And these are my co-religionists. Okay, they're supposed to know that you tell a tree by its fruit. So they should be able to look and see whatever it is that we're doing, its fruits are rampant clergy schmex abuse, homophobia, cruelty towards immigrants and foreigners, white supremacy, racism, political corruption, financial greed, financial corruption, the worship of the powerful, the contempt of the poor, the vulnerable, the oppressed, and the needy. What the F man.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. There's one thing
our
I
own
gently push back on,
teaching.
though. I just want to push back on
Yes,
one thing
sure.
which does bear saying, that although there
Yes,
were kind-hearted Christians who were involved in social reform and pushing for
yes,
social justice, if you
yeah,
look at something like um, the Southern Baptist Convention, which was the largest group of Christians that all got together to try and
yeah,
maintain the slavery, and they
yeah,
used the Bible as
yes.
theological justification for doing that. So it wasn't entirely just that Christianity produced all of these
Benevolent.
kind-hearted people. We need to consider both
Exactly.
sides of that coin too.
Yes, I 100% absolutely agree. I wonder if you may have come across the work of a guy, I think his name is John Collins, and it's the William Branham Research Center. He's on YouTube. And he was in a cult that followed William Branham, who's basically considered to be like the forefather of the entire sort of like evangelical movement as we know it today. And yeah, I feel like you and he would get along. I think that you would. His research is very thorough.
What's his
And so
name again?
what?
I'll just note it down.
Yes, John Collins, the William Branham Research Center. Yeah.
William
So
Branham, did you say?
William Branham, yeah, who was sort of like he's considered a general of the faith,
Okay,
the sort of the latter rain, charismatic,
thanks.
Pentecostal, evangelical movement that you know today,
Great.
which is what I was really immersed in. And I guess like the reason I wanted to talk to you, John, and I just appreciate your work so much, is because I'm somebody who was all in. I was a true believer. I really had this that my faith provided me with a community and a purpose and a sense of mission. It was very, very life enriching, and I experienced it as good until it wasn't. And the
Right.
first thing, the first sort of domino to fall was the sexism. So here I was on fire for Jesus, trying to live for God, and my whole purpose was I just wanted to love God and love people and do good in the world and make the world a better place, not just for me, but for everyone and anyone. I didn't care if they had a similar faith to me or not. And I thought everybody thought that way. I thought all my fellow Christians felt that way. I did
Right.
not see. It took me so long to figure out that there was an underbelly of control and coercion and a lust for power, a desire for supremacy, a desire to assert ourselves over others, and a terrible othering. So somebody else like mentioned earlier the stuff about like if they don't understand something, they just think it's demonic. There is something like in the desire to live for Christ and to be a righteous person and to have fear of the Lord and to do the right things in order to honor God.
Yeah.
There is this terrible othering which leads to this us versus them.
Totally.
We are the godly, you are the worldly, we are the saved,
The idea
they
that
are the
being
lost.
in the world is bad. I mean, what a disgusting idea. Like
Be
we
in the
live
world but not of the world.
right, but don't be of the world. Like it to me that's horrible. So every human life to me is like a gift, and I don't mean that in a sort of twee greeting card way. I just mean like the odds of any one of us existing are vanishingly small. We all won the lottery of having been conceived, right? We're all very lucky to be here, and if we're lucky we get to live some fixed number of a human lifespan. It's sobering when you see the average human lifespan is this many months, is not that many, right? And for me every moment is precious, and the idea of being told that the best thing that's ever going to happen to me is actually going to be when I die, right? That every experience I have during my life is as dirty rags compared to what's going to happen afterwards, and that being of the world is a bad thing. I think that's a horrible preachment, and it's telling people to disregard life and to devalue the life we have here, rather than it should be precious. It should be we should we should lean into being of the world, not away from it.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. And we can see that that very sort of like hyper spiritual type mentality with the denial of climate change. And that's another thing that, for myself and my husband, that really grieved us, and we began to have to, go a different way, was the total disregard for the reality of climate change and climate change science. Oh, okay. Look, you got a little troll that's going absolutely nuts in the comment.
Have I got one?
Yeah, you did, but I think he's disappeared now.
The mods will be on top of that. Oh, look at that!
Oh,
We're not even we're not going to dignify that by reading that nonsense out. There's always one. Fortunately, I'm blessed with, well, not blessed, but I'm lucky enough to have the most wonderful friends who come and do the moderating in the chat for me, and they are fabulous. No shenanigans go on there.
I have a theory behind what's causing the science denial that you see among the Christian community. So a consequence, and this is speculative on my part, but just from my own observation. So Christians have different ideals about how old the earth is, how is Genesis a literal accounting for creation, etc. But for many Christians, in order to maintain their theology, they have to deny aspects of science, the age of the earth, sometimes the shape of the earth, even, etc. How, biological evolution, etc. A lot of these threaten their doctrines. So to get around that, there comes a lot of science denialism in order to maintain that science denialism, because it's pretty hard to rail against and say, oh, science is unreliable, etc., when we're literally walking on the moon, heart transplants and modern technology or what have you. So they tend to lean into conspiratorial thinking to where, oh, scientists are they're just going to say whatever to get their funding. They're conspiring against God, etc. And when you lean into that conspiratorial thinking and distrust for science, when things come up that are actual problems like climate change, and I don't know about the UK, but in the US, quite a bit of pushback against like COVID vaccines or wearing masks. There was the whole buzz phrases like plandemic, come out, that sort of thing. And so it's just, there's second and third order effects of religiosity. Now people look at the direct harm that happens, but there's interesting ways that religiosity can actually be harmful to a society, and that's one of them.
Absolutely. I remember vividly what it feels like to have true faith, to just love God so much, like I'm trying to understand my own mindset in order to help me understand the mindset of people who are still there. And so I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm not trying to justify it. The sense of just loving God so much that I was willing to embrace the mystery. If there were things I could not understand or could not explain about God, I had faith. I knew that He was good. I knew that God was love. And there was a part of my soul that was just so wanted to trust God and love God and worship God, that it didn't matter to me if I couldn't understand or couldn't fathom. I just thought, oh, He's beyond my human understanding. So if there's stuff that's beyond my human understanding, that doesn't matter. Now, in just responding to what you said, Sean, the difficulty with that, like, okay, somebody has a pure childlike faith like that. I don't have a problem. Knock yourself out if it makes you happy. The problem is I watched so many millions of my co-religionists fall into conspiracy theories and mass disinformation. And that just about broke my heart. So the people who are willing to do that kind of childlike faith, as I just described, ended up being the people who were the easiest to manipulate and deceive and
Hmm.
get addicted to disinformation. And that has been so destructive and harmful. And then it wasn't too hard to get them addicted to hate and prejudice.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's interesting. So, ma'am, if you don't mind me asking, so by your accent,
Yeah.
all the things you were describing, kind of the cultural shift that you're seeing, that's in the
Yes.
UK as well, because I feel like I'm listening to myself speak about the US.
Yeah, I'm Australian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terrible at accents. So it's
Okay.
happening there too. Yeah. So perhaps it's sort of the shift to. I don't want to get into politics, but this does happen primarily with the religious right in the U.S. Is there's this
Totally.
shift toward
Totally.
shifting right with extremism and lack of empathy.
Yeah.
It might be a worldwide thing that's happening. I'm not sure.
Um, Part
Yeah.
so my husband is American, and so as a result, we've had a lot of contact with American Christians.
Okay.
I would say it's worse in America. It's more
Yeah.
extreme, it's more aggressive, but we certainly have similar problems in other countries around the world. And part of that is because growing up as a Christian in New Zealand and Australia, anything that came out from America, we would accept uncritically, and anything that came from America was the best. And so there was very much this vibe of American Christianity was showing us the way. And we would have these visiting speakers come from America, and just the fact that they came from America would give them a certain sort of sheen. And so this tendency of the international church to uh, to exalt the American church as this is the
Mm,
example to follow has been a
interesting.
problem, because then if you guys go into the new apostolic reform movement and Bethel kind of I'm sorry, I just want to use really bad swear words to describe how insane all of this is, then yeah, we end up imitating you guys and pretending and trying to be like you guys, and so we end up like falling for the same rubbish.
Oh, you don't want to be like us, trust me. I'm kidding.
Amen. Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
DM, thanks for coming in to talk to us. Really interesting to get your perspective. I always love to hear from people who have been inside the belief systems and then, come
Yeah.
out, which is a large part of why I always asked, why I asked Sean to come and do this with me, because he has a perspective on this that I don't have. I've never been a believer, so I haven't lived that journey from being in the mindset to not being in the mindset, and I think that gives you a very unique perspective. I think voices like yours are super important. So thank you for speaking so eloquently about it, and it's great to have you in
May
the
I just
in the clan.
oh oh gosh, thanks heaps. Can
And
I just quickly just add one little thing?
Sure.
Um, yeah, okay, I don't want to take up too much time, but are you aware of a thing called Bethel Church?
No, you
it
mentioned it
sounds
before, but
familiar.
it went over my head. I wasn't sure what that was.
Yeah, Sean, you probably know. Yeah. So there's this understanding, like in evangelical Christianity, where you give a prophetic word. All right. So you mentioned it before when you went to see a psychic and they would sort of do these tricks. There's this one guy who's recently been exposed that the way that he did his very, very accurate prophetic words when he would pray over people and he would say, "This is God's will for you,"
Hmm.
is that he was actually data mining their Facebook profile
Yeah,
pages.
hot reading. That's called
Mm,
Specific
hot reading. You get
hot reading,
information
is
about
it?
someone in advance. Yeah. So cold reading is
Right.
when you discerning it in real
Yeah.
time in the moment without any background. Hot reading is when you
Right.
actually do your homework first. And it's devastating
Okay.
because
Right.
you can give people information with a level of specificity. They can say, "You're really missing your dog Sandy, aren't you?" And to someone, and
Mm-hmm.
imagine the impact of someone doing that, to be that
Yeah.
specific. Or your
Yeah.
sister Caroline is here talking to me
Mm-hmm.
because they got it from
Mm-hmm.
online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's horrendously cynical.
I
Horrendous.
have strongly believed in the prophetic ministry for years, and the idea of somebody using that, and the fact that he's been exposed as just being a con artist is it is having a big effect throughout the evangelical church, because now people are stopped and thinking, oh, is all prophecy just con artists?
Good.
Anyway, I'll leave it there, but thank you so much. It's been a great conversation.
Yeah, lovely to speak to you. Come back and say hi again. All the best.
Okay, John. All the best with your work. Thanks,
Thank
Sean.
you so much. Thanks.
Thank you. Good
Okay. PhD 322 has been waiting in the queue for ages, so we will bring them in right now. And then we've got a few friends in the queue after that. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Blessed, how are you?
Very good indeed. Welcome. What would you like to say?
I was really going to come up and talk about presupposition number 2, that God has no. You're claiming he's not morally good.
Yeah.
I was just trying to see what your idea was on this.
Sure. Yeah. So there's two ways of coming at this. One is to be specific about the God of the Bible, in which case we can talk about that, the moral character of that God. But sometimes people say, well, I don't believe in the God of the Bible. I believe in a more generic, personal God, in which case we can approach the conversation differently. So may I ask, do you have an affiliation to a particular God, if you have one at all?
Specific God, I'm questioning the Bible, but I'm looking towards pantheists.
Okay. So, I mean, I get the reason I asked the question is, if you tell me that you think that the God of the Bible is good, then I'm going to bring out Bible passages and we're going to look at them and say, what do these writings from the Bible say about the moral character of the God? But if you said to me, well, I don't buy that God anyway, then that would be a waste of time. So maybe we should have a conversation about God kind of more generally, and not focus in on, the specific things that the God of the Bible commands and says, because I sense that if you're saying that you're considering pantheism, then that conversation may not necessarily be on point for you. What do you think?
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, wouldn't. But just real quick, can I get some clarity on your stance? Are you claiming that you're an atheist, or are you agnostic on the ideology of a God?
Both.
You're agnostic and an atheist?
Does that make sense?
Myself as well.
Does that make sense? Or shall I clarify that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, you're either a theist or you're not. If you're not a theist, you're an atheist. An agnostic is someone who doesn't claim to know there's no God. They just lack a belief in a God. So that's it.
An atheist, an agnostic, some would even argue, is also a form of religion because it's to lack of belief. Or this belief system you have indicates your worldview of there not being a God or no need of a God.
No, I don't hold.
Is a leprechanism a religion? Like my
yes,
lack of belief in atheism?
Yeah, anything that indicates the necessity of a belief without any facts, I believe, will be a religion.
That's silly. I'm not claiming that there is no God. I'm just saying I so far haven't been persuaded that there is one. To call that a religion is very, very silly. It's like calling not skiing a sport.
Okay, well, can I tell you why?
You can.
Yeah, I'm not here for because in my self-defense, when you say God is not morally good, you're already under the prejunction that there is a God. Because to say that God is not morally good, you would have to justify. Excuse me, you would have to argue that you're already under the presupposition there is a God.
I don't have to argue that. Darth Vader is.
Darth Vader is not morally good. Do I believe Darth Vader exists?
Well, we can be incredulous if you want, but I'm trying to have
a professional
conversation.
No, I'm not being incredulous.
No, it's a fair point. It's a fair point.
Yeah.
Well, Darth Vader, right? If you want to be technical, right?
It's an analogy. Those are perfectly good and normal parlance.
Well, Darth Vader does exist. So.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. You're coming from the if we're going to use a concept, like a concept of Darth Vader or Voldemort or God, then using the concept implies that an assumption that thing exists. But that's playing fast. That's being fast and loose with language, and it unnecessarily complicates the situation. We can agree that the concept of God exists. That's different to agreeing that God exists. We have a concept. What does that mean to you? Well, it means it's the word that people use to mean some kind of creator, some kind of guy or woman in charge who makes things happen, who it's a supernatural entity of some sort, some kind of mind. We don't need to define it exactly, but we all understand what we mean by God. Having a conversation about it and having a conversation about what would be entailed by the existence of such a thing doesn't necessitate having to assume it does exist. We can just talk about it.
So you want to talk about things that don't necessarily negate the affirmation that are existing?
Yeah, because we can say, for example, if I'm saying God is not morally good, then that's a conversation I'm normally going to have with a person who thinks that a God exists and that God is good. It's the reason that I put that prompt there. And then we can say, okay, well, if you do believe in a God or gods, you said you might be polytheistic in some way.
No, pantheist.
Oh, pantheist. Okay, that everything is God. Okay, so if you do believe in a God, then the next question would be, does that God have any kind of agency in the world, right? Is that God making things happen? Is that God sovereign? And if you say yes, then we can have a conversation about whether we think the entity that you believe in is morally good. And I can have that conversation absolutely cogently without thinking it exists myself.
Sure, but because my original reason even built here in the first place is you're under the you're saying God is not morally good, as if you've defined what good is and difference from bad. Like, how would you even make that claim?
Well, that's a good question, right? So you could come in and say, what do you mean when you say morally good? And I'm going to say, in accordance with how I think people should, or entities should behave to each other.
So you're going to presupposition your own subjective worldview to the predication of what's morally good from wrong?
Good Philbro move. I'm not presuppositioning anything and any predicating. I'm just saying
that's a predication.
That my views about morality are my own subjective views, as are yours, as are everyone's.
But they're not absolute views, correct?
Correct. They're not absolute. So I'm not making an absolute claim. I'm not making an absolute claim.
Wait a minute. But you're using God.
If I say chocolate is delicious, I'm not saying that chocolate has an objective property of deliciousness. I'm just expressing my view that I enjoy chocolate. If I say God is not morally good, I'm just expressing my view that the God that most people believe in is not morally good. It's just my opinion.
But I'm asking you. So when you're saying, but that's a huge problem, because your presupposition isn't an opinion. You're making a moral statement.
Yes.
As if you define who God is, which you haven't, and B, you can differentiate right from wrong, which you just acknowledge is subjective to the person interpreting the worldview, which is you.
Yeah, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
And if someone else has a different worldview,
then that's fine.
If someone else's subjective opinion is that God is morally good, they're free to. That's what the discussion's all about.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm just still confused.
It sounds like you're looking for a gotcha, man.
No, I'm not here
instead of actually having a genuine adult back and forth conversation.
You can project if you want. You can project if you want.
It's not projection.
As can you, PhD.
Yeah, I'm not projecting. I'm actually being very cordial.
It's not about cordiality. It's just about keeping the conversation focused rather than disappearing down a Philbro rabbit warren.
You're not being cordial.
But host, you're making moral claims without needing philosophy. Sounds very like.
Please don't talk over me.
Well, in my defense, I didn't come here to debate you. I came up here to debate John.
He's my co-host. Well, Sean is my co-host.
Yeah. So please, in your defense for talking over me, you came here to talk to John, but don't do that on our live. Don't disrespect either of us, please. So it seems to me you came in here. You have sort of you say you're being cordial, but you came in with sort of a smug attitude, just really quickly Philbroing words and trying to get you in a gotcha. Just have a conversation, a back and forth. Yeah. That's what this is all about.
That's what we're here for. We're not here to own people or win or see whose dick can swing higher. We just want to have conversations. And the claim, if I say God is not morally good, most people understand what we mean by all the terms in that statement. And so I'm interested in hearing people who want to engage about that. So sure. I'm happy to talk about it.
I'm just saying, host, you got 111 people watching your live. Some could be children, right? Some could be random people questioning reality. And I'm just saying, speaking from someone who has been in a position from watching other people on social media learn these kind of characteristics or these worldviews or these arguments that you're making. I'm speaking for those people who are questioning their reality because you're under the presumption as if you actually can make a moral claim of what's right from wrong. I'm still waiting. You said it's subjective, which is fine.
He didn't make a moral claim.
Yes, he did. His moral claim is that God is not morally good.
He expressed a moral opinion.
That's an opinion is a claim. That's literally
If I
what
say
an
chocolate
opinion
is,
is.
if I say chocolate is delicious, did I make a claim or did I express my opinion?
Those are both. That's your claim. That's subjective
Okay.
claim. Do you ever heard of a subjective claim?
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
It does matter. I'm still waiting for your answer.
What are you waiting for exactly? Let me try and
Sir,
meet you where you are.
Okay.
Ask me cogently what you want, and I'll try to give it to you.
Under your worldview that you already acknowledged to the whole class, which I'm curious why you're live if you're just voicing your opinion. What is the definition of good? How would you differentiate it from evil?
Right.
Or bad?
Okay, I understand. So you're wanting to understand what I mean when I say that something is good, correct?
Under your worldview.
Yeah, under my worldview. I mean, everything that everyone thinks is under their worldview. So we don't need to add that.
Well, then you're just debunking any objective part of reality, which is
right.
Stupid
so so now I'm going to answer the question that you've asked. So in my worldview, moral claims aren't statements of objective truth, because I don't think that calling something good is giving factual information about it. I think it's expressing how you feel about it. That's what I think it means to make a moral claim. Now, if you think that a moral claim means something more than that, then it's incumbent on you to demonstrate that, which you're welcome to do right now if you want to, if you think you can.
You used the word good in the same sentence to define what good is, sir. That's a circular conversation.
Yeah, I'm saying that when I say something is good, I'm making a statement about how I feel about it. If you think if you think that there's something more than that entailed in being good, then demonstrate it.
But you're giving me how you feel about what is to be good. You're not defining what good is. I'm not asking how you feel. I'm asking what do you define to be good.
Right. So what I define to be good is behavior of which I approve.
Okay. And I'm asking, what is that behavior?
You want me to give you a list of everything I approve of?
I think I know what he's looking for.
Can I get a sense of what your overall like? It sounds kind of vague because I mean you could say eating eggs is good.
Yeah. So for John and I, it's good is behaviors that help the well-being of others. Okay. Bad are behaviors that harm the well-being of others. Yeah. Bad create harm to the well-being of others.
So you guys like. Okay, that makes sorry. So you want pretty much all good, positive things. That's how you define good.
I mean, I wouldn't say define. I would say that's our subjective criteria for.
That's actually like the measurement. That's like the measuring stick that we might use, right? But if you want to go one level above that in terms of abstracting why we would care about that and what does it actually mean to say good, then I would say what I mean by good is that of which I approve.
Okay, so if it's that what you approve, but in my worldview it could be my bad. Yeah. Can there actually be an absolute right or wrong? And if you acknowledge there is not,
we could have saved a load of time on this because I told you in the first minute of the conversation that there's no absolute right.
I just wanted to make sure. I just want to make sure your story didn't
change. What's dangerous?
But that's a very dangerous thing that you're doing, sir.
It's not dangerous.
It's dangerous.
What's the danger? Let's be specific. Tell us the harm.
Sure. Yeah, sure. This is huge harm, huge destruction, because if what your worldview is consistent to the person that deems it to be their reality, if everyone had a consistency with your worldview, which means if everyone on your live, which is 120 people, it's thought that you actually made any logical sense, and they also followed your footsteps, and the things that they deem to be right from wrong was subjective to their personal virtues, and mine could also be subject to my virtue, my virtual things.
Yeah.
Then by definition, if I were to hypothetically, not that I'm justifying or making this permissible, but if I were to do something like hurt someone or grape someone, like you just said, my good could be the virtue or what my thing pleases or the way I define good. If everyone has that, that's the problem with reality. Everyone's dangerous.
Okay, can I tell you why you're wrong?
Yeah, I'm sure that's I would love to.
Because you're suggesting is that admitting that moral intuitions are subjective it leads you open to completely moral relativism abounds, and there's no way of structuring any agreement about how we ought to behave to each other, and the whole of society is going to collapse and it's a huge danger. Two things to say about that. One is that's not true, because I've already told you that although I don't claim that right and wrong exist in some special ontological form, that I still think that we can ground right or wrong in terms of outcomes that we want. So we can.
That's a claim,
right? That is a claim.
That's the claim, but what are you grounding?
It's a factual claim. It's a factual claim because I can say. Let's just listen for a moment. I can say that when we organize together and we want to cooperate together, because we know cooperation is for everyone's benefit, that we can set outcomes that we collectively want, and then we can use those to determine how we ought to be with each other and to set up rules and protections for people. And we can do that without invoking magic. That's the first thing. Now,
Okay,
so the
don't
big
be rude.
risk.
Don't be rude. Don't say magic.
I'm just saying we can do it without invoking.
How about you not talk over John, please? Thank you.
We can do it without needing to invoke some special, mysterious, rightness or wrongness that exists in some special way. You don't need to do that. And then the second news flash, which you may not have realized, is that your own moral intuitions are just as subjective as mine. Mine are no more subjective than yours. And if you can prove that that's not the case, I'd love you to do it.
Yeah, sure. Real quick, let me just respond to the first thing, and then we'll define how, where I can prove this. Sure. For starters, you said you can still have this moral ground as if you have something to stand on other than your own subjective opinion, which is by definition not a virtue of any authority.
No,
and
you're
if
confused.
you're claiming that.
Can I address that?
What's the authority?
Can I address that before you move on to the next point?
Yes,
I'm not claiming that my personal intuition is the moral ground or the measuring stick. I'm saying that my personal intuition is just my feelings about stuff. But collectively, the reason why this danger that you're describing isn't there is that collectively, as a group, as a society, as a civilization, as a group of people, all trying to cooperate with each other, we can identify outcomes that we want. Some of the outcomes are we don't want to die. Some of the outcomes are we want our children to be okay. Some of the outcomes are we don't want to starve. We don't want to be in pain. We don't want to suffer. We want to maximize well-being. Once we identify those outcomes, that gives us a much more objective and less subjective way to evaluate moral claims. Even whilst we admit that there's no ultimate good or bad, we can still say we're all unified in wanting to not die and not be in pain, and therefore that gives us a kind of measuring stick to look at moral claims. Does that help to make it feel a bit less terrifying and dangerous?
Well, it does help, but you're just appealing to the spectrum. What you've done is now you've created a spectrum of the things that you deem to be cordial or compatible with your society based on the society's deems. For example, society deems that on your 18th birthday, you should do something like unalive someone, hypothetically, under the societal standards and these norms and these views of society would then deem to be with that moral stick that's subjective under their cultural view. It could be considered right. So
but no, because I can say that violates the very principles I just told you are the measuring stick, because a society that does that is not valuing the reduction of
But are they wrong though
suffering.
for doing that? That's fine, but would they
in
be
my
wrong
view,
for doing
personal view, it would be wrong. Sean, you have a go here.
Yeah,
I don't think this is connecting.
sure. Either, you keep talking about this like utility value. Which would be better to promote? Either morality is subjective or it's objective. We are simply opining that it is subjective. You keep saying you keep saying. Now, if you disagree with that in point of fact, we can debate whether it's subjective or objective, and it's fine to do that. But to say like promoting the idea that it's subjective is harmful. What if it actually is subjective, which it sounds like you disagree with? Now we can have that conversation.
Sure. Yeah. First, I want to just state the obvious: the falsification of your ideology or worldview or logic does not necessitate the replicate.
I don't need like you're reading out of a book. Just be a human being and have a conversation.
I'm not reading out of a book.
Okay, slow down then and speak English. Don't say anything that your grandmother wouldn't understand. Just speak. Be a normal person.
I don't have a grandmother.
Okay, so, you can do this.
Yeah, I'm not, buddy. It's okay. I don't know why. Okay,
stop Phil broing and just speak in normal.
If you want,
you're literally.
I'm not making any, brother. You're literally
speaking.
You want to respect.
Because I said stop Phil broing and just have a conversation, just as John said. Speak in a manner in normal parlance, using words most people would understand.
Okay.
Like rapid firing jargon.
So you want me
to obfuscate? Yeah. Just sure. We have. You want to be understood by anyway. Just go ahead.
Sure. I'll appeal to your intellectual aptitude. That's fine. So what I'm saying is my falsification of your reality doesn't necessitate replication.
What did you say you would appeal to?
I say I will appeal to your intellectual inaptitude because you're claiming that my words I'm using are too sophisticated.
It's not about the words you're using. Okay, now we're going to have a lesson in how to be a communicator. So there are good communicators and there are poor communicators. This is pretty basic stuff. It's a shame to have to explain this to you. A good communicator is someone who speaks a sentence and pretty much everyone listening to them knows what the fuck they're talking about. A bad communicator is someone who speaks a sentence and no one listening to them knows what the fuck they're talking about. Now, there's a degree of choice involved in which of those you want to be. It's not about our intellectual ability. It's about your ability to make your thoughts clear, if that's what you're here to do. Now, if you want to come here and swing your wiener around and show everyone how quickly you can babble through your philosophy textbook, this probably isn't the place for you. But if you want to come here and actually have a conversation about the subjects we're talking about, then it's incumbent on you to make yourself understood. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Clearly?
So, you can. I'm sorry that you're taking it the way that's not intention, right?
Good.
So you're just
Okay.
that's on you the way you want to take this.
Well, it's not
What I
necessary
said
for you to
was,
put in little barbs about I'll address your intellectual shortcomings afterwards. I'm not sure exactly who you think you are, but
well,
we
I'm
are
very
here trying.
sophisticated,
We're
and
trying.
I study, unlike most people that
I'm
make
sure
it
you're
simple.
I'm sure
You
you're very
sound
impressed with
you sound
yourself,
very
PhD.
impressive. You sound very impressive, but not everyone here has done the philosophy courses you've done. And as I
I didn't
said,
do philosophy courses. I'm
if
not
you
in
want to
college.
if you want to be an effective communicator, then part of doing that is understanding how to frame your thoughts in a way that people will understand. I heard a statement once that said that words are the clothes with which we dress our thoughts. Right? You're not well dressed at the moment.
Well, that's subjective.
Just dress sensibly.
That's subjective. So you want me to put your subjective worldview? Sure.
I want you.
What we want is for you to have a real conversation instead of coming in here
But
to
host, you see how you're
posture.
talking to host? Like I'm trying to talk realistically, cognitively, and you just keep appealing to your virtual subjective status that I have to appeal to now. I respect that. Being respectful. I haven't called you out your name. I'm not using ad homs. All I've done is I've debunked your worldview.
You directly don't. If
I'm
I'll just
getting
boot you.
muted because your mod's triggered.
What? Okay. So all right. So let's start this again because he just spoke to you about this and you continue to do it. Everyone in this room can clearly tell you came in here to posture. You didn't come in here to have an actual conversation. We're trying to help you with this. So have a genuine conversation. Quit trying to win. Quit trying to own the other person. How hard is it? Just sit at the grown-ups table and just have a conversation like you would among friends. Or maybe you're like this with your friends too.
Well, I'm literally being respectful. I mean, if I'm being assertive, I'm allowed to be assertive.
It's not assertive and it's not respectful to drop in little barbs and say things like, we'll deal with your intellectual shortcomings afterwards. I'm just asking you to communicate in a way that none of us are idiots here, right? We're not fools.
That's subjective.
Right? None of us are idiots here. And we are just asking you to communicate your thoughts in a way that everyone will know what you mean. Now, if that's beyond your ability, then you need to go somewhere else and speak to other people. And this isn't the place for you. We have a requirement here that people just make their thoughts clear. I don't have to struggle to make people understand what I'm saying. No one is struggling to understand what I'm saying right now. The moment you started babbling, and Sean just said, could you speak in a way that people will be able to understand your thoughts a bit more clearly? You dropped in a little passive-aggressive, yes, I'll address your intellectual shortcomings afterwards. I don't know where in the world that makes you get that's being respectful. That's not being respectful, and it's not being constructive. So I'm going to ask you, are you capable of having a goodwill conversation in good faith to try and get into the issues we're talking about?
Of course.
Or did you just come here to make yourself feel puffed up?
I mean, of course.
Great, let's do it then.
That's
carry on
the
making
entire being here, right?
Carry on making your point then.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Real quick, like I was saying earlier, prior to this dispute, me falsifying your worldview and your logical consistency doesn't negate or necessitate me replacing it with any other worldview.
Okay.
So
falsify
for example,
it then.
Sure, in a society of these people that let's use cannibalism for example. Under your own logic and your own meta-ethical framework, would cannibalism be wrong under society's view or under a personal view?
Everything's always wrong under a personal view, but society can also adopt a particular view.
Okay, but that wasn't
that's the nature of you asked if it's under a society's view or a personal view. those are not mutually exclusive.
Okay.
Societies are made up of multiples of persons, and if it's a personal view, it can also be a societal view.
Okay, so if it's a societal view, can you actually make the assertion that people who are cannibalism are bad people?
Yeah. Well, we
Okay,
wouldn't say
under
they're
your
bad
personal view.
people. We wouldn't say they're bad people. We're just saying that they're doing something which is not consistent with our idea of what should be done. It's
Okay.
subjective. It's subjective.
Yeah,
You
that's my
seem to
entire
have
point, brother.
a need to label things good or bad in the way that we would label, a substance, liquid or gas, like it's a property of a thing. And the
That's wrong,
newsflash is
sir.
that isn't how ethics works.
You're the one with the presupposition that God is not morally good. That's
It's not
actually
a
what you're doing.
presupposition.
You know what
It's
a
not a
presupposition is?
presupposition.
It's an indication of a
A
statement
pres-
with a moral opinion. That's a
An
presupposition.
indication of a statement.
It isn't.
Look at words. Yeah.
But that's actually,
No.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to get into the
That's
Philbro
means to
stuff, that
presuppose.
actually is not
Yeah.
what a presupposition
I'm not
is.
using meta-ethical arguments. I'm not using
Right.
Philbro. Stop using Philbro. I'm not
Okay.
doing that. If you want, I can give you Philbro
Okay.
with the modus ponens or modus tollens you won't understand, but I'm not
You're
doing
so.
I
You're
have
so
no doubt
cool.
that you could brandish your inference rules like a sharpened saber, but there's no need for that.
Exactly.
There's no need for
that. And I'm
that
not
here.
doing that.
Right?
So
We're
stop
we're
calling
all
it
we're all
Philbro.
very
You're discrediting
appreciative.
my argument.
Very appreciative of the fact that you're not. Now, you said that my statement saying that God is not moral is a presupposition. It's not a presupposition. It's an opinion.
Okay, so isn't that crazy? You just acknowledged I'm not doing the Philbro, but you just kept saying I'm using Philbro, which is a contradiction you just made, which shows how disingenuous you are.
Okay. Would you like to discuss the topic, or would you like to cry?
Well, crying. You just cried for an hour because you couldn't understand what my argument was.
Would you
want me
like
to appeal to your
to?
audience?
Would you like to discuss the topic, or are you about to crash out? Because I'm sensing
Well,
probably the
crashing out.
latter.
I'm still pretty cordial. I mean,
Okay.
my cortisol is not high. You guys were the ones
Okay.
muting me. Remember?
Okay.
I'm pretty content.
You weren't muted because of your discontent. You were muted because of your bad manners.
Well, bad manners subject to someone who thinks everything's subjective, isn't it?
Everything's
Yes, we subjectively
Isn't that
think you have
crazy?
bad.
Yeah.
You
We
guys acknowledge
subjectively
things
think
can
you
be
have.
subjective, but now
We
you want
subject.
objective manners. That's
Yeah.
crazy, isn't it?
No, it is my
Okay.
subjective view that
I was
you
in
have bad manners.
I was in mid-sentence PhD, and I know you said, "Oh, I'm here to talk to John." Too bad. There's two of us here, and you're not going to
we're gonna do a
interrupt me
room
as
vote.
well.
Yeah, I know
Let's-
John
let's-
needs help. It's okay, Sean.
Let's see if the room wants
He's
us
a
to
grown man.
continue
He's got his big boy pants on.
this
Let's do
conversation.
let's do a poll on this absolutely biased audience panel.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we're here to serve our audience, and if our audience want to hear us continue to engage with you, we'll do that.
Well, your audience just witnessed you two get fried by a 22-year-old man, and without using philosophy that you just admitted.
And there it is.
And there we go.
Your audience listened. You get pride. Yeah. Don't just don't pretend you're here to have a
I'm
genuine
22 years
conversation.
old. Thank you guys. My name's
Just don't-
PhD
just
Free,
don't-
bro. You guys are awesome. Thank you for your
So-
audience host.
So
Atheists are
this
extremely-
actually is a crash out.
That's
Because
not a crash out. I'm very content, buddy.
because no, it is a crash out, because what you've done without realizing it is you've just signaled to everyone what your intention in coming in was. Your audience have just heard you get fried by a 22. This tells everybody that your intention wasn't to come here and exchange ideas. Your intention was to come here and try to win something. Expose and win, and try to make
And
yourself
I did that. Thank you
feel
for your
better.
time, host.
I'm not
I
sure
did that. Thank you
exactly.
for-
I'm not sure exactly what you think you've exposed, other than your own inability to have a normal conversation.
Irrationality from atheists.
Because I've been streaming now for 2 hours 21 minutes, and I've managed to have productive conversations with everyone apart from you. And this reflects badly on me. How?
Because your conversation that you had prior to me with people that actually agree with your worldview, I'm the person that so far from my view, I've been here the last 40 minutes, and so far the last 4 people agreed with your worldview. I'm the last person the last 40 minutes that disagree, and you got fucking flamed, dog.
Again, listen to your choice of language.
That's fine.
Right?
Thank you guys. Thank you for your audience. Have a great day, host. You're very
You see?
irrational. This is what's wrong with atheists. You guys are fucking delusional. I love you, man.
Look at him.
God
Look at him.
is
Look at
great,
him
dog.
channeling the.
And by the way, you
can
lied.
hear
You lied, Peter.
2
Yeah, I
Timothy
didn't ask.
2:24
I appreciate you,
in
John.
his
God
words.
is good. You
God
guys are
is good.
miserable, lonely fucks. Have a great day, guys.
There's that Christian love.
Do you think he's
That's
demonstrating?
Nice
Jesus,
try. I
like.
literally said I wasn't Christian when I started. Nice try, Sean. Suck my dick, dog.
I mean, listen to you. Is this really what you come here for? To use language like
Yeah.
that?
And by the way,
you think that
lied.
reflects well on you for some reason? That's
Yeah,
a crash
well,
out.
and-
This is a crash out.
Yeah. Not only that, listen to all the things he said at the end when he swore, "Oh no, I'm here to have a real conversation. I'm
Of
here to
course.
have a real conversation."
Of course.
When we called it out and it was quite obvious don't be here to win. We're just here to have actual conversations. But he's just here to posture.
We see people like this from time to time, and they come in here pretending to want to actually have a conversation, and there's a kind of passive aggressive thing about them. I mean, the mask really slipped when he dropped the line about, okay, I'll show you, we'll deal with your intellectual shortcomings afterwards. That immediately tells you that he's just here to try and get some kind of win. Now, the sad thing is that he actually failed to make his point completely, and this is what was lost in all the posturing and all the drama and all the role play and the sort of intellectual cosplaying that he was doing, is he didn't actually engage with the substance, which was his notion that he made the claim that admitting that moral intuitions are subjective is a dangerous idea, and that if we do that, once we do that, society is going to collapse if everyone does that. Well, there's no evidence for that at all.
David Krappenschitz and others in the chat earlier were saying he's actually a huge flat earther. He debates flat earth on TikTok all day.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. And he was clearly reading from a script. Like people have a certain way of speaking when they're reading words off a page, and a certain way of speaking when they're literally forming thoughts in their minds contemporaneously and speaking them. And dude was reading off. He had his script prepared. And it's just silly because we actually could have had a conversation about examining his claim that if we are honest about how moral intuitions form and what they are, is that actually a danger or not? Maybe he has a point. Maybe it is really dangerous. I personally am not convinced that it is. And I think that the point that he was missing, and that it's a shame we didn't get to discuss this, is that his moral intuitions are every bit as subjective as ours. And Sean, we've had this conversation with people 100 times, and we would have gone there and we would have been able to bring that into the light and show him that what he was holding on to was his own subjective ideas about how to ground his moral values, and that they were no less subjective than anybody else's. But he was so, I guess, pumped up and wanting to try to dominate in some way that he missed that. He missed the ability to do that.
An important thing here on the topic is that he was arguing, and this happens a lot, about, subjective morality or promoting subjective morality is dangerous and objective morality is better because of this. We're arguing for what is, not what would be ideal to society.
Yeah.
And that's the part that was also being missed.
Yeah, exactly. It's a shame. I mean, what can we say? We get these time wasters in from time to time, and I guess the best thing to do is move on. Before we dive into other people, let's just bring in Jason, because he's been in the queue for a bit, and it's always great to see just some guy. Hey, buddy.
Hi. Hold on one sec.
Sorry, I didn't give you much warning there.
No, I am driving, and I have to pull over for the live, so I don't violate terms of services.
Thank you, my friend.
Of course. So first of all, love the morning lives. I'm in Mississippi right now, so I'm an hour behind, so it was way too early for me to jump in at the beginning.
Right.
But I love the morning, and I think I see some people in the chat that are West Coast, which is like bonkers.
Hardcore.
Like, I don't know how they're doing it. Yeah.
we do it hardcore around here. What are your thoughts, my friend?
So two things. First of all, I wanted to address something that I believe her name was the guest before the last guest, the lady from Australia.
Democracy.
Yeah, Democracy Mama.
Yeah.
So she said that one thing that I wanted to point out is that the ethics of Christianity evolved from a people group that was trying to dominate its peer people groups militarily. So early Judaism has a morality that espouses and forgives things like conquest, and the alternative for early Judaism historically was that had they not had that set of morality, then they would likely have been dominated by neighboring people groups, which of course they were, because you have the two exiles, and then you have them living under Roman occupation. The morality espoused around the first century, but the Christian morality is a morality that's designed to help people who are living under subjugation navigate the world. So there's a lot of the turn the other cheek and that kind of thing, because the like Maccabean revolt and revolts against Rome tended to turn out horrendously for people who decided to revolt against Rome. They were crushed. And it wasn't just the Israelites that were crushed by under Roman occupation when they decided to act the fool. And then you have this third phase where it became the philosophy of empire. So you have to reconcile this ideology, this morality based on competing tribal groups, filtered through a morality of turning the other cheek and being all accepting and loving, because that's the way to navigate as an oppressed people, to a morality of empire, where you have the ability to go and not just compete with, but utterly dominate other cultures around you. And that makes for a very fractious and fragmented and self-contradictory morality. And it's super unhealthy. Typically, when we have a new model, like in science, we abandon the old model. We don't try to reconcile the old model with the new model.
Science doesn't come with a Matthew 5:17.
Right. So and that's just the nature of thought. And I think that religion in a lot of ways, and particularly Judeo-Christian religion, it is a failed scientific experiment in moral philosophy that hasn't gotten rid of all the stuff that came before it. It's clung desperately to things that are outmoded, which brings me to my second point. The Phil Bro that was just on. It's obvious. He said he didn't learn this from a classroom. It's obvious he didn't learn this from a classroom, because when you take philosophy classes, you have these ideas, you have these thoughts, and you say, okay, well, what about this? And then you have a philosophy professor and a philosophy class that helps you test the ideas rigorously. You don't have an echo chamber that reinforces all of your bullshit. And that guy was horrible. And I was a philosophy major. I had really shitty philosophical ideas when I went in as a freshman, and I got those ruthlessly beaten out of me by people who were much older and much wiser than me. And that's
I
the
took
only way
some philosophy classes too, and I know exactly what you're talking about.
And that guy, he didn't come in to be an honest interlocutor.
No.
And if he knew anything about, if he had read Kant and Wittgenstein, he might have been able to have an actual conversation on the kind of morality and the kind of moral frameworks that you guys are talking about. But he's just running a script from Aristotelian logic, which is 2,300 years old and is just as outdated as all the other bullshit that we're talking about today.
Yeah, absolutely. No, well said, of course. Well said, of course.
That's my rant.
No, thank you for that. And of course, no surprise at all that he's a flat Earth dude. These people just need a fix to keep their testosterone up or something. I don't know. It's just beyond me. Go and learn to play the guitar, dude. I mean, do something. This is not going to get you what you're looking for.
They get into echo chambers that reinforce their identity, and it's not about testing their ideas. It's about learning the scripts that reinforce their identity as somebody who knows enough technical jargon to be able to feel superior to the people that they're talking to, so that they don't have to actually honestly engage with their own ideas.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Well, there we are. Thanks for giving us your perspective, and thanks for pulling over and being safe. And always great to talk to you. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for letting me pop on.
Take care, my friend. All the best. Take care.
Good to see you.
Okie dokie. Okay, we are going to... we have to bring on Hassan because he's been waiting ages. And then we have a few others. We've got Stutters, Spirit Harmonies back again. We've got Ash, Apple Wins, Jerry Bell. We're going to get everyone in. So everyone will get their chance. Hopefully you can hang around long enough. We'll try and get through the conversation so you don't have to wait too long, because I know what it's like to be waiting in that queue and wanting to say something, and an hour goes past or something. We'll try and be efficient in dealing with these things. Hassan, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, sir. I'm
good.
Thank you so much for the good work to the world.
You're welcome. Lovely to see you again.
Yeah, I believe people need education because basically, your first statement is nobody chooses what they believe. Yes, every child is born as an atheist. So hence, religion or culture is by force. It's not by choice.
But can I just clarify one thing there? So when I say nobody chooses what they believe, I'm making a much more profound statement than just recognizing that people are born into belief systems, because there are many people who are born into belief systems who then leave them. So there are children who are born into non-religious families who become very devout later in their lives, or people who are born into very religious, backgrounds and cultures and families who end up with no religion or no faith at all. The point I'm making here is that when those changes of state happen, they don't happen just because you felt like it. They happen because something's persuaded you of something. So that's really where the value is in that.
Yes, I understand that. So God is not a morally good because there's a lot happening on this earth that people that consider God to be all powerful cannot even defend themselves or God. For instance, if I have the power to create Satan, I will never create him. But God did.
Yeah.
God did. He did create Satan to do what? To disturb us. And now he's going to judge me and Satan. So how is he morally good enough?
Yeah.
Again, yes, religious people believe that God gave man the mind to create prison, right? So why he didn't create prison for Satan and the devil spirit?
Yeah, it's very inconsistent.
You see, these are the things that I believe that I am not against any religion, but I consider religion to be a culture. And a culture of every particular society is based on one, the environment, the weather conditions.
Do you think there's something that unifies all religions together? Because I'm slightly hesitant to talk about religion as a kind of thing. I know I do sometimes, but I always feel a bit dirty when I do, in the way that if we talk about sport as a thing, sport incorporates so many different things that have nothing in common with each other than that they're sport. So I'm slightly hesitant to lean too much into the concept of describing religion, because it's a bit like saying, behavior or things that people do. I like to get a little bit more specific and say, the Abrahamic traditions, or even more granular than that, Islam, or, what do you think about that?
Like religion should be seen as a like one body, right? That's what you're asking, right?
Just I'm sort of suggesting that I'm wondering if the term religion is a bit broad.
Well, it's be broad because let me put it this way. If you go to one community to the other, for instance, in Africa here, every language has different way of pronouncing the name God, and it's the same meaning according to their ideology. You understand? So from one language to the other, some call it Onyami in Ghana, some call it Mau, and it's the same, according to their explanation, it's the same God.
Yeah.
So happen to religion. But the difficult thing in religion is that it can't be the same because the religion was created by man for dominance.
Yeah, often the case.
Religion can never agree to each other. Because there were people that realized that this earth, you must be, there must be a slave for you to validate your kingdom. There must be a slave for every kingdom to be validated. So they decided to create something to enslave people. Your parents can enslave you to feel proud. to feel powerful over you. Yes. So religion can never agree to each other just because of that.
Yeah.
We don't have, yes, supposing Africa was colonized by Chinese, I will be a Buddhist. I will know nothing about Christianity and Islam. If we were colonized by maybe Indians, I will be a Hindu and probably speaking the Urdu. So hence, religion is created by this way. Because you can't tell me African believe that it's the Christian God that are calling the pastors. It's the Islamic God that are calling the imam in Africa. So if we were colonized by Chinese and we are Buddhists, which God will be calling the pastors?
Of course. Yeah, it is.
You see,
exactly.
So I always believe in a practical and a physical experience. For instance, allowing children to visit prison regularly will make sense, will help this earth than printing more religious books.
Mm-hmm.
Allowing children to visit prison regularly will make more sense and save this earth than printing more religious books, because practically they will see what is coming.
I think we're in agreement, like we always are, Hassan. We're in agreement that this is not a good use of our time and energy and resources, and we would do far better to concentrate on other things. I think we completely agree.
Hassan, I appreciate where you're coming from too. I probably don't have to tell you, but in case other people weren't aware, there's an online community, atheist community on TikTok and other places. There's a subgroup of the atheist community on TikTok who are people who have deconverted, who are from various different African nations. And because in every region there's unique challenges, religion affects, it sort of manifests itself in different areas in different ways. And you guys have a unique perspective. And I know that there's religion has done a tremendous amount of harm in Africa. So I can understand why you're as passionate as you are.
Yeah.
Because they make our people believe that help comes from religion, but in reality, help comes from the people, not religion, because no help was thrown from the sky to the people. So without religion, we can still get this support and help, even more and better. Why would you tell somebody it's because of religion that you are getting this support or help? I don't have to be Moses or Muhammad for you to love me. You better love me as a human being. So
exactly.
If you want me to be Moses or Muhammad for you to love me, that is not love. You want me to be your slave. But they have blind a lot of African mentality to the extent that they believe that help comes from religion. No, help comes from the people. And they are even doing more harm to Africa. Because if I hold a British citizen and I go commit a crime with my British passport, they will take the citizenship from me. So why would somebody be committing crime in the name of Christ, in the name of Muhammad, and they are still demanding the people the people to be more of that?
Yeah, Hassan, we feel your frustration and outrage, and we absolutely understand where you're coming from. I remember one of the conversations you came on, you were talking about like the way that children are named, and that they're not not given names anymore that are in line with the the traditions there, and rather are given these sort of biblical names and stuff, and I completely understand how you feel that represents an erosion of culture that wasn't requested. It wasn't requested.
Yeah, the names I was talking about. Look, if you are born in Africa and you are given Islamic name or a Christian name, at the back of the mind, you are thinking of developing Christianity or Islam instead of your community. And that is the worst to most Africans. It's happening now. So you're going to destroy Africa trying to defend Jesus or Muhammad. But remember, when it comes to making decisions to develop your community, Muhammad is nowhere to be found. Jesus is nowhere to be found.
I don't think that Africa is going to be destroyed. I think Africa will prevail. But I completely hear where you're coming from. Buddy, we're going to move it on because we've got quite a few others in the queue. But it's
All right.
always
Thank you
always
so much.
nice to hear from you, and we understand your passion and your frustration. Thanks, my friend. All the best. Okay, we are going to bring in Stutters Official, and then we've got Ash, we've got Jerry Bell, Spirit Harmony back again. Welcome in, Stutters.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Okay. Two things real quick. I have a stutter, so if I don't speak clearly, just tell me and I'll repeat it.
We got it. No problem at all.
And it stems from CPTSD.
Yeah.
And so I don't think this happens with you because I've watched you a while and you have good communication skills. But if I get involved in a nasty conflict, I have to back away. So I don't think you're going to go there, but I just wanted to let you know just in case.
we don't want to make you feel like you're in a nasty conflict, and we don't want nasty conflicts here. The whole point of this thing is to be able to have conversations with people who have different views without the necessity for them to be nasty conflicts. So
Exactly.
I don't think it's a problem we're going to have.
Okay, good. I think it's called a syllogism.
Yeah.
That answers one of the answers, but it addresses the God's not morally good statement.
Great.
So I've done a lot of thinking what God nature would have, and I think that it makes the most sense that any God that does exist would have to follow set laws of preservation. So if a God were to exist that followed destruction, the universe would destroy itself in a split second. Right?
Okay. Is
Does that make sense?
Is this one of your premises, or are we just setting
Yeah,
it up?
it's a premise there.
So the first premise would be that a god can, I don't want to misspeak. So would your first premise be that a god can either be inclined towards preservation or destruction? And if the god if the god were, this is kind of, so that's premise. You could say premise one is a god is either inclined towards preservation or destruction, and then maybe perhaps premise two could be a conditional premise, which would be if God were inclined towards destruction, the universe wouldn't be here.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay.
And of course, in the middle of the syllogism, you can't contradict one of the earlier problems, right? If we're talking algebra and I say y equals mx plus b, x is 3, solve for y, and then you say, well, actually x is 7. You can never solve the equation because you have to follow the set conditions, right?
Yeah. Once you've assigned a value to a variable or made a statement, then that carries through.
Right. And in another equation, it can equal that other thing, but in this particular equation, you have to abide by the variables that are set.
But can I gently push back on one of the assumptions? Because no. But before I do that, I want you to land your plane. So, are there any more premises, or do we get directly to a conclusion after these two?
That's what I was about to ask.
I think there are two.
Two premises.
So, well, I don't know if it's. I don't know how to define it, but I can make some statements.
No, it's okay. So a premises would be facts that some people can agree upon. So, for example, Socrates is a man. All men are mortal. Those are two premises that are basically claims about facts.
Sure.
And then the conclusion: Socrates is immortal. So, the premises are the thing that lead to the conclusion of the syllogism.
Okay.
So you gave two premises. Are there more, or is it right to the conclusion?
I know there's at least one more, but not more than two. And you actually said something that was very clear, that we all have an IQ that isn't yes. right? Our IQ is less than perfect. And so the point kind of is that if preservation prevails and it is the underlying force of the universe, then we as imperfect intellects are going to misunderstand some of the rules of preservation.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
So,
yeah.
And following that, if God is good and we disagree with God, of course, preservation, not necessarily the Christian God, then we don't understand all there is about preservation. So, and that's okay to admit, but for me, saying God is not morally good is to insert x equals 7 again when the rule is x equals 3.
Okay, I got you. So I want to address the first premise here.
Okay.
If a god would be a god would be inclined toward preservation or destruction, I think that's a false dichotomy. A god can also, for example, not be inclined to either, but just be indifferent. It could have a not 100%, but maybe sort of a scale, like lean toward preservation or lean toward destruction, but not necessarily total destruction. As a matter of fact, a god could have it's the same thing with human beings. Any inclination we could have, a god could have. So, and human beings are complex creatures. We're not total preservation or total destruction. We're complex beings, and a god could, in theory, be a complex being and have any number of character traits when it comes to that.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I like that. False dichotomy is important to oust.
Yeah. And there's another thing that bears saying as well, is that we can look at the current state of the universe now and say, well, the universe appears not to have been destructed, therefore God must incline towards preservation. But the universe has not yet run its course. And there are very valid models in cosmology that propose a universe that sort of expands very quickly as it is right now, and then eventually the expansion slows and becomes a contraction, and it all collapses back on itself, and then it basically is destroyed, in that everything that exists within it ceases to exist and is gone, no longer exists, and then that happens again, which would be an infinitely expanding and collapsing universe. And again, I'm feeling like a horrible fraud because I'm not a cosmologist. I don't know about this stuff. I just, I've heard about it on the back of a cereal box once. It's like where I'm at. But under a model like that, we could say, well, that's a god that inclines towards both preservation and destruction, because we just might be in a preserved phase right now because everything is still here. But if you wind the clock forward a bit, all of this stuff's going to be gone. I mean, I can't remember Sean, how long do we have until the sun exhausts its supply of hydrogen and collapses and swallows up the earth and it all goes bad? Like all of this stuff is going. So it's like 4 billion years or something more.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So it's about 4. I think it's about 4 billion years. But long before that, when it starts that process, I think I'm going by memory, so I could be wrong, but I'm about 80% sure it's like in a billion years. It's going to get so hot, it's going to burn up all our oceans and, everything. So for sure, life on Earth will be eliminated at some point, whether it's an enormous, bigger than what, an enormous asteroid, like larger than the one that took out the dinosaurs. That's in the realm of possibility. But if something else doesn't take us out, the sun eventually will, because stars have a finite life.
Right. That brings me to one of my favorite words, Ylem. Do you know that one? Y-L-E-M.
No, I don't know that word.
Y-L-E-M.
Yeah, it's the substance that existed before the Big Bang.
Right. Oh, okay.
And this is a total side note, but I think you'll like this. The Hylian shield in Lake Hylia from Zelda are based on the word Ylem. So the idea is that this time travel and all that is, kind of very cosmological.
Right. Oh, so is that like a synonym for the sort of hot, dense state or something?
Yeah, but it also applies to the idea that the oscillating universe kind of thing. How can we have something that exists before existence itself? It's a paradox to think about. But yeah, and I think my ultimate conclusion here is that if we're going to accept any of this idea that God is good, preservation, flat IQ, the closing thought would be that since we know that we have an imperfect IQ, we have to entertain the thought that there is more that we don't know.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, and a lot of theists, and I don't know if I caught it, whether you believe in a God or not. But a lot of theists kind of go with this notion that if well, you can't rule God out, or just because just because God hasn't shown himself or there's not evidence doesn't mean he doesn't exist, and that's 100% true. We grant that freely. It's just the time to believe something, or the time to believe X is when X there's sufficient evidence to warrant belief in X.
Right.
And don't rule it out unless you have enough disconfirmatory, is that a word, information to to warrant belief that the thing that P is not true, for example.
Yeah.
H.E. Jones in the YouTube chat says, I can't rule him out, but I sure as hell can ignore his followers.
That's pretty good.
It's funny.
You got it. Yeah, very good. Very good.
That's great. Well, I don't want to keep you here. It's very nice talking with you. Might try to come back at a later date. But,
sure, you're very welcome anytime.
Very nice.
Thanks for coming up. We really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Take it easy, man. Okay, cool. Always nice to get new people in. Okay, we are bringing in Jerry next, and then we'll see where we're at. We've got Ash is in the queue. Spirit is back again, and we've got I Chose the Other Path as well. So lots of fun still to be had. I can't wait to start bringing in people from the YouTube side. I have this nagging feeling that I'm neglecting our lovely friends over on the other platform. I'm so sorry. I promise to try and get it sorted this week because I really want you guys to be able to get involved too without having to put this awful app on your phone. The talking thing. Not good. Welcome in, Jerry.
Hello. Good morning.
Hi.
I've been listening to you and I just love all the different accents and philosophies and
not gonna lie, I quite like your accent too. I quite like your accent too.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, very nice.
I want to commend you on your patience with one of the people. I was getting, my heart rate was getting a lot faster, and I was becoming exhausted with one of the people that was on a few people ago.
I think we know who.
I wonder who.
So, you had, and both of you just had so much composure that I just want to high five you right now. I'm just
thank you.
I had to turn the volume down.
That's very kind. I mean, people come in here for lots of different reasons, and we have to expect that, right? If you're going to do something like this on a platform like this, you have to understand you're going to get people who come in to agree with you and to talk about perspectives on that. You're going to get people who come in who disagree with you, but you can still have really productive conversations about that. And then you're going to get the people who are just coming in for another reason, and you just have to know that that's going to be part of it. And some people maybe handle them better than we do, but we do the best we can, and we just try to. I always want to come away from an exchange not feeling like I regret my behavior. So I want to let the other guy. If the other guy wants to swear and be abusive, let him be the one who does that. No, just I say guy because it's normally a guy. And we try to just keep it cordial and respectful if we can. But
Right, and that's the one that these are the kind of lives that I like to request up on because, I just have like something to interject, and it's just usually
sure,
my opinion or my theory or something
of
like
course,
that.
yeah.
You know,
What would you like to
but
say? We want to hear what your thoughts are.
well, I believe that my my thoughts and my ego were possibly as big as that guy that I'm complaining about or telling you about because I did believe in so many false beliefs for so long that I literally became dumber because and the reason I say that is because I didn't differentiate beliefs from facts. I didn't think about it as okay, that's just what I believe, but
Mm.
the evidence might sway me one way or the other,
Mm.
and I'm going to change my belief. Okay? So I just believed I was a spoon-fed Christian. Okay? So I just believed what they told me. I trusted what my parents taught me when I was younger because I loved them. They loved me.
Yeah,
That's kind of the relationship with your parents, right? So you
yeah.
just trust that they're going to teach you what's right.
And it's not
So
just
I
that you trust them. Just to give you this little tidbit which you can think about, child brains are actually optimized and shaped by evolution for believing what their primary caregivers tell them, because children who had the genetics which created, or humans rather, that had the genetics which created child brains that didn't accept what their primary caregivers told them, didn't survive as long, because when their parents said don't go near their, that's poisonous, or don't eat this, that's poisonous, or stay away from there, that's dangerous, and they ignored that, they didn't do so well. They had lower lifespans, and more of them ended up not making it to reproductive age. So there would have been a selection pressure evolutionarily to favor human beings that had child brains that listened to their parents. So there's a real reason for that.
right. Yeah, I mean that, survival, but I'm talking about the conditioning of your brain to believe what they believe. The
Yeah,
conditioning takes time and development while your brain is developing, and that's why I say it makes you dumber. It makes you dumber to believe everything someone else is telling you that because they're just trying to condition you to believe what they believe.
yeah,
So if they take you to church, they indoctrinate you, it's from a fear that you're going to grow up and actually not believe what they believe. They don't want that because
yeah,
of one reason or another. They might be afraid of they might really believe that you're going to go to hell. They might be that delusional.
yeah.
But I think ultimately, I think the church is afraid of people actually thinking for themselves
Of
and
course they are.
using their brain.
Yeah, of
So
course they
when
are.
I started at age 60, believing, thinking critically about the stories in the Bible and looking critically at them and just realizing one by one how they were embellished,
Mm.
okay, for storytelling purposes to make him seem more divine. I'm telling you, I was raised in the Church of Christ and I was all in for Jesus, okay? I was all in. I mean, the Bible studies. I mean,
Yeah,
3 times a week going to church. When there was a function, I was there and I loved it. I thought I was accepted for who I truly was.
yeah.
But they just accepted me because I was volunteering all the time. I mean, they loved people like me coming through the door. I was the biggest believer in the scam of believers, or maybe not the biggest, but I was.
What
I
what
was
was
Yeah.
what was the turning point for you then?
the turning point took a while. It took a few conversations with my oldest son, who is a critical thinker. I mean, I taught him, I homeschooled him and taught him how to read before he actually went to school.
Wow.
And he learned to critically think. He started, he's just read a lot of books that, educated him, voila. And so he was trying, like you are, trying to convince me. And then I listened to a lot of TikTok lives where people thought critically, and it was from gear one, like you are, you know, with the patience that you have. And I think once you get over the sting that you're wrong, you know, it stings a little.
It does.
It hurts.
It does.
Yeah.
And it makes you literally cry because you have taught people these things. You have done things that cause real damage to people's psyche. You have, you know, to tell someone that they might like literally burn forever is horrible.
Yeah.
You know, and I started thinking, how many people have I told that to? How many people have I, you know, I mean, that is the opposite of compassion.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm. It's not the opposite of compassion because here's the thing: you believed it to be true. Don't beat yourself up over it because
Right.
you came from a long line, generation after generation of believers who believed this thing, and in your mind, you're actually trying to save somebody from eternal torment.
Yeah.
That's not that's not uncompassionate, or that's compassion itself. It's just based on something you believe to be true that wasn't true, and I can understand you feeling guilty or feeling like, what if I did harm? But don't beat yourself up. You know, you basically, you've always been a good person. You just had the wrong information at the time.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
so
you're right. You're right. I did, but I still feel like, you know, now I want to do the opposite. I don't want people to think that way, you know, but I
yeah.
don't want to do it in such a egotistical.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh,
It's
we got you.
okay.
I'll
Are
drop
you
my
okay?
earpod.
Oh, that's
Oh,
okay.
we can hear.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we still
Yeah, we
got
can
you.
hear you.
We still got
Yeah,
you.
Did
you back on? Oh,
Did you
Jerry.
feel yourself falling down the?
We heard the
Oh
little
yeah,
ding.
yeah, we did.
Your earpod obviously landed on something metal because we all heard the ding. It was
Yeah,
beautiful.
that's right.
It was very sonorous.
And Jerry, one thing I want to clarify because you said, you know, religion kind of made you dumber. I want to be careful that we're not kind of sounding like we're portraying like religious people are dumb because you know, I'm a former religious person also. I didn't become more intelligent when I became an atheist. I do think religious beliefs are, one, irrational, but two, totally understandable that people hold them for a variety of reasons, being born and raised into it, fear of the unknown, you know, having a curious mind, not liking answers, etc. It's totally understandable, but we don't think religious people are less intelligent. We just think that this particular belief that they have isn't on solid rational grounding.
Okay, so let me push back just a little bit on that.
Sure.
I say it made me dumber, but maybe I should say it made me more susceptible to scammers.
Oh yeah. So one thing, um, growing up in a religious environment can affect your critical thinking skills. Um, that doesn't mean less intelligent. Those are two different those are two different things.
So I
You
need to
know,
say it like that instead of dumber.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's a bit
well, it,
harsh to say dumber. You could say that that you were getting a little bit too much practice not thinking critically. How about that?
that's a good that's a good way of putting it. And just to avoid people misinterpreting, you know, what you mean by that, because what we try to a- avoid is like fostering or fueling the fire of sort of the us versus them, because TikTok, these theological discussions are very much us versus them. Hence that one guy who came in, I cooked you atheists, and you know, that's we're trying to avoid that that sort
Yeah.
of, you know, have a space where we can have productive dialogue. And many Christians do have productive dialogue on this live and on many others. But on both sides, there's a whole culture, about cooking the other, and I don't think that's very productive.
Yeah.
Right, and I get that. It feeds your ego, and you get that
Yeah.
dopamine hit because you feel
Oh
like
yeah.
you've got that gotcha moment or something like that.
Yep.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to interject and say that that's part of my journey. And by this time next year, I hope I'm way more articulate and educated and progressed even more.
Well, if that's your hope, then you will be. And the thing is that you have a unique voice because you can do something I can't do. I mean, Sean can do it as well, but you can give that perspective of having been inside. You can give that perspective of having held the beliefs and then being able to reflect back on yourself and look back and say, I understand why I thought this stuff, and here's the way out of it. And that makes you invaluable for someone else who's maybe a few steps behind you in the same journey. And I think you will be able to do as much good, as much as you worry about what you might have said to people when you were in there. You've got an opportunity now for the rest of the time you have to be a different voice and to really make a difference. And I have friends in my community here who are amazingly powerful advocates now for deconstruction and for thinking about thinking and for kindness to yourself rather than all of that stuff. I think you're going to be great, Jerry. I think you're going to be brilliant, and I'm really excited for you to have this.
I value that so much.
Yeah, and you're very welcome in this community. There are awesome people who come here. There are lots of deconstruction communities. Justin's is absolutely massive. I'm not trying to suggest that there's anything unique, but we are a nice little tribe, and we're growing all the time. And it's just about like acceptance and kindness and forgiveness and self-forgiveness. And we're really happy to have you. So thank you.
Thank you, and I value you and your opinions so much.
Thanks, Jerry.
Bye, Sean.
All the best. Take care. Okay.
Bye. Thank you. By the way, I want to address Dr. Todd put up a reel addressing atheists who were posting studies that they proclaim to show that atheists have a higher IQ on average and whatnot. If you're an atheist in here, I can't tell you what to do, but don't do that. Like, I don't think it's productive. If you genuinely want to like bridge the gap and help reach people, that's like, in my opinion, the wrong way to do it.
I completely agree. Todd is such a font of good judgment, isn't he? He's just got so much to say. If anyone here doesn't follow Dr. Todd Phillips, he's been a guest on here before. He's a friend of ours. He was a mega church pastor for many years. He holds a PhD and master's degree in divinity and all those things from respectable seminaries, and he's going to be a really, really important voice, I think, in this community. So he's only been on TikTok a month. He's already got quite a few thousand followers because he's very, very good communicator and a really nice guy, and definitely give him a follow. For the YouTube lot, he's not on there yet, but I'm giving him a nudge. I think you'll see him on YouTube soon. Okay, we are going to bring in. I chose the other path, and then we'll get Ash in after that. Ash, thanks for waiting, friend. Bringing in. I chose the other path. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Hey. I'm good. I only have a couple of minutes. So I wanted to just quickly address that comment I made about Spinoza's God.
Oh, yeah.
Are you familiar with Spinoza's God?
I am familiar with Spinoza's God, yeah. But I didn't see your comment. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just, when the other guy was talking, I was talking about Spinoza's God because he can be, Spinoza's God can be indifferent. Spinoza's God can have all the conditions of the material world that we live in. And a lot of times it's certainty that really poisons logical identity. right? Because instead of it being something where we can all legitimately discuss something or have a conversation about these details, one of the parties is already absolutely certain about conditions. And like, that's not something that atheists or are claiming, right? And this idea, he was talking about the Yilum or whatever he was the ether that he was talking about. And like trying to fill something into a hole that gives us certainty, right, is pretty natural, right? But it's not all that helpful, right? Like, it's totally natural to be like attached to wanting to have this certainty about it, right? And the problem is that certainty for especially for religious thinkers, certainty is super important to their identity, whereas for other people, that same certainty is kind of like the poisoned well, right? Like that we have to go to it. And certainly there are things that we have confidence about, right? But there's not like a certainty about it. And so I mentioned that because of the Big Bang and him talking about the thing before the Big Bang. And the Big Bang is speculation based on what we can measure, right? It's not certainty, right? We're not saying it absolutely was this, and this way.
I would characterize it. Sorry, I would characterize it as less than certainty, which everything is in science, but substantially more than speculation.
Yeah, because it's a mathematical model that's been borne out. So, for example, when Hubble
I think he got a call.
Oh, did he? Oh, yes, Witty comes. But I'll say this, and hopefully he'll get it. So, when Hubble first noticed the cosmic expansion, and he did the numbers and said, if this is true, we should expect to find cosmic background radiation, and this is the mathematical characteristics that we would expect to find. And then it was 4 decades later that the two dudes working on the radio telescope array thought there were pigeons in there because of all the they were finding in the interference, and they thought it was a technical problem, and they had stumbled on the exact thing that Hubble predicted would be found. So it is more than
to
just
the
speculation.
exact measurements.
I mean,
to the exact, like,
which is why they
maybe
both,
not technically, but to 0.000 whatever.
They won
but
the
like
Nobel
the
Prize
measurements
for it.
that they expected, and then there was more confirmatory evidence that was found as well.
So
but,
it's more, it's a bit more than
think
speculation, even if it's less than certainty. And science doesn't really look to make claims of certainty. Science just looks to develop models that work to explain what we observe and generalize to laws where possible, and then make predictions about the future. And if it does that well, then we're not really too fussed about whether it's like ultimately true. It's just it has a utility because it increases our ability to understand the world around us, navigate it, and make sense of it. Yeah.
The cool thing is being able to see literally into the past.
Yeah.
Like, I love that as sort of a fact of reality because of the finite nature of like the speed of light.
As far as we know, right?
As far as we know about what.
Well, this is what I'm saying is that there is, and as far as we know, attached to all conclusions based on scientific analysis.
Yeah, but because so here's the thing: you have proposed explanations in science. So those, if they're testable and they fit the current data that we have, they're hypotheses. Once there's been enough confirmatory evidence for a hypothesis and testing novel predictions, etc., it becomes a theory. And I wish they didn't use that word because outside of science, oh, I got a theory about this thing. It sort of suggests less than a lesser amount of evidence. However, heliocentric theory is the theory that the Earth and the planets revolve around the sun. It has a heliocenter. The germ theory of disease is a theory, quote unquote, that germs cause disease. But these are things that we actually know to be facts, colloquially. But in science, unlike mathematics, they avoid the word proof, and instead they just use theory.
It's the worst piece of marketing ever. Like if they could have just come up with another word that meant robust explanatory framework, but didn't have the same associations with a sort of not fully tested hunch, which is what theory kind of means.
Right.
And someone says, I have a theory that it might have been the butler who did it. Like that's how could they who thought that was a good idea?
Yeah.
Terrible. Yeah, science needs a better comms department. But yeah, we appreciate you bringing up the clarification on Spinoza. I chose. Appreciate that. Thank you, man. Okay. With that, we are going to move on and bring in, as promised, our friend Ash. Ash,
hello.
What's up, dude?
Always good to see you, man. I'll make this a quick one, as I'm sure I'm going to get a message from my nurse saying my patient's in. So,
sure.
Right. So, essentially, great conversations on her. There was obviously the Villa, but what's it, PhD guy?
The little crash out. Yeah, that's getting clipped.
Little crash out.
Yeah, that'll be on YouTube. That'll be on YouTube tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's something that you said that was like, when you went down the speech of, oh, what you're doing is dangerous. I'm like, it's literally the complete opposite. It's sharing ideas and making sure that you're testing your ideas to know what is true or not. There is zero danger in that. Yeah. It's more dangerous silencing people and just believing what you normally believe with no new information, not able to test anything new. And then, it's just, he just shown his true colors at the end of that. But there's been some really cool people on here, especially the ones, like the previous guest she changed her faith at age 60, like a kid. Was an interesting one. Like,
amazing.
It's very painful and tough I could imagine, like, because my mum's still a Jehovah's Witness, and to change your faith like that later down the line, like it's never too late to still think critically. And I think like Neil deGrasse Tyson says it in a way of like, to just believe something is true for the sake of being true and not really understanding the why it's true is just as lazy as believing like the world is flat,
Yeah.
To really fundamentally question things and test it. And this is why I think, like you've just said before, science like to use the words theory. And it's because we're open-minded. Like we want to try and work out, is it as possible a certainty as it can be? And we can always be humble and to say where we're wrong. And I think if more people were like this in conversation, to really see if their idea holds water, like can it really be tested? Why am I thinking like this? Am I just searching for something to be true just because I want it to be true? Or because I can work it out to see if the evidence supports it? Yeah. And I think it always goes down the same kind of line. And I think I've changed my thoughts a bit on objectivity and subjectivity a little. Again, it does take time to master. Like I have said that, objectivity is just shared subjectivity in a sense. But if you think about it, if someone dies, there's still going to be trees around, there's still going to be things. Obviously, it takes a human to measure it and see it. But there is still validity in saying something is objective fact compared to subjective, like mind independent. But the issue is still at the same time is that in so many conversations, as soon as someone's trying to say, oh, that's just your subjective and my objective morality is, trying to say that as soon as they hear the word subjective, it doesn't mean anything.
It's not even a retort. Like, if we're saying you're behaving like a child, well, that's just your subjective opinion. Yes. I didn't say it wasn't. But
they always think
how is that relevant? Anytime you have an opinion about somebody, it's a subjective opinion. Like, so what?
Trying to understand the psychology of it. It's almost like, oh, okay, I've got someone who doesn't agree the same way I agree, and they just want to say, oh, it's just your opinion, and no one else is going to think like that. Like their viewpoint is somehow more grounded in facts compared. And then it's the same subjective standpoint. And like you said, you're an individual in the world. We, in society, to survive, we need to be able to cooperate and agree with each other and what's true. Right. That's all subjective, sharing like what we should do and what we want from each other so we can all kind of get along. And it's just equally as important on objective facts that we know in the world. And yeah, I think people just completely, when they try and argue it, they always come down to the same back and forth on objectivity and subjectivity, and it just never goes anywhere. So I'm just wondering, has there been previous conversations where it has gone down this path? Because you guys have had pretty much many conversations like this.
Oh yeah.
Where
So
it's
here's
kind of resolved, you know? Like it's kind of
yes.
like, oh, you're right.
So here's a common theme, and everyone look out for this. Anytime someone picks God is not morally good, um, it I can always tell right in the beginning if they're going to turn this into a subjective versus objective morality argument, and that's fine if they want to, but just get right to it. But they'll want to try to like lead us down this like long rabbit hole to get there, like they're being clever, but like yeah, and it becomes very obvious right up front. Even like sometimes they'll deny it. Oh no, I'm not doing that, and then they'll just do that very thing. And it's like, look, that's fine. We're not afraid to discuss it. I enjoyed discussing, more, ethics, the philosophy of ethics and what have you. But just be upfront. That's where you're going with it.
And that's all about people being honest in their discussions. Like, yes, we do think different from how others think, and it's just let's flesh out the idea why you think that way, and just see if it.
There's something else that bears saying about this, though. So people who come in here to talk about objective versus subjective morals, that's never really what's on their mind. These aren't people who have a passion for metaethics and really want to explore moral realism. It's not really that. That's always a means to establish something else which is important to them. And that's the reason why we rarely have a productive conversation, because they're not actually coming in wanting to really explore that issue. And they're just using that issue as a crowbar for the thing they really care about, which is their Jesus or owning libs or whatever it might be. It's always about something else. So those conversations don't tend to go well. Whereas quite often the people who come in with a genuine curiosity about me saying nobody chooses their beliefs, quite often those conversations will actually end up with someone changing their opinion about it, even in real time during the conversation. It's happened a few times. They'll come in, wildly against it. Our friend of the channel, Damien, came in. I remember it was a really good call because he came in saying, I disagree with that. And he left saying, I see what you mean. You've changed my mind on it. And we were reflecting on how interesting it was that he was willing to realize that his mind had been changed by becoming convinced, not by choosing to change, right? And I think that it says something about whether you're wanting to have a discussion about the thing that you're having the discussion about, or whether that thing is just a means to another thing. Well,
this is fundamentally why I really like your lives, because for one, it's something where you hear the other person out and people's minds end up changing. If it just ended up being like, oh, you believe what you believe and I believe what I believe, and you just end up insulting each other, it's just a complete waste of time, right?
Yeah.
So I really, really acknowledge and appreciate the skill set that comes into this, and to have the patience and to hear ideas. So I best be going.
All right, buddy.
Nice real quick, Ash.
Yep.
I'll tell. I can. If you have to run, I can tell you later.
Yeah. I'll come back.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Okay.
I think he's got a patient waiting.
Indeed.
Oh, by the way, Millie Doodle said in the chat, atheists need to mind their business. Millie, I promise you, I'm never going to knock on your door and say, hey, have you heard the bad news? I promise I'm not going to get a whole congregation of my fellow atheists to go into a shopping mall or an airplane and start singing atheist jingles, like forcing that upon other people on the plane. I'm not going to be with a bullhorn on the corner shouting about atheism. I will keep it to a space where people are willingly coming to discuss these things because they choose to.
Can we just appreciate the beautiful, exquisite irony of coming into somebody else's live to tell them that they need to mind their own business?
Yeah, that's right.
I think that actually deserves a round of applause. That's actually quite marvelous. We have with us now coach and agent. Hello.
Hello, how are you, brothers?
Yeah, good. How are you?
How you doing, coach?
I'm good. So before we can start, I just want to make something clear. I'm English is my second language. I'm from South Africa. So if I butcher certain words that I'm trying to say a certain context, you'll just forgive me.
We will
Of course.
make allowances for that, and I'm sure that your English is far better than our African dialects that we might try to pick up. So, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I wanted to choose that one. It says God is not morally good.
Yes.
So for me, I hold the view that human morality has limitations. So if it has limitations, it cannot be applied in certain sphere or in certain areas. So one of those areas, I don't think we can use human morality to judge whether God is good or not. The
Okay.
same way we cannot judge whether a lion in the wilderness, if it unalives a deer and eats a pregnant deer and eats the baby, whether it's wrong or right. So I think that's where I hold my ground, because if you look at the nature of God, if we remove human morality, then God becomes right in whatever that he does.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
same way, if we, I'll leave
So,
it there just for
yeah,
now.
let me respond to what you're saying. So you're essentially saying that human morality is limited to the domain of human understanding, and that God exists outside of that domain, and so our moral intuitions can't be applied to God because there's kind of some sort of like category error almost of trying to do that. Is that fair representation of your view?
Yeah, I would say that. Yes.
Okay, because I don't want to misrepresent you. So the reason why I disagree with that is that words have meanings, concepts have meanings that are well understood. So if we ascribe a particular word to a god, let's say we say this god is good, then that sentence only means something if we all understand what we mean by the word good, right? We can try it with a different definition, with a different word. Let's say we said, I think I've used this example before, but let's say we said a person. We won't start with God. Let's say a person. Let's say we said this person is affectionate, and we would all understand intuitively what we mean by affectionate. And even if we couldn't completely define what makes affectionate, we could certainly understand things that aren't affectionate. Like if we said this person is affectionate, and they never ever touch another person in an affectionate way or show what we would seem to be like loving behavior towards another person. They never ever do it. And in fact, the only engagements they ever have with any other people are violent. But we would still insist that that person is actually affectionate. And then we said, well, in order to make this make sense, we have to expand the definition of affectionate to include violent behavior and a complete lack of, what we would identify as affectionate behavior. It kind of breaks the word. So if we try and now apply this to God, if we say God is good no matter what he does, that anything God does is good, because I guess you're kind of defining God as good, aren't you? You're saying that goodness is in his nature and that it's God's nature to be good. So anything he does or says is good. The moment you do that, you create a massive problem for yourself, because you're then forced to expand your definition of the word you're using to define God. This isn't about human moral intuitions, it's just about language. You're having to expand your word good to include within it things that you would never, ever, ever call good if anyone else did them. So you're making a special allowance for your God. And we're saying, okay, well, God commands slavery, must be good. God commands the genocide of children, must be good. God commands the stoning to death of suspected non-virgins on their wedding night, must be good. These things must all be good. And there's nothing God could do that isn't then good. And what you've done in that is you've basically broken the word good. You've then made it not mean anything anymore, because what does it mean? You're just saying God does what God does.
Sorry, host. I think I never said, I don't hold the position that God is only good. I hold the position that he is good and bad. You understand? Because he creates evil and good. You understand? So if he creates evil and good and is part of his nature, You
I
understand?
see.
So you cannot,
Then
yes.
I
So you
misunderstood
cannot
your
judge him.
argument. I thought
Yes,
you were
that's
saying
what I wanted.
you
Yeah.
can't judge God because that was why I tried to reflect it back to you before I tore into it. Because I
Yes.
thought you were saying we can't make a moral evaluation of God because we can't understand his morality, but we can and we must. We must.
No, no, oh, sorry. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
if
speak,
he's
sorry.
going to say that owning other human beings as property is okay, we have to be able to say anyone who does that is not good.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Remember, we first determine the nature of a god. You understand? So the nature of a god is I create good and evil. So whether I do good or evil, I still become correct because it's part of my nature. You understand?
I
So
do
what is happening?
understand.
Let me finish what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
So you cannot
sure.
say, you cannot say because I do bad and because it's who I am and it's part of my nature as a supernatural being. Therefore, you judge me based on that. Because
Coach,
that's
can I?
still sorry, let me just
Go ahead.
what I'm saying is that God becomes correct whichever direction he faces.
Yeah,
Coach, does that apply to me? So if I do good or bad, it's in my nature. Does that mean, therefore, whatever I do is correct?
No, because you are judged based on human morality. It's not in the nature of humans. You understand?
Yeah.
For human to behave that way.
That's where the
Well,
disconnect is, though.
Go ahead.
however humans behave, it's in human nature to behave that way. So I just want to know. It seems
Yes.
arbitrary to me that you would provide an exception for God, that whether he does good things or bad things, it's always correct just because he's God. Do you have a justification for that?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying just because he's God. I'm saying it is because of his nature, how he defined himself and carried himself.
But what if
Now, when we go to human,
somebody's nature? Forgive me for interrupting you, but I just want to push back on
yeah,
this because I don't think it really holds water. What if somebody's
yeah,
nature is that sometimes they're kind and sometimes they pull the legs off children? Would we say, well, it's in
yes.
their nature, so that we can't say they're bad because it's just in their nature? I think that the reason why we have words like good or bad is to signify how we feel about somebody's behavior. And if we look at the behavior of the God in the Bible, he's a monster. I mean, he might occasionally do some nice things, but most of the time he's busy either killing people himself or commanding other people to do that or creating laws and passing them on which are absolutely barbaric, that we would not accept any society on earth now doing those things. We would recognize them instantly as morally unacceptable. And so to just say, well, we can't make a judgment on this because it might be in his nature, to me is a sort of way of avoiding a moral evaluation of God that it's incumbent on us to do if we're going to speak about him.
No, if you are going to place it that way, then you are literally saying human morality does not have limitations. It means if you go to the wild and you see a lion unaliving a pregnant deer and eating the child, and then I ask you, is that wrong or correct? You are like, no, that is in the lion's nature. That's what you will say, right?
Yeah, but
What do you mean by
the
limitations?
reason that I understand what he's saying that there's a boundary condition for assessing morality which doesn't extend everywhere. So if we look at a tree that falls over and falls on someone, we wouldn't say that's a naughty tree. It's an evil tree.
Yeah, of course.
If we look at a lion killing a gazelle, we wouldn't say it's an evil lion. But here's the problem, and here's why that analogy doesn't work: is a lion isn't all powerful and all knowing and in charge of everything. If it was, then we would say that's an evil lion because the lion could have got his or her food without killing the gazelle, and therefore the choice to kill the gazelle was an unnecessary, created unnecessary, avoidable suffering. So that's why the analogy breaks, because you look at God. If you believe God is sovereign, if you believe God is the CEO and is genuinely in charge of things, God doesn't have the excuse, sorry, I had to bring that pestilence on the people of Israel after David's census and kill 70,000 of them. I had no choice. I just had to do it. I was hungry that day, or I would have died if I didn't. Or, a lion hunting a gazelle is doing what it needs to do to survive, to find food for itself, for its offspring, this is the way of nature. We don't moralize it for that reason. God doesn't have that excuse. If God is sovereign, then the God of the Bible is choosing an unbearable amount of unnecessary suffering. So how do you reconcile that with with good? And I think it's a real mistake to talk about human morality. Just talk about what we mean by good or bad. Just talk about like whether you think it's okay, whether you think it's ethical, whether you think it's all right to cause unnecessary suffering. Is that ever okay in your view?
No. If you put it that way, I agree with you. Nothing is okay. Even for a lion to unalive a deer that is pregnant and eat the child, it's not okay for me. If there was an alternative, I would give that lion an alternative. You understand? Because in my human nature, whenever I see something that is awkward or bad, I categorize it as evil. You understand? I don't have a problem if you put it that way. The only thing that I'm trying to challenge is why are you trying to place the human morality on a subject of a God? But I'm keep on saying it does not apply that side, because God becomes correct. If you say to me, God is wrong by doing this and this, and then the argument is because it's all powerful, then I will say in his all powerful abilities you find good and evil, so he still becomes correct. You understand? It does not mean all powerful now limits his bad or limits his good. You
May
understand
I,
what I'm saying?
if I can, because
Yeah.
you said we can't judge God because whatever he does is in his nature. So if he
Yes.
does good or he does bad, it's always correct. And
Yes.
I pointed out I always do what's in my nature. So does that mean that whatever I do is good or correct is always? I'm sorry. If whatever I do, good or bad, is always correct, and you said no because you're not God, and I said, what's the substantive difference between us? And then you repeated, God does whatever's in His nature. So both God and I do whatever is in our nature. So why is it for him he can always if he does good or bad it's always correct but not the same for me?
It's
What's the
special pleading going on here.
I wanted to respond that I in the answer there is because the ultimate human morality set the standard. As human, we set our standards for ourselves, for what is accepted good and what is accepted bad.
Yeah, so does God.
So as God, I'm gonna come to the issue of God, because
Okay.
as humans, we did created our own standard and limits of what we regard as acceptable and not acceptable. So
Right.
irregardless of how you feel, the law will still hold you accountable for that. You understand?
Well,
Now we go
God,
to the sorry.
you said irrespective of how I feel,
The law will hold you accountable for that.
the Lord will hold me accountable.
The
That's the
law,
same.
the
Oh,
law,
the law, the
law,
law.
your
Oh, the
constitution.
Lord. Oh, I'm
Law,
sorry.
LWA.
I'm sorry. Just language barrier. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
The law, got you. All right, sorry. Please
Yeah.
continue.
Well, Coach,
Yeah. So the law.
Could we look at a specific? Because I feel we're speaking in very sort of general terms at the moment. I think it might help the conversation if we look at something, a sort of specific case, and then I'm interested to hear what you think about that, right? So if you have a look at this is from 1 Samuel 15, right? This is God instructing the Israelites what He wants them to do to the Amalekites, right? He says, "Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey." Right? So this is God instructing the Israelites to go and kill children. Is there a world where you can look at someone making a commandment like this and say they're good? Would a good
No.
Is it
Never.
moral?
It's bad. It's evil. I don't agree with this part.
Right. So surely we can generalize out from that then and say, in the same way that we prosecute war criminals, and when we prosecute war criminals, we're not saying everything they've ever done is bad. We're just holding them morally accountable for the bad things they did do. They might, Hitler apparently loved dogs. Okay, bully for him, but let's look at the totality of the picture. right? So surely we can look at a deity that would make a commandment like that, which is completely unnecessary. I mean, I accept that there are justified wars. I don't think this was one, by the way. But even if it had
I
been,
do agree.
even if it had been, you don't tell your combatants to go and finish off the children. That's completely unacceptable. So
I do agree with you.
right, I'm glad you do. I'm glad you do, because you don't sound like a moral monster. And we speak to some people who, in response to this, try to provide justifications for it, and those conversations are really painful. So I would just offer up that surely if we're going to assess the moral character of someone, part of that is saying, well, what are the boundaries of their morality? What does them being good look like, and what does them being bad look like, and how do we fit that into what we understand? If a human being did this, what would we say? Why should it be any different for a god?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to try to speak maybe slowly and try to gather my words together. I'm not questioning what humans think about the behavior of a god. I don't have a problem. If you think God here in this instance did something wrong, I agree with you. You understand? I'm saying you cannot use human morality to judge how good or bad God is. The reason is because in his nature, he does good and evil. You understand? So that is his nature as a being. The same way you wouldn't go to the jungle and judge a lion or for analyzing a deer and a pregnant deer and eat. Why? Because it's the lion's nature. So why do you feel like when it comes to God, your morality in this instant has to extend towards a God?
Because God isn't just a lion. Any sufficiently intelligent being we hold morally accountable. If aliens came from outer space that have far higher cognitive skills than we do, we would be we would be able to assess their goodness or badness, for lack of a better term, for their behaviors.
That is why I said, sorry, I said in this intelligence, it includes bad and good. You cannot separate that part of his
that's fine. That's fine. But
you cannot.
You're comparing an all-knowing, omniscient God to like a lion who's acting largely on instinct and doesn't even have the concept of morality or avoiding suffering or what have you. It's just operating on its nature. But the thing is so you're using that like it's in the lion's nature, it's in the God's nature. The two are equal. My behaviors are also in my nature. If that's true for everything and everybody, the deciding factor here, though, is level of cognition. Do you have? Can you? Do you? Are you? Is your mind sophisticated enough to even make moral judgments or consider harm versus how much harm you're doing or what have you? And if the answer is yes, you are morally culpable, and God is, according to theology, more. They're on an even higher mental state of being than we are.
I want you also to look at this. This is biblical, Coach, right? This is from Deuteronomy. The rock, his work is perfect, and all his ways are just. A faithful God without deceit, just and upright is he. This is basically saying everything he does is good. So this is, from a biblical point of view, undermining your claim that he does good things and bad things. This is a direct claim. Saying that God is always good.
No, there is a verse in Isaiah that says, "Evil and good I bring." Right?
It said that he created evil also, and meaning calamity also.
So part of his goodness is included in his nature of good. Part of evil that you showed later is included in his nature. I think what I'm trying to show you guys here is I'm not here to discuss whether God doesn't do good or evil. I'm saying he does good and evil. I agree with you. But if you see the good in the Bible, it's also part of his nature. If you see bad in the Bible, it's part of who he is. You understand? So whether he does good or evil, he becomes correct. You understand? Now
that's
the
the problem.
yeah,
Dude, let's just pause
yeah,
there,
that's where
because
the
that's
problem
where the
is.
rubber
Yeah,
meets the road. Because what you just said is whether he
yeah,
does good or evil, he's correct, because it's just defined as his nature. And my claim is,
yes,
if somebody's nature includes the capacity to create that much suffering, then we cannot call them morally good, but just by virtuous. We can't just excuse it away and say, well, he's defined as having this nature, so our moral intuitions don't pertain here. They do. That's what it means to understand that mass murderers love their mothers also. That people who create horrendous suffering for others occasionally get it right, or maybe they couldn't help it, but we can still look at their actions and say these actions are not good. These actions are immoral. They're not all right. And so I really would push back quite hard on what you're
yeah,
saying. What you're saying is sort of more nuanced, if you like, than some people we speak to who just define, we show them all the horrendous things God does and they just simply redefine goodness to include those things. You're not exactly doing that, because you're saying, well, he does bad things too. But then your get out is to say, we need to take him on his totality, and we need to accept that his nature is that sometimes he's good and sometimes he's bad. And, we can't apply our human moral systems to trying to assess that. We can, and we
yeah,
must. And I think we must say a God that can be good one day and then drown every baby in the world the next day isn't good.
yeah,
That's not good to do that. It's not good to have a nature that allows for so much unnecessary suffering. And this is, we could make this argument even if we completely ignored all the barbarity. Hang on a second. It's saying that your content is flagged. I'm not sure why. Unfortunately, Coach, I'm getting a warning from the platform saying that I need to remove you from the conversation. I don't know why. You didn't do anything wrong. It can be very weird and censorious, but I'm so sorry. We have to end the conversation, otherwise
okay,
they're going to stop pushing the live out. But I
okay,
hope we
thank you.
can.
TikTok needs to fix that.
It really
Their
does. It's
algorithm for
awful. It
detecting
keeps it
violations
keeps on
is
forcing us to do this. Yeah, I'm so sorry,
horrendous.
Coach. This is not personal at all. We were enjoying speaking to you, and please come back and speak to us again another day.
All right, thank you.
All right, buddy. That's horrible. I hate that it does that. It did this again. It said the guest was violating hate speech and hateful behaviours. He wasn't. He really wasn't, and it's not giving me the opportunity to appeal it. So, Coach, I'm so sorry. That's craziness. This platform does it. It did it the other day, didn't it, Sean? We had that guy, and I mean, to be fair, we needed to get rid of him.
It happened to me on Coco's live, and I was barely speaking and not saying anything controversial.
It is bonkers. I mean, this is why we need to really build up the YouTube, because YouTube is much more sensible. It doesn't pull silly shenanigans like that. You don't start getting messages from YouTube saying, we don't like the look of that person, you need to get rid of them from your live stream.
Yeah.
We don't approve. So sorry, Coach. Real person, welcome.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Can I just check, you are over 18, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Great. Okay, you
My
just
voice sounds light, doesn't it?
you sound young, but that's not a bad thing. Well, you're very welcome. What would you like to say?
All right, thank you.
Sure.
So I have like a suggestion. Doesn't mean like you have to like take my suggestion or listen to what I say, but I was thinking like for one of your debates, for one of your topics, you can say like might doesn't make right, because I hear a lot of Christians trying to excuse their God's action because he has the might to do so.
Agreed.
And
Yeah.
in their law, he has no governing body to judge him. So like whatever he says or whatever he does is like thumbs up, which it doesn't make any sense. So
you're definitely
maybe
onto
just
something
like
there.
suggestion.
You're onto, but you know what would happen if we did that? Is that the
What would happen?
the religious folk who lean into the idea of that would say, "Oh no, we're not saying might makes right." They would nobody proudly holds that up and says, "Yes, I think might makes right." All the people who promote divine command theory, which basically is that, all claim that they're not doing it. They claim that they've got some rich philosophical underpinning for their claim that you can't judge God, and they'll always approach it a different way. It's a little bit like when racist people say, "Oh, I'm not racist." I'm not racist, but actually they plainly are racist, but they don't own it. So I suspect that if we did that, I don't think we'd get a lot of people wanting to come in here and say, yes, raw power makes you right, because that's kind of an admission that you don't have an argument. But sorry, go ahead. I beg pardon.
Like they won't be willing to like engage with the topic. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I think they would engage. They would probably engage with the topic, and what they would say is, you misunderstand our position. They would say, you're straw manning us and saying that we're saying might makes right. We're not saying that. We're just saying that God is sovereign, and as a result of that, you can't judge him because you don't understand his actions, and it's not just mere power, is what they would say, something like that. And of course, they would be wrong, because they are leaning into might makes right. That's exactly what you're very astute for cutting to it like that. You're quite right. I just suspect that if we called them out on it, and I don't mean to talk in them and us language, but if it was made that explicit, I don't imagine there would be a queue of the faithful lining up to come and explain to us why they think might does make right, even though that is kind of what they think. What do you think, Sean?
Yeah, I agree. I do think for many of them, it really does come down to Mike's right, but that's not palatable. And I think you were spot on to where, well, there's this rich philosophical underpinning, but it does appear to be that way, because really it seems like it's just by decree. What God does is morally good, and you objectively ought to follow God's rules, because God is and then they go to Mike makes right. God is the creator of the universe, and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I feel really bad about Coach, because I was really enjoying speaking to him. He was super respectful and nice and open-minded to listening to perspectives. I disagree with his position, but he's exactly the kind of person. Coach, if you're still in here and listening, I'm so sorry about this. And if you come back in any future live, I will jump you up the queue wherever you are, and we'll get you straight back in, because I'm really cross with the platform for stuff like that. The platform lets an asshole like that guy earlier stay in for however long he stayed in, who was just here to disrupt, and then an honest interlocutor like Coach comes in, makes thoughtful arguments. I understand where he was coming from. I do think there was a disconnect in his logic.
By the way, that was unique. Have you heard that before? What Coach was offering?
No, I haven't. I mean, I've heard variations on it, but he was making
but comparing
a subtle
it to,
argument.
That's one. The comparison of, like, for example, we wouldn't judge a lion for what it's doing, because our moral assessments are limited. I don't agree with it, obviously, but I actually enjoy when I get a new argument I haven't heard before.
Yeah. I think.
Can I say something?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But like, the lion does not have a choice than to eat the deer's child. Like, there is no other choice a lion could possibly make in that situation.
That's
like,
right.
The lion doesn't even think about it. Like, there's no better scenario. It's just 1 + 1 = 2.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Exactly. That's kind of what I said to him. I said, if the lion was all knowing and had other options, then we would condemn a lion for killing another
exactly.
Animal. Yeah. So yeah,
according to the Christian law, and like how they define their God's powers, he has choice. Like, he could, or it, or he or she could literally. And there's millions of other ways he or she could choose to go about it, but he chooses to tell people to stone women to death.
But actually, back on the lion thing, Louise in the TikTok chat has just made a really astute point as well. Louise said, did God make the lion evil, therefore? And actually, that's an interesting point, because if you think that God is the author of this whole system, and God has determined which animals were going to be carnivores, which animals were going to just eat plants, which animals are going to feed off plankton, and God could have configured lions to have a different digestive system that didn't need meat, and could have configured this whole system to work such that all of that suffering of the animals hunted by the lions was avoided. So it could be said that whilst we don't look at a lion hunting a gazelle as itself being evil, we could say that the author of a system that created the need for the lion to do that has some culpability if that could have been avoided. So I think that's well observed by Louise. I'm not entirely sure if that was the intention there, but if it was, then it's a very good point.
Yep. And I think Christians try so hard to take responsibility from their creator. I don't know why they do that, but they try so hard to like alleviate him of all responsibility, like blah blah blah. I don't know why they do it.
Well, they need to do
on
that.
a live the other day.
They need to do that because, for you to admit that the object of your worship is flawed and makes stupid plans and has unjust requirements for salvation because of complicated reasons that no one can really explain or understand, the whole thing starts to crumble. So they have to protect the perfection of the deity by justifying everything the deity does. It's a kind of responsibility, I guess. It's incumbent on you to do that, and in fact it would reflect poorly on them if it didn't. So if nobody wants to be the guy worshipping an evil god, nobody wants to be the guy
Right.
praising an incompetent designer. So they kind of have to do that because otherwise it says something about their own judgment. I do understand it. And I imagine there's a lot of cognitive dissonance that comes with thinking about this stuff, because some of this stuff is just so stupid. In a human eye, the nerves that go from the eye to the brain come out of the front of the eye, not the back. Who would design something so stupid as that? That's idiotic. Of course, if you were going to design a human being with optical organs on the front of their head, you'd put the organs there and then you'd connect them to the brain from the back, not the front. But okay, evolution doesn't work like that way. Evolution isn't an intelligent process. It just works with what it's got to work with and selects for the best options available. And so we end up with human beings with the optic nerves coming out of the front of the eyes. But, if you contemplate that as a believer, how do you sit with that? You have to start thinking, well, there must be some special reason why we would have an unnecessary blind patch on our eyes for the nerves to come out. It must be quite hard to deal with that kind of. Do you remember, Sean, as a believer, and Real? I don't know if were you a believer yourself at some point, Real?
Yeah. My dad is literally a general overseer of a church right now.
Okay. So I can't speak to this because I never have been. How did it feel for you when you thought about these things? Were you like contemplate, God doing something obviously terrible or incompetent? How did you kind of resolve that in your own head?
So here,
was okay.
Go ahead, Real.
Sean, go first.
Oh, sure. I've said before, many of the awful things I didn't learn about until I became an atheist and began kind of diving into the atheist community. And I'm like, wow, that's however, there were some, for example, Noah's flood, the Exodus, where God, unalives the firstborns and hardened Pharaoh's heart and everything. The strange thing, I go back to even when I was a kid. I was very empathetic. I loved animals. If I saw an animal in pain, I didn't like it. However, it seemed like it was so normalized that it didn't even dawn on me, and that you know, like when God drowned the entire planet, like how awful that is, and what an awful way to go too. It's not like he could have, even if that was justified, he could have done the Thanos finger snappy thing, made everyone disappear. But
Right.
no, he chose to drown kittens and puppies and lions and tigers and bears. Like it's just so awful. But the thing is like it was taught in such a benign way, as I just like it was just like a fact to me, and I didn't even think about the implications. And I really wish somebody, because I'm curious if somebody would have pointed that out, like, isn't that kind of messed up? But no one came to me and like pointed that out. But I don't know, it's kind of like if God did it, there was like a mental shield that stopped the evaluation. But if my neighbor drowned a cat, I would think the guy's a monster.
Yeah,
right?
that's you protecting yourself from unbearable cognitive dissonance, which we all do. We can't
Yeah.
bear it. How about you, Real?
I think the go-to usually was we can't understand, his ways and his actions with our tiny little brain, and we will only ever get to understand after we die.
Right. Yeah.
So like,
So,
my
so
mother, my
convenient,
dad
isn't
used to
it,
tell me,
to
yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
those kind of verses? It's Isaiah, isn't it? His ways are higher. Isaiah 55. His ways are higher. Yeah, absolutely. It's just like a get out. It's like a get out of jail free card. When this all sounds like bullshit, just wave that around. Oh, his ways are higher. Oh, sorted then.
Yeah, that's right.
That resolves the problem then. Yeah, it's like phone a friend on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, our brains are so tiny and we can't comprehend, we can't understand. Like it's on a different, on a different plane. Like we can't even begin to, like how large the universe is. We can't begin to conceptualize it that same way. Like there's no point trying to understand because you are never going to understand. Just leave it be. Just Jesus came and died and you're saved. So that's that. Forget about every other thing he says. Doesn't really matter. Or the people that died, doesn't really matter. You are saved. Blah blah blah. So
yeah,
that was
just to speak to Joe in the TikTok chat, who's saying that Joe perpetuated it as a pastor for a while too. You can only, as we said to our lovely guest earlier, you can't be too hard on yourself about that stuff because you were a victim too. You were a victim of the system that took you in. You didn't choose to be convinced by the things you were convinced by. You were convinced by them. And after that happened, you did what you felt was right. So don't be hard on yourself about it and just know that you're in a better, place now in the reality-based community where you don't have to do that anymore. My heart really breaks for people who carry that burden of having imposed it on other people. Really, really does.
Me too. I did do that to a certain extent. I mean, I used to go for evangelism and door to door.
Did you?
Or
right.
a megaphone on the street, and
wow.
I mean, I had to because
megaphone in the street.
I did it with full conviction.
Wow. You were megaphone in the street.
My friends are pastors, they are church founders, so you couldn't pay anybody to do it, so you had to do it, ministry work.
That's incredible.
And 5 a.m. you wake up, go outside with your megaphone and mini speaker, preach, disturb people sleep.
You're not going to be popular if you're outside with a megaphone at 5 a.m. You're not going to be winning souls for Jesus
Nigeria,
that way.
So there's really no laws.
Wow, that's amazing. Are you still in Nigeria now?
Yeah.
Right.
With my mom sleeping in the next room.
Oh, well, fair enough. Well, we're going to move on because we have others in the queue. But thank you so much for coming in. And your point about might makes right is very astute. So we appreciate your input. Thank you very much. Okay, we will bring in David, and then we've got Toke Empathy after that. Hopefully, bringing in David right now.
Oh, hey.
There we go. Hey, David, welcome.
How are you?
Very good indeed. How are you?
Good.
Excellent.
I'm in Australia.
I wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah, no, I just, I think it's really exciting. You just had a guy on from Nigeria, right?
It's awesome, isn't it?
No, I was actually born in England.
Wow. Okay. So we're spreading a universal net around the world.
Yeah. And look, I think if you've got a good attitude, that that's probably the way things will work out for you. Honestly, I'm looking at your topics, and I'm really happy to talk about hell is ridiculous, or I don't know if I'd frame a topic God is not morally good, but look, I can sort of guess the sort of the general subject matter of that. I'm happy to talk about that.
Sure.
But I would like to make a comment about something I saw in one of your previous videos, and sort of like how it paints a bigger picture of the sort of people that you're having conversations with, if that's okay.
Sure.
Do you mind
of course.
a couple of minutes of Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
So I noticed in one of your recent videos that you posed the question. I think it's John 3:16. No man at any time has ascended to heaven except he that was sent from heaven.
Yeah.
Yep, that's John. Yeah, and I noticed that you did
It was
the
3:13.
really obvious counter. 3:13. Beg my
Yeah.
pardon. So,
Yeah.
and I noticed you did the really obvious counter to that, which was you
2 Kings.
you asked Elijah, and you sort of briefly said, and we could have a conversation about Enoch if we wanted to. I'd just like to point out to you that your position and and the person that you were having a conversation with's position are both not biblical, and I'd like to give you an explanation why.
Sure.
And I'll try to do it as quickly as I can.
Okay.
I think this is really important because you have an opportunity to have an endless series of conversations with people who are very confused about what the Bible's about, versus trying to find people who have a good capacity with those, squaring those kind of circles. So, the obvious takeaway from, for example, the obvious takeaway from Elijah is the word heaven, and I know you focused on this, the word heaven in Hebrew refers to the sky where the birds are, the space where the stars are, and heaven as the abode of our Heavenly Father. So there's an ambiguity on, a prima facie ambiguity in the record of Elijah going up into heaven. Right. So I think we need to be really, really careful about that kind of thing. Right.
So just ask you for clarification.
Yeah,
Is your position then that that heaven doesn't always mean heaven? That when the Old Testament speaks about heaven, it means one thing, and when it's referenced in the book of John, it means something else?
Well, obviously, if we want to be careful about what it says in John, we should be looking at the Greek, right? So, and, look, pardon my pronunciation, but the Greek is Aranos, right? And I think and by the way, I think there's a parallel in the Greek anyway. But my point is that I think the context in John is clear that the Lord Jesus Christ is speaking about what you and I and most people would agree that he's talking about, is that he comes from our Heavenly Father, right? And and he's also telling us that no one goes to that place, and the biblical record speaks to that. So in Acts chapter 1, the disciples watched Jesus go into heaven. There's no record of anyone else having that same experience. And you look like you want to ask a question.
Well, yeah, I just want to ask then, again, it sounds to me like you're sort of making a bit of a special pleading to say that when it says in 2 Kings that Elijah ascended into heaven, it means something else. It doesn't actually mean the same thing. Is that your claim? That it's not actually heaven, it's just somewhere in the sky?
Yeah, 100%. And I'll tell you, there's two reasons why we should agree that that's exactly what happened. Is that the first reason is that Elisha took over Elijah's mantle. And I guess we could say literally and figuratively took over his mantle. So he took on Elijah's job. And there's a record much later, I can't remember the particular king, but Elijah goes to a particular king. He swaps from communicating with the kings of Israel to communicating with the kings of Judah, vice versa, and he delivers a letter from Elijah the prophet. Right, so this is way later. This is like 2 Kings, whatever. Right, much after that supposed event. Right, so that gives us some indication that the heaven that we were talking about in 1 Kings, whatever it is not heaven where our Heavenly Father is. In other words, the Bible is consistent that Elijah didn't actually go to heaven where our Heavenly Father is. But the other reason that we should agree that this is what's happening with Elijah and Elisha is that there's a parallel in Acts chapter 8. So in Acts chapter 8, and you probably know this, there's a guy called Philip who has a conversation with a guy, the Ethiopian eunuch, right? And they go down into the water, and the Ethiopian eunuch gets baptized. They have this conversation, he's baptized, and Philip immediately gets taken away up into the sky, right? And he appears, and then the narrative switches to focusing what happened to Philip immediately after that, and it says, and he was found at Azotus, and went to Caesarea, right? So Caesarea is the Greek for the city of the king, right? So, and it's a Gentile king, right? So it's a Gentile king. So the narrative in Acts chapter 8 is about the transfer of God's interest from the Jews, which it had been up until that point, to now God's communicating with Gentiles. And he's making, and the parallels in that is, so I'll give you some of the parallels in that, is that Philip is, the Greek for Philip is lover of horses, right? So here's a lover of horses having a conversation with a guy on a chariot being pulled by horses. Now, when Elijah was taken up into the sky, the conversation is all about, the chariots of Israel and the horses thereof, right? But the other parallel, the other parallel is that Elisha had an interaction with a guy called Naaman the Syrian, who was the steward of the household of a Gentile king. And we're told that the Ethiopian eunuch was the head man in the house of Queen Candace of, I think it was Ethiopia, right? And there are parallels in the transfer of spirit between Elijah and Elisha, with the transfer of spirit between the disciples and Philip. So in Acts chapter 8, previously to the encounter with the Ethiopian eunuch, Philip goes to, I think it's a place in Samaria, and has this conversation with this guy called Simon, and he preaches to a whole bunch of people, baptizes them. But the conversation is very specific about that he wasn't able to give them the Holy Spirit. And so it says, so they didn't receive it until the disciples turned up and gave it to them. So the transfer of spirit between Elijah goes to Elisha, but it doesn't go any further. Transfer of spirit goes from the disciples to Philip, but it doesn't go any further. It doesn't go to Naaman the Syrian, and it does not go to the Ethiopian eunuch. The conversation, and look, I don't want to keep going on and on about it. But what I'm trying to suggest,
I hear you.
I think you know what I'm trying to suggest.
I hear your argument, and I think you may have a valid point. If it is indeed the case that one interprets the Elijah verse as just meaning the sky, and not a sort of theological heaven, as it were, then your point has some validity. But the reason why I think it's maybe less important, even if I were to grant you the point, is that I used that off the cuff in a discussion with someone who was claiming that the Bible doesn't contradict itself. And that was the first thing that came into my mind as an example of one passage where it says one thing and another in another. Even if we were to take that off the table, there are so many more.
The table.
Even if we were to take it off the table, there are so many more contradictions. Well, another one would be something like, is it the case that the sins of the father are visited on the sons? Right? They either are or they're not.
Ooh,
right? In Exodus, we're told that they are going to be, and then in Ezekiel we're told that they're not. So you might come up with a theological response to that, but then there are numerical contradictions. Where is it 40,000 horses or is it 4,000 horses? And that couldn't just be a scribal error, because they weren't writing down numbers with zeros, they were writing down the words, right? And then there's basic mistakes of science, like rabbits chewing cud, and then there's anachronistic references to domesticated camels, which we know didn't exist at the time of Abraham. And that there's a very long list of things which, and the reason I brought it up was just to show my guest at that point that he was placing a bit too much faith in this book. And these errors don't prove that the book is false. They just prove that you should be circumspect about putting too much trust in it. Is that fair?
I agree with you like 8,000 million%, young man. I think that's, and by the way, I'm very appreciative of the fact that you framed that on really solid ground. You're not being disingenuous, and you're not being unnecessarily insulting. And look, here's the thing: is like I could probably answer 2 of those 4 off the top of my head straight away, and give you some idea of why, just from my fiddling around over the course of 35 odd years, that they aren't contradictions at all. And my experience, so for example, the cud chewing, the rabbits.
Yeah.
Right. Rabbits eat their own poo. Right. So and
that's a completely different.
Look, it's not something I'm
totally different.
Interested in.
But that isn't chewing the cud. That's a completely different digestive process. Rabbits aren't ruminants.
Yeah.
Ruminants have multi-chambered stomachs. They're able to regurgitate. Rabbits have a different thing. It just looks a bit like chewing the cud, which explains why the Bible authors put them in there. But if that came from God and that commandment, the dietary laws were dictated from God via Moses, right? So saith the Lord. He got his basic biology wrong. Another one I would ask you, my friend, Hey, I Don't Like Mayo in the YouTube chat has asked, do donkeys occasionally speak Hebrew?
In the same way that parrots occasionally speak English?
Well, parrots don't speak English. Parrots don't. Well, parrots don't have conversations in English. They just are able to mimic sounds they've heard. They're not having semantic conversations and explaining points. Parrots just reproduce noises they've heard.
I get that. Look, here's the thing: is look, I would say that my approach to the Bible is to look at whether it's internally consistent.
But can I just hold your feet to the fire about the talking donkeys for a minute?
Yeah.
Is it your view that donkeys sometimes speak Hebrew?
No, only once. Not sometimes, but once.
But it has happened in your view?
Yeah. At the direct... Okay. 100%. Yeah. I have no problem with that at all. In the same way, we may as well argue about whether the sun stood still, or whether God had the power to separate the earth from the seas. That's the miraculous. But by the way, I don't believe the miraculous based on some look, that's words on a page, right? So to our 20th century, 21st century intellects, those things are, mythological, that should be regarded with, an extreme amount of suspicion until there's some kind of, argument as why we should accept that, like on principle, God can do all that stuff, but we should be very suspicious that those things do happen, have happened, unless we're given some kind of counter, other kind of information. Look, I personally, I read the Bible because of Bible prophecy, and that makes it really easy for me to go, and I'm talking about fulfilled Bible prophecy, and it makes it really easy for me to go, look, I'm quite willing to accept that there's a God, and it's the God of the Bible, and therefore these other things which are, normally I would discount as absurdities, put it on the same level as, Captain America, and the Incredible Hulk. I go, yep, no problem. I don't have a problem with any of that stuff at all.
Is there a particular prophecy that is the most convincing to you?
100%. Look, I guess at a really simplistic level, it'd be Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and Daniel 4. And by the way, widely misunderstood. Very, very few people have a good, solid understanding, for example, of the clay in the feet of Daniel chapter 2. Very, very few people have an understanding of the connection of Daniel chapter 4 to Daniel chapter 2 and Daniel chapter 7. They view it as, some kind of side road into, some particular circumstances that happened with Nebuchadnezzar. But, that's a really, really simple, broad brush stroke, prophecy about the future of the world from Daniel's time going forward. But, the book of Revelation is what does it for me. And I have to say that that's probably way more understood than the prophecies in the first half of the book of Daniel. Look, here's the thing: is like, crazy as it may sound, right? The standard dissertations on the book of Revelation are, it either's all happened previously, or it's all about to happen. Patently incorrect. People struggle with the time frame of the book of Revelation, and they just have got no idea how it works. I mean, the book of Revelation, the prophetic section of the book of Revelation, starts at John's day, the time when he's regarded as having written it internally, and I agree with that. I agree with the fact that so people were being exiled in the Roman Empire under Domitian, and when Nerva came to the throne, those exiles were being returned. So that's consistent with John's explanation of the time of his receiving and writing the book of Revelation. And he tells us point blank in chapter 1, verse 1, this is a book, in symbol of the things that are going to come to pass with speed. So my expectation is that those things are going to start happening the instant that he says that he's writing it. And if we follow the prophetic symbols in the book of Revelation, starting off at chapter 6, working our way all the way through to chapter 16, we get a roadmap of the relevant history of the decline of the Roman Empire, the rise
dude,
of Catholicism.
I'm just going to interject a little bit, so because we don't want it to become too didactic. So I mean, I'm not an expert on prophecy and the Bible stuff. The chap you need to listen to, of course, is Deconstruction Zone. Is Justin. My impression is that there are problems around the timing of the writing of Daniel. Is that a lot of the events that it depicted had already happened by the time the stuff was written, and that if you look at the predictions, all the events that happened before the writing are described perfectly, and then you reach a point in the chronology which is concurrent with the writing of the book, and then all the events predicted afterwards were not so successfully predicted. So that to me speaks to a lack of credibility there. But in more broadly speaking, the stuff I like to speak about, because I'm not a Bible scholar, I don't pretend to be one. Excuse me. The stuff I want to speak to is more the philosophical underpinnings of all of this, which is the idea that salvation is achieved through believing the correct things, and that you have to accept Christ in order to not face the punishment that's coming to everyone, and that's where I feel I can speak a bit more confidently, and Sean as well, because if you're familiar with my stuff, you'll know that I say, as is the first topic here, that if you're not convinced of something, you can't accept it. So the route that I've been told, my route to salvation lies in becoming convinced of claims that I'm unable to be convinced of. What do you make of that?
Well, I have to say, like, one of the most disappointing fallacies about the Bible for me is, and this goes back to Revelation, but it's not prophetic. This is just directly addresses your question here, is that so the Bible talks about I don't know if you're aware of this, but the Bible tells us that the Lord Jesus Christ is going to return, establish a kingdom on earth for 1,000 years. And at some point, so you're aware of the millennial kingdom, and at some point that's going to end, right? Now, we're given, look, it's like 2 whole chapters of information about what it looks like after that period of time, right? And one of the things that we're told about that is that there will be rulers and subjects. Right. So I go, oh, okay, so well, who are these people? Who are the subjects? Because we know who the rulers are. We're told that they're the people who are partakers of the first resurrection, right? So the first resurrection is about the responsible to God. So those that at some point in their lives have had a good understanding of the message of the Bible, and therefore had, let's call it, an intellectual relationship with deity. And in the first resurrection, they're separated, the good guys from the bad guys, sheep and goats, and the good guys, priests and kings on earth.
Forgive me for interrupting you again, but I just need you to be a little more succinct. Yeah, because what's happening is I'm asking something, and then we're getting a sort of 15-minute talk, and I don't mean that disrespectfully.
No, I'm
but
sorry.
A conversation would be a bit more free flowing. So I'm asking you a really direct question, which is this notion that believing something is a requirement for salvation. Are you saying you don't agree with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not biblical, and no, it's not biblical, and I'll tell you why. Because we're about to get to it right now. Is that the Bible tells us in that post-millennial age who those subjects are, because we're told the people that are resurrected and judged at that second death, right? So it's first resurrection, second death, right? And so the responsible aren't part of that second death. They've already had their reward at the initial return of the Lord Jesus Christ. But at that second death, we're told there are 3 distinct groups of people who are going to be raised and judged at that second death, and be the subjects.
David,
sorry.
Respectfully, we're trying to have a back and forth about your theology, and it's like each question is turning into like a Bible study session. And I don't think you mean ill will, or I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Yeah, we're just trying to get to the point. So according to your theology, and Christians have different, you guys can debate amongst each other about what hell looks like, what it takes to get there, all that good stuff. And that's all fine. But
let's address that. Let's address that.
I just wanted to just get to the point of the issue. Do you, according to your...
Let's address that then. So here's the thing. So we've already had a conversation about this idea of going to heaven, right? And we've sort of agreed that someone needs to be doing a little bit more work on whether what the Bible says in that regard. And I've pointed out that mainstream so-called Christianity is wrong, right?
Okay, no, that's fine. And I understand that's sort of your issue, is that you want, but that's not what this chat is
that's
for.
Right. That's right.
So we're addressing hell.
So I'd like to point out also that the popular mainstream Christianity, so-called Christianity perspective about hell is also completely nonsensical, and it's not biblical.
Okay. So let's just get to the point. We just want to know what you believe. I understand. We'll let you go into Christian lives and debate those guys, debate them down. That's all fine and dandy. So according to your theology, whether I'm an atheist or a Christian has no bearing on whether I get into heaven and avoid hell, or do you not believe hell exists?
No one goes to heaven. No, absolutely no one goes to heaven, and hell has always been the grave, right? And that's very easy to demonstrate from the Old Testament.
Sorry, I just don't need the Bible. Okay, so no one goes to heaven there, but they continue to exist in some form that's not a literal heaven, correct?
No, but the Bible's clear that when you're dead, you're dead.
So you don't believe in an afterlife?
No, the Bible's very clear that the promise of the Bible is a resurrection of the dead.
Oh, okay. Right? So everyone's resurrected. So will non-believers also be resurrected
at the second death? right? And this is where mainstream Christianity is getting it wrong. Right?
Okay,
And
I just want to make sure I'm steel manning your position. So everyone goes in the grave. There will be a point when everyone gets resurrected, including atheists at the same time as Christians.
Correct, 100%.
And then atheists and Christians will all be resurrected, and we're just going to live a second life. And there's no difference between atheists and Christians when it comes to the afterlife, or then I should say the next life, according to your theology, correct?
No, the difference is that Christians are resurrected at the first resurrection. Everyone else is resurrected at the second death. Right?
Kind of like waiting for a bus
it's
when you're at the depot and the buses are all lined up and you want to get a 16 bus and one of the 16 buses comes out and a bunch of people get on it, but you know there's another 16 bus over there which is coming in a few minutes. Kind of like that?
No. I mean, God's doing the calling in this life, between Eden and the beginning of the millennial kingdom and the end of the millennial kingdom. God's doing the calling. Right? So God's built a creation. We're all in it, and we're all finding out who we are. And some of us are, good guys, and some of us are bad guys. Well, God's made a decision to build a family in that environment, and those of us who are responsible to Him, by faith, are responsible to the first resurrection of the dead, and we're calling them Christians, right? And I'm okay with that, right? But that group is made up of sheep and goats.
Sheep and goats. All right,
so good guys and
David,
bad guys.
my friend, we're going to draw a line here because we're at the half-hour mark, pretty much, and I appreciate that what you've elucidated here is a less odious, less horrible eschatology than some we're subjected to. You're not talking about throwing people into burning lakes for not being convinced of the right things, and for that we're grateful for you. If more believers had the mindset you have, I probably wouldn't feel the need to do this as much as I do, because the ideas you're expressing, whilst I don't agree with them as factual claims, I don't think are likely to harm people as much as many of the ideas we are engaged with on a daily basis. So I do thank you for coming up. Forgive me for moving you along, but we've got a few waiting, and it just feels like it's we covered some ground. Thank you for clarifying the contradiction. I'll take that on board. What you said, I'm going to think on it. And if that's the case, then I will take it on advisement. I appreciate that. All right, David. Thank you, friend.
Man, have a good night.
And you.
See you, brother.
Okay. Take care. Okay. I mean, I think it's hard sometimes to get the balance between letting people express their views, because he was a good faith interlocutor. He wasn't here to troll.
I agree. I totally agree.
Right.
I
so
totally
to get that
agree.
balance, and I think I sometimes get it wrong, and I sometimes allow too much latitude. I'd rather be the guy that allows too much than not enough, but it's wrong to allow too much as well. And I think there was a lot of ground covered there that we didn't necessarily need to cover.
And I'm more patient if it's in good faith.
Yeah, and he was fine. He was fine. Nice guy. Okay, Token Pathy. Hello.
Good evening. How are you?
Very well indeed. Thank you for waiting patiently. And a Radical Media Warrior in the queue, thank you for waiting patiently too. We'll get to you immediately after this. How you doing, Toke?
Pretty radiant. Can't lie. I mean, I've had a few decent chats today, so I would say I'm a bit exasperated, and forgive me if I do come across as slightly dissipated with social cues, but I'm doing fairly well. How are you?
We'll work with what we can. We'll work with what we have. We're good. Where are you coming from, and what would you like to address? Like, what's your perspective on this stuff?
Well, I'm coming from a deist perspective. If that's the inclination,
Sure.
I've picked up, unless you're asking for a geographical sense.
No. Sorry,
of where I'm coming from.
I as it came out, I thought I've worded that badly. I just meant, what's your perspective? Oh, thank you for the origami, TikTok people. Yeah.
I would like to address the first prompt, but I do want to demonstrate a semantic reduction with you for cohesiveness throughout this dialect. So, when you impose the terminology of nobody, I'm just wondering if you could index what nobody would be under your self bracket, because, like, for me, I would say, like, nobody is inferencing a person, but a person, to my view, is going to be like an observer, any entity with like a psychological continuity and personhood.
Are you serious?
Well, do you agree with that though?
Are you really asking me to define what I mean by the word nobody? Is that really where... I mean, we're talking about some pretty interesting, complex, not necessarily complex, but like philosophically rich issues here. And is it really your
So
position
if I said,
that the only way we can
Toke,
have this conversation is if we spend time defining what we mean by the word nobody?
if I said nobody has been to Mars, would you be confused at what I mean by nobody?
Well, I don't know if you would be indexing that directly to a human. It could be like an animal, because
Really?
Okay, so then let me make this simple. 0 people. I'm not talking about animals or bookshelves or trees. 0 people choose what they believe.
Yeah, so with that, then that inclines to like humans.
0 humans. Yep.
Yeah, the only reason why I ask is because the prompt, with how it's paraphrased, nobody chooses what they believe. To me, this comes across like some account of like theology, like it's going to be nature. It's, you know, questioning like these determinist values where like free will is non-existent, everything is in accordance to reality.
No, it
You know,
only
it's
it
almost
only
like
refers to
fine-tuned.
beliefs. Yeah, it doesn't pertain to actions. Whether we choose our actions, whether we have free will in general, is a separate discussion. Even if we have free will, even if we had libertarian free will, what you believe to be true, it still is not a choice. You are either convinced of a thing or you're not. Belief is something that happens to your mind. It's not something your mind just decides.
But I mean, you, Sean, I would hope so. You would say beliefs are axiomatic, as in they're value raising.
No, I don't. I use a different term for axiomatic. So let's try to avoid philosophical terms. Let's just say, yeah, to believe. Let's first define terms. To believe something is to consider it to be true or likely true. Are you good with that?
Okay, sure. I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool. It's really it's not that complicated. All we're saying is, for example, you cannot just choose to believe Superman exists in reality and actually be convinced that it's true, nor can you choose to stop believing cars exist. That's just very simplistic and to the point. And if you agree to those, we can expound on it.
I mean, under logical possibility, yeah, I
No,
can agree with that.
yeah, okay. So yeah, so that's basically what. And now John and I hold that to not just the ridiculous beliefs, for example, Superman exists or cars don't exist, but all beliefs are a mind state. It's something that happens to your mind, and you have some degree of control, meaning you can choose to do things that may influence your beliefs, but you can't just decide on what the outcome will be of doing those things. So, for example, if I read a science textbook, I'm going to dramatically, and I learn new things. I'm going to dramatically increase the number of things I believe. However, I'm part Irish, and I would really enjoy believing leprechauns exist. All the reading and study in the world on leprechauns probably isn't going to influence me to believe leprechauns exist. So we can't control the outcome. That's what we mean by belief is not a choice.
Do you mind if I can ask 2 clarifying questions?
Sure, of course.
So, one, when you're referencing the mind, I'm imagining this is going to be like some broad scale of like consciousness. Then you followed up with mental state. And then like when you gave the example of like, you know, you can read, there could be like these things on paper, for example, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like its probability raised into something being true, correct? Just Stillman back.
What was the last part, the quote, the question part? What did you ask again?
About like the leprechauns, where it's like, I mean, for example, if I like read, 10 pages, and on those 10 pages it talked about like unicorns and the qualities of unicorns, you wouldn't necessarily say that reading 10 papers is probability raising of like unicorns existing, right?
No. First, it has nothing to do with whether you're convinced something is true. The question is whether it convinces you. That's independent of whether the thing is that you believe is actually true. So yeah, reading about something does zero to raise the probability of it existing. Something either exists or it does not exist, period. But your belief as to whether it exists is a separate question.
Yeah.
So are you a physicalist?
Not a hard physicalist.
Reductive physicalist?
Well, I don't know how to label it, but basically I can tell you my position. The natural world, I know the natural world exists. I'm unaware of I'm unaware of that there's anything supernatural, but I don't claim there isn't because I don't know how I could possibly know that.
So then, how do you ground dependent thoughts? Like, you can... I mean, let's just go back into what you said about, like, something being, like, axiomatic. Like, there could be, like, some belief. It could be, like, there's factors inclusive to X for it to be likely true, but then you have a belief, which is going to be entirely separate. But how do you ground, like, these brute facts within reality? Like, I mean, are you relying on, like, observable evidence?
Which brute facts? Well, that we're kind of divergent off the belief topic. Yeah. So, do you agree with me that, for example, you cannot just choose? Like, belief isn't a mere act of will. That's more complex than that. It's something that happens to you. I mean, we can move on to grounding of reality separate, but I want to flesh that out first.
Do we have to?
I mean, we don't have to, John. It's your life. I'm very comfortable dealing with.
I can feel the whole room going, "Oh no, really?"
Yeah. What do you think about the belief part of it?
I would have to, with so much love and kindness, ask you if you could recapitulate the question.
Okay. Do you agree that you cannot just choose to believe things as an act of will, that you either become convinced of them or you don't?
In some domain, sure.
What's a domain where you could or couldn't? Like, what do you mean by that? In some domain, that qualifier?
Yeah, I would just be referencing what's known as modal statuses. So, we get back into like modal logic, but I don't really want to get into that. I guess like under this logical pragmatic sense.
Just in reality, like no, I understand. There, like, forget. We're not diving deep into philosophy here. Just as a matter of principle for yourself, if you see a spider on the wall, can you just decide to believe you did not see a spider on the wall?
No.
Okay, yeah, that's all we mean. Nobody chooses what they believe. That's basically what we're referencing, that you are either convinced of a proposition or you are not convinced. That's it.
It's really not that deep. It's really, some people sort of see this and they get their knickers all in a twist and think that we're making some massively outrageous claim here. It isn't. It's more just an obvious, like, observation. So, for example, if you think about what you find funny, right? Nobody chooses to find something funny. You just discover that you find something amusing, and it becomes a fact that you've learnt about yourself, that you sort of go, "Oh, I find this funny," and you either laugh, you find that you're laughing or smiling or even just feeling an internal sense of amusement. But nobody chooses to do that. Nobody says, "Now I'm going to decide to find this thing funny." We just take it as read that certain mental states happen in an involuntary way. The same is with fear. Nobody decides to become afraid of something. You just experience fear and you reflect on the fact that I now feel afraid. And then you can generalize it. I felt afraid when I was in this position before. And what is this position? It's up a ladder. Oh, I must be afraid of heights. Okay. And then you've learnt that you're afraid of heights. Nobody decides to be afraid of heights. And it's exactly the same with belief. Belief is just a thing that happens to your mind once you become persuaded of something. And it doesn't require an act of will to become persuaded of something. And in fact, an act of will is irrelevant as to whether you become persuaded of something. And you can't stop it. If you're persuaded, you're persuaded. And belief happens automatically. If you're not persuaded, belief is impossible. It's so obvious. And the reason why people get twisted up about it is purely because it has ramifications for theological systems based on the requirement for belief. Because if you accept that people can't decide to be convinced of something, then you realize immediately that it's morally ridiculous to punish them for not being able to do so. And that's where the resistance comes from. But as a claim itself, it's actually quite mundane.
Okay, I have a big contention with that, so I would like to ask a question and follow up with an analogy.
Sure. Can you ask it in language that my 80-year-old aunt would understand?
Yeah, sure. Okay. So, do you think all beliefs are concrete?
What do you mean by concrete?
As in grounded, they're infallible, they can't be negated, as in, like, a belief is always said to be true due to sufficient enough reason, like...
No.
Of course not.
You can believe something and be
false things
wrong.
all the time. It's called a mistake. We've got technical word for it. It's called a mistake. People believe false things all the time. People believe things. You can believe a false thing for good reasons, right? Like, I parked my car outside my house this morning and I believe it's still there. So I've got a good reason to think it's there, but it might have been stolen and I just don't know it yet. So you can believe a false thing for a good reason, or you can believe a true thing for bad reasons. So, like, I could believe that that the kitchen's been cleaned by pixies while I was sitting in here, and it's true that the kitchen's been cleaned, but it was cleaned by, my wife, not by pixies. So either one can happen. So no, beliefs are not infallible and they're not grounded in concrete things.
So I think that was maybe the big issue between, throughout this conversation, because, like, for me, truth is just going to be, like, as I said, something concrete. It's going to be, like, unquestionable, where you can have something that could be likely or probably is the case, and this would just be using, like, deductive inferences. It's like if I said to you, like, there was a red flag and a red flag meant there was a shark, like, on this beach, and there was another area that had, like, 10 red flags. Like, you're gonna have that belief that it's more likely to be the case there's a shark, but then if we had a third area that had 10 red flags, and then someone saw a fin, they would use that fin alongside the evidence of the 10 red flags to draw some inference that, oh, I've seen this, there's all of this likely to be the case evidence, therefore this has to be true, right?
Truth is concrete. Truth is concrete. Our perception of our perception of reality. Truth comports is that which comports to reality. The thing that's not concrete is our perception of reality.
So then, how can you ever justify what truth is if truth is based on perception and perception is
No,
subjective?
it's not. That's the opposite of what I said. Truth is based on actual reality. Our perception of what is true, meaning our beliefs, are not concrete, meaning it is possible for us to be wrong about things, and everybody is wrong sometimes.
Yeah. And the point is that the conversation isn't really about truth. We're not making claims here about what's true. This is a discussion essentially about human psychology and the way that human minds work. And it's just recognizing, I'm going to repeat, I'm in danger of repeating myself, but it's just recognizing that what you come to think is true in your head, not what actually is true, but what you come to think is true, happens through a process you don't control. Do you grant that? Do you agree with that? And if not, why not?
I think that there's, like, what I call exterior conditioning. Like, I mean, let's look at like society as like the best possible example, right? Like subconsciously, there's always going to be like information that's being backfired. It's going to be like programmed and wired into our heads without us even knowing. We can like pick up a piece of paper, right, and read what's on the paper. But then if we have like someone who's next to us and they're reading out loud, or there's like 5 different people, right, with that same bit of literature, um, like your perception isn't necessarily what's true within that reality, but you're going to take in this exterior foundation, and so this is what I meant by like conditioning. Like we go out into society, and there are things we can observe, there are things we can experience and feel directly, but there's going to be indirect causalities.
I mean, that to me doesn't necessarily really even address what I asked, because there are going to be indirect causalities. There are going to be factors that that are in play here, right? So in my book about this, I talk about belief vectors, a vector being like the resultant force. So there are lots of forces acting on you with regard to whether you believe a particular proposition. If I make a claim to you right now, in this moment, there are a number of different forces acting which are going to determine whether you accept that claim. They start at the moment of your conception and your genetic inheritance. They go through your childhood, your education, the formation of your schemas, the experiences you've had, everything like that. Then you've got all the inputs up until this point. Then you've got the direct things of like how well have I communicated it? How outlandish is it? How easily incorporated into your other views of the world is it? How much sleep did you get last night? All of these things are all forces acting on you in this moment. And then there's a resultant force, right? From physics, you've got the idea of a resultant force, and that determines whether you're going to accept it or not, whether your brain's going to evaluate that in such a way that you feel a sense of belief or a sense of not being persuaded and not belief, right? So yes, in amongst all of those forces are external things. We can grant that, but that doesn't actually have anything to do with the idea of whether or not you can just choose to believe something. So there's, I mean, a good comment from Finkelstein in the YouTube queue says, if you disagree with me, can you just decide now? I actually say this in my book in the final chapter. Can you decide now to believe that beliefs are involuntary? Because if you think they're voluntary now and you think you can choose belief, are you able to choose to believe that you can't?
But there's always going to be what I call agent causation for beliefs.
Just answer if you wouldn't mind. If you disagree with me that beliefs can't be chosen, then are you able? Then it follows from that. It's entailed by that you believe that beliefs can be chosen. In which case, you should be able to choose to believe that beliefs can't be chosen. Can you do that?
No, there's always going to be like something physical, like something material for those beliefs to be concurrent with our state of experience.
That's kind of the
It's
point.
the no that mean, yeah,
that's
the
the
no,
thing that
it's
stops
the no.
you. Yeah, that's the thing that stops it being a choice. Is there's something that makes it impossible, right? You can't just conjure up conviction as an act of will. If you disagree with me, that's absolutely fine. But think about what you disagreeing with me actually means. You disagreeing with me means I haven't persuaded you that what I'm saying is right. And that condition of not being persuaded isn't something you chose on a whim. It's something you experienced by thinking about what I'm saying and evaluating your own cognition and saying, is this guy convincing me? Is he communicating well? Is he making good arguments? Or is he full of crap? And maybe you come to the conclusion he's full of crap, in which case you don't have the possibility of believing me. Your mind has settled into a condition of being unpersuaded, and belief is off the table for you as an option. In that case, you have no choice, no ability to believe it.
Damn. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but all I've been trying to do is perform a bit of like an internal critique to see where you're coming from, and
I'd like to think I explained it reasonably well.
Oh, I'm not saying you haven't. No, I just more mean like in the broader aspect of like I don't agree with your position in that sense. Like there are determining factors I can agree with. Um, it's just I don't know. I don't think like everything that could be true is under like the logical possibility. Like, and this is the problem with me. I like to get into the ins and outs, the whys of things, not, you know, the directiveness, the pragmatics. Like, you know, I want to like really question how the universe is operational, like the mind, like consciousness, how all of this is the case. Like, you know, because to me it's like it's a mechanical system put into place. Like everything happens for a reason. But
yeah, well, we all want to know how reality works, don't we? It's an admirable thing.
It actually makes sense why our beliefs work that way, because apportioning our perception, aligning our perception with reality as closely as possible is conducive to our survival. People ran around just believing all the things that they want to be true instead of what are actually true. We wouldn't survive as a species. It's an evolved trait.
Dude, I think we're going to move it on. Thank you for coming in, and I hope we were able to clarify things to your satisfaction.
I really appreciate you taking the time. I hope I wasn't too much of a nuisance, or I really hope I have not exasperated you throughout this conversation.
You were okay. My advice, if you want it, and feel free to ignore it, is there's a tendency sometimes when people get educated to a certain level about stuff to demonstrate that, and I think that you could communicate your ideas without needing to demonstrate that, and they might be easier to discern. But it's totally up to you, and you've been pleasant and polite and respectful, so we enjoyed talking to you. Thank you very, very much.
Well, you enjoy the rest of your evening, host.
Take care. Thanks. Bye-bye. Okie dokie. Maybe it's time to start drawing this to a close. Yeah, maybe it's time to do that. David is back in the queue again, but I think David, maybe we'll pass on another chat right now. We've got one other person. We've got Myth Busting Man. We'll bring Myth Busting Man in now and see if we can bust some myths, and then see where we're at. I have got some
what's going on?
Real life stuff to do soon. Hey, Myth Busting, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed, thanks. As is Sean, and you're very welcome.
Nice. Wait, so like, are you like, so like, you said the flood is a myth?
Yes.
I really don't know too much about the flood. I would love to be educated on it.
Let me just deal with this. This is TikTok making sure that we are human beings. Again, YouTube doesn't feel the need to do that craziness. Right. So obviously by the flood we mean the ridiculous story of more water than is contained in the world falling from the sky and wiping out all the animals and all the humans apart from one drunk man and his family who existed on a floating zoo for a year before repopulating the world with incest in just a few short millennia. That's the story we're talking about. Is that the topic that you are inclined to discuss?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you don't know much about it, have a read of it in the Bible. It's a wild story, but
wait, hold on. So sorry to cut you off, but
that's all right.
But I think I recall from my memory a little bit. Like, I think the story is about It's about Lot, right?
No, no, that's different. Lot is a different story.
Noah's family.
This is the Great Flood, Noah's Ark. The animals went in 2 by 2. You know the one.
No. I meant the Sorry, not about Lot. What I meant was like the part about when like God did the incest on the earth to like repopulate it after the flood.
Yeah.
Right. I
Yeah,
mean,
is that
I'm
what
just
you're talking about?
well, no, I'm just thinking about the fact that think about it like this: if every living thing in the world was wiped out about 5,500 years ago, and all you were left with was two of each species, two of each kind, and there's no such thing as a kind. That's another problem we could come to. But two of each animal and one man and his family. Where do all the people come from? We've got millions of species of beetles alone. Just beetles, there are millions of species. So this presents a problem because to get from that, you could call it a genetic bottleneck, right? A very, very small population of just one family and a small bunch of animals small enough to fit in a boat. To get to what we have in the world now, you'd need a lot of incest going on. You'd need a lot of people's mothers also being their uncles. It would not be good, right? And there's too much genetic information in the world right now to have got from that from that size population in the time we've had. It's a preposterous story. It's ludicrous. It's one of the silliest stories in the Bible.
There's countless ways how it's ludicrous. So, for example, what did the carnivores eat as soon as they got off the boat? So let's say we have 2 lions left in the world, 1 male, 1 female. We have 2 gazelles, and then a lion eats a gazelle. What happens? Like, I mean, how did all the animals all over the entire planet, because species are, located, like marsupials are in Australia, and penguins are, I can't remember if they're North or South Pole or wherever, but you get what I'm saying. They all, like 2 of each, just work the way thousands and thousands of miles away to an ark on foot or swimming. There's just so many directions. It's just an absolutely ludicrous story.
It's hard to think of even where to start to debunk this, because this is such an embarrassment of riches. I mean, you can look at the genetic problem I mentioned, the logistical problem Sean was alluding to, the geological problems, the fact that they're just, you know how the world works, right? We've got a water system in the world. So there's a sort of fixed amount of water in the world, and it just circulates, right? It evaporates, it condenses, it falls as rain, it gets lifted up, it moves through the atmosphere, it changes form. But there's only so much water in the world. And you can work out how much water would have been required to cover all the mountains, to do all of that. Well, where did it go? It ain't there now. Did a load of water go shooting off into space, to make room for the atmosphere that now occupies that space? There's so many problems with this.
Yeah.
It's and then you listen to someone like Ken Ham, right, from the Discovery Institute. They put these whole presentations together to try and explain how it could have worked, and it's just laughable. It's literally laughable. I actually find it offensive. The reason I find it offensive is, if you know anyone who works in like actual scientific research, it's done so diligently. There's such a reverence for trying to create knowledge, right? I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase knowledge production. The people who work in research are engaged in knowledge production. There's an idea that collectively we share the knowledge we have. And so when people do research and it pushes the boundaries of our knowledge, and it's then shared with the world, they publish it, other people can access it. And there's a real sense of reverence for trying to be careful about that process, for trying to mitigate our own biases, for trying to make sure that we've designed our experiments properly, to make sure that they are giving us reliable results. That's why we subject ourselves to peer review, and we get other experts in the field to try and tear down our work. And I know it's not perfect, and I know there's a reproducibility crisis and all of that stuff, but it's a pretty good system overall. And there's a real reverence for the idea, the sort of the kind of virtue of creating new knowledge that can then be shared amongst us. And then you've got people like the Discovery Institute that do research which is not for anything at all other than designed to prop up stories in a book. And so they're not following the data and seeing where it goes. They have no reverence for that at all, no respect at all for that. They've decided in advance what conclusion they want. And then they go shopping for
like
bits of evidence they can find to say, this. It's so awful, just aesthetically. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. I was about to say, like, are you saying that like knowledge should be like ubiquitously everywhere?
Ubiquitously. Yeah. There's a tradition, there's a sort of ethos in academia that you do good research and then you share it with the world and everyone benefits from it and other people build on it. And that's how we progress. That's how we've made such incredible progress towards, having a better world. And yes, there's still a lot to do. Yes, there's still a lot of problems. Yes, there's corruption. All the problems, granted. But there's a reason why infant mortality is a fraction of what it was, just 100 years ago. There's a reason why people are living longer, living better on average than they were.
Yeah.
All of that stuff.
Like, I agree. Like, I mean, history has. I mean, the current age that we live in has been better than any other time in history. I mean, there's a lot of problems in the world.
Sure.
But like with all the scientific evidence and the research and the philosophical and the theological conversations that are out in the world,
yeah,
I think we've covered a lot. So it's like that information has kind of helped people, and then people have also used it for bad things too. So like because of the good things that came out of it is why we are here today, which is why humanity is like better than it's ever been, but still a lot of problems, you know what I mean? So
yeah, and we've got good ways of solving the problems that we face as a global civilization, and we've got bad ways, and there's a spectrum. But quite near the bad end is, let's look to a 2,000-year-old book of myths to solve our collective problems. I just think that's a really bad way, and we can do better. We can do better.
Yeah, by the way, those institutions you mentioned that push pseudoscience, one thing they're forced to do, because they are against the entire scientific community, is promote distrust and conspiratorial thinking when it comes to the scientific community, which then has other effects, like people not believing health organizations, et cetera, when pandemics happen, people not wanting to get their children vaccinated, not trusting their own doctors, et cetera, not believing climate change is a myth, and so it's not just benign. There's a butterfly effect.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really think we should always trust the doctors. I mean that's kind of my opinion. Like I would just tell you guys that I don't get vaccinated or the flu or anything like that, a flu shot.
Yeah.
So
case in point.
Like I don't do things like that. So
do you know that measles is now starting to spread around the US again? After decades of there being 0 cases, there's now kids dying from measles again because of this stuff. So sad. It's tragic. Really sad.
You said measles?
Measles.
Yeah, it's popping up again.
I don't know what that is.
So measles is an illness that kills children.
Do you know why you don't know? Because of vaccines. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sean.
the reason you haven't heard about it is that for the last few decades, it basically been completely eradicated because we have really effective vaccines that are almost risk-free and reduce the possibility of measles outbreaks. And the anti-vax movement has been so successful in the last few years that enough parents are now not vaccinating their children against measles, that now measles is taking place again in America, and children are starting to die from it. I mean, it's absolutely tragic. And, you know, everyone has a right to make decisions about their own healthcare, and I'm not suggesting that you know, people should do what they're told.
Yeah.
But the problem comes from a lack of reliable information and mistrust in institutions, and unfortunately,
Yeah.
you know, there's lots of reasons why that happens.
I'm not saying that, you know, you should trust me like over a doctor. Like, dude, I still go to the doctor. You know, I just
Something for
like
you to think about with vaccines is it's not just protecting you if you get vaccinated. It's protecting other people. There are many people who are immunocompromised and can't get vaccinated, so they're depending on the herd, the crowd, to eradicate or reduce the spread of these disease to protect themselves. Getting vaccinated also makes you much less likely to spread the disease, whatever you're vaccinated against, to other people.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
It is something for you to think about. You know, it's not for us to moralize to you, but it is something to think about. When people say, "Oh, I'm not going to get vaccinated," they very often don't pause to think, "I could end up killing someone because I didn't participate in the herd immunity that other people might rely on." Yeah, it is something. It is something to think about. And another, I mean, I don't really want to talk about vaccines because it's very much outside the realm. But I have a very close family member who ran an entire COVID ward during the epidemic, the pandemic, and he said that at one point the only people dying on the ward were people who had very serious prior health conditions and unvaccinated people. That was it, no one else. So, and that he had hundreds and hundreds of people that he oversaw. This was in a major hospital in a state in the US. So he literally had hundreds of patients, and there were no vaccinated people dying who didn't have serious other health conditions. So it's tricky, you know, and and these things become very politicized. Less so actually in the UK than in the US. But, you know, in the US, you could basically predict what party someone votes for by looking at whether they got, you know, vaccinated at points, which is crazy. It shouldn't be that way. These kind of questions should not be matters of political affiliation and needing to follow a political tribe. I'm not suggesting that's where you're coming from, but for a lot of people it is that way, and it's sad to see it. It's really sad to see it. But anyway, we've drifted very, very far from the shores of Noah's Ark. It's if anyone starts talking to you about Noah's Ark, just tell them it's the most ridiculous story in the world ever, because it really is.
Yeah. Like, one more thing that I've heard about Noah's Ark is, like, I always hear Christians say, like, that they found, like, fish bones on top of mountains and stuff.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, we have. There are reasons and plausible reasons for all of these things. They don't find fish bones; they might find fossils. But basically, there are areas where there are mountains that were previously under oceans, and tectonic movements.
Exactly.
Tectonic plates moved, and when tectonic plates, do you know what I mean by tectonic plates?
Yeah.
So tectonic plates moved, and when they rub into each other and they push against each other, and the ground gets pushed up. This happens very slowly, right? Over hundreds of thousands or millions of years, and then that ground that used to be, you know, subaquatic is now pushed up above the water and eventually up to the top of a mountain. That's how our geology forms. So yeah, you would expect to find things like that. There's a very good website that you could look at if you hear any of these claims. I'm saying this, I'm assuming it still exists. Is Talk Origins still around, guys? I should probably just go and check it out.
I haven't heard of that in a while.
Do you remember Talk
I'll
Origins?
check right now.
Yeah.
I'll check right now while you're talking.
Yeah. So
I'm like,
yeah, it's still there.
Earlier you said
Let me put it in the chat.
You said that like, oh yeah, like if it did get like super high, like where'd all the water go? So like I'm saying like if the water went up to like where the mountains
It's
are
still
today,
around.
like, wait, that water is still around?
No, he was referring to the website. I'm just putting
Sorry,
links to it
I
in
didn't mean to mix
in the
things.
chats. Yeah. So
Yeah. So I'm
go
like,
ahead.
if the water, let's say like the water got up to where like as high as mountains are today, I'm like, where would that water have gone?
Yeah, that's a really good question. There,
And
there literally isn't enough water molecules on the Earth to flood the entire planet. Like the water doesn't even exist to do that. We have a regular cycle of like water evaporates into the atmosphere, goes up and basically forms clouds in the sky and then rains back down. We have that cycle going, but there's not enough water on the planet to flood the entire Earth.
And then you get into the thermodynamic arguments of what would have happened if there had been, and the temperatures that would have been.
Yeah, I was trying to stay away from those.
Yeah, I mean it's wild. It's wild. All you need to know is it's the silliest story in the world ever. It's unbelievable that anyone believes this stuff.
Like okay. I'm not supposing anything, right? But like, okay. Okay. Just hear me out. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not supposing anything, but I'm like, okay. Is there like any arguments? Have you ever heard any arguments about like how the water could possibly be Antarctica just frozen or something?
You can include
that still
all
wouldn't
of
be
that.
enough water.
It's not even close.
Not enough water in the world includes not just liquid water, in gas form, in solid form, in at the poles, everything. There's not enough water on the planet to flood the entire planet.
Yeah.
So, wait, so that's like actually not possible.
Not possible.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and if anyone tells you it is, they're insulting you. If anyone tells you that this story is true, you can take it as a personal insult because they must think that you're that dumb. And you're not. You're not that dumb. You are not dumb enough to believe a story like this. So if someone tries to tell you that it happened, that's the time to be a little bit offended. Not offended, but to be like, come on, I'm not an idiot. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot because you deserve better than that.
Yeah. I don't believe that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Fair.
If you have a next guest, I'll drop.
Well, we'll maybe move it on. It might be time for me to zip this one up. The thing with I do very long nighttime streams. So I'm in the UK at the moment. It's 4 p.m. in the UK. And when I do through the night, there are no other demands on my time and attention. But during the day, there are kind of things that I need to do to attend to people in my life. So it might be a good point. We're at the 5 hours 20. Might be a point to zip this one up. But yeah, myth busting, man. I think we busted a myth together. What do you reckon?
I think so.
Nice work.
I think that's a myth busted.
Good for you.
Nice.
Well, come back and speak to us another time, and think about getting vaccinated to protect yourself and others. It's just up to you. Totally up to you.
I will. I'll do my research.
Good for you, buddy.
All right, good to go.
All the best.
Good for you.
Have a good.
You too, man. You too. Have a good one. Okay. Yeah, I think that's probably the time. Thank you very, very much indeed to everyone. Awesome to have the YouTube crew as well. You guys are incredible. Thank you very, very much. I wasn't sure whether we get any in during a daytime stream. I'm very grateful to see that there were people there. And yeah, these day streams, they've got a slightly different vibe about them. Slightly different. I like it. It's good.
Yeah, it's good to break up the break it up.
Yeah, I think the next night one will probably be maybe tomorrow night. So maybe tomorrow night we'll do a night one. So that would be 10 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, don't quote me on it, but I think that's what we'll aim for. And I'll put the word out on both platforms ahead of that to let anyone know if you guys fancy joining. But thank you very much, everyone. Thanks, Sean, as always. Thank you for
all right. Thanks, Sean.
the wonderful mods as always. You guys are the best. And guys, speak soon. And thank you very, very much.
All right. Talk to you later.
Take it easy.